Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar. Es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar. Es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco.
queremos presentar una de sus favoritas, LATAM Groove Machine, de los lejanos orientes, presentando la vibración tropical colombiana. Hoy le queremos dar para el perro, para la perra, para el abuelo, para la abuela, para toda la gente que quiere bailar.
¿Cuál es el punto? El asunto está corrupto. Vida dedicado al falso contaminado, encaminado a los campos minados. Seres que gobiernan y controlan nuestra tierra hipnotizado con su juego mental, limitando nuestro potencial como ser humano, no dejando que lleguemos. No quieren que seamos, quieren mantenernos controlados. Babilón, ¿qué pasó? Los que tienen el poder tienen el futuro en su mano. El mundo que está cambiando, ¿acaso el humano será capaz de cambiar el microchip que le han implantado? Baila muchachita, baila muchachito, baila abuelo, baila abuelita, cambia tu ritmo, maravilla.
Group B is balanced on a nice edge. CS enthusiasts, welcome back to Blast Rising LATAM, brought to you by our good friends at Fantasy Expo. I'm Legday, joined by Kremer, and today we have two best of threes coming your way to determine who's going to get the last seed to head over to our playoffs.
I know we don't have much time before we go in games, so I'm just going to put it down now. I'm going to lay the law here, Harry. Mad Kings get to play Inferno again, and for me, that is going to be the highlight of this series, this Inferno match. We saw Mad Kings, let's be honest, they're not exactly the favourites going into this. They have yet to win a game on HLTV after having played 6, and they've been decimated in a lot of them. 0-2, 0-2, 0-2 against Offset, Furious, Leviathan, as we saw yesterday. The one game they actually looked pretty tasty in was Inferno. They still boast a 0% win rate on it. But you know what, Harry? If
they're close.
If
they're
close, time to believe. I kind of do. Stone, on the flip side, they had a bit more success yesterday. The games were a little bit closer, and they have been winning games kind of around the LATAM scene rather than having them, well, failures that Mad Kings have had. For me, I'm really looking forward to seeing just what Stone can do now they move into their kind of proving ground here to decide who gets eliminated from Group B. Harry, but this isn't the only series today, is it?
No, it's not. They are fighting for the chance to exhaustedly battle into the next best of three as well, where we have Leviathan waiting in the wings to see which of those two is going to be able to make their way out to the playoffs. So this is an elimination match. This is the last chance saloon. When we look over at Inferno, my first question is whether or not Stone have been able to kind of pick up on their CT side. Because when we saw them play against River Plate yesterday, I think the first half ended about 13-2. They got absolutely decimated by the T side of River Plate, but then they had a much better T side, I think, with the CT of River Plate looking incredibly anemic versus them.
You're absolutely right, and it's for Stone, the fact they were able to make games close for the first half of each series, for me, gave me the foundations of the Stone foundations, you could say, of something that could really be quite special. If they can get their T side up and running, if they can find a way to just make it work. Bear in mind, Andrew, he was playing out of his mind yesterday. Yeah, I believe he's from Uruguay, and I think he's the only Uruguayan on the team of Argentinians. They went outside of Argentina to find this player. They scoured long and hard, and Harry, they delved into the mines and they found themselves a pot of gold.
When it comes to the other side of the Mad Kings esports roster, Kremer, I am all about ecstasy. And I mean the player. Yesterday, they were absolutely huge, especially on Banana. Ecstasy was the ruling Mad King when it came to this narrow corridor filled with bullets.
You're absolutely right. For me, I think that Slayers yesterday was a man to watch out for on the AWP. He while he's one of the more flashy players, I also like the crack open. Yeah, a real
Thanks, bud.
carnage to come.
Wasn't sure if that made it.
Oh, that definitely made it. I found the quieter you try to make it, the louder it is.
Subtly
Yeah.
cracks open
Yeah.
caffeine.
Exactly. Like, we're gonna be finishing.
I've got a
pretty
master of a
late.
one-handed open crack, so I can hit my mute button at the same time.
That is a skill I'm yet to possess. I'll tell you what, a skill that both teams possess, and those are some talented AWPers. Hez yesterday as well, he was really delivering up against Mad Kings, and while he did have a shaky performance in the final map against River Plate, that was because River Plate just woke up and started playing extremely well, and that was also Inferno. So Hez, he has he's been able to go back, look at his demo, and realize what to change. Which that kind of 12-hour period we've had between each game, they're going to be watching every single match that's played in the tournament so far, and they're going to be anti-stratting each other very hard. We move into the pistol round. ABM, Dirty Man with utility over on the Stone side with 2 flashes and a kit, primed for a retake. Mad King's going for what looks potential a little bit more tactics here, with Zoki not buying anything. Eventually he gets 2 smokes, a molly, and a flash. The late buy means P250s will be there as well. Bit more tactical. P250 gives a chance at range against the USPs. For the most part, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a default from Mad Kings, maybe even a fake over to Wamps, so they can use this utility over on B.
Mad King Esports, also worth noting, one of the main representatives of Peru here at Blast Rising LATAM. And that's a region that has a lot of stock in trying to up their status, as it were. Naz, trying to be flashed out, is not going to see Ecstasy tucked into that cubby. Question is, will Ecstasy decide to take a peek out themselves? With that Glock, the USP might have an advantage at the range. Nico coming to join them. Quiet behind the wall. That's a beautiful shot there from Naz, taking out one of the big players on Mad Kings. And you know what? They're not going to push their luck. Just going to go back to B. The smoke comes on out. But now, ticking clock time. Execution incoming. The utility has been laid down, but now they need to identify where these defenders are. Hez has already taken so much damage. As someone tries to push through the smoke, it's Andrew, and they're going to be punished for it before taking out Knight themselves. Zoki elsewhere has managed to get a little bit of presence over on A, and the bomb is going to be joining them. So too is Fuzco, who lies in wait. They see one. Will they see anything more than this? They hear the fast approach. They know that they're outnumbered. So now got to make a decision. Do they do the David versus Goliath? Do they open this one up? You bet that they do. Zoki's already down. The bomb has been planted. And Slayers absolutely demolished by ABM.
I really like the bit of tech that started that pistol round from Stone there. So once Naz saw that it was clear, he didn't actually see how many players there were. When he went behind half wall, he hears the step of the players pushing into Banana, calls the flash from Coffins, swings out, gets the opening man advantage, and then just falls back. He doesn't overextend. He doesn't overstay his welcome. He just gets back to sight with that man advantage, allows ABM to rotate to help with the B defense, and for Mad Kings, it's either run into a stack or just give up and head to the other site. What I am surprised by is I don't think Mad Kings have invested as much rifle firepower as they'd want to going into this. 2 rifles mean we need to see a fast play, and to B, it'll be just that.
Moving on forward, Zoki's already identified one. Can the Famous survive? Naz thinks so. That's 2 before Nico runs them down, and Knight evens it up. Maybe a recoverable Famous right here. Oh, it's going to be the M4 now in the hands of Nico. One of the most valuable weapons bought up by Stone has been taken over by the Mad Kings. And Hez makes their way rather noisily into ruins. Nico's going to be there for that, but Hez just sprays on through. Nico Knight. Oh, it sounds like an anime hero, but at the moment it's an anime tragedy. And Slayer, all alone, versus 3. Gets the first. Vigilin in hand. Can they get the second? Whenever they can. Slayers. Oh, this could be spicy. 1 smoke available. Oh, and Fuzco keeps their calm, keeps it collected, and goes in for a nice leisurely defuse.
While it is a forced buy from Stone, and while that does mean that we are going to be seeing a shaky economy from Stone here going into the next round, luckily Mad Kings also forced into this. They put a lot into these Mac 10s as the utility particularly as well, which means that they're down to an eco. It's a chance for Stone now to work with these MP9s, to work with these SMGs, and to just farm. What's really surprising is Mad King's forcing here again. This may absolutely catch Stone off guard. Bomb plant makes it possible, sure, but they're going to be in this cycle where they kind of limp round to round without a full buy, but enough to try and test Stone. And these MP9s may be in a bit of trouble actually to start.
Utility is a crutch when you aim like Peruvians, Grammar. Legacy looking to make that the case here. Already a little bit of fire sent down. Trying to establish some presence on Banana, but for now, all remains a touch quiet.
Damage. Not being able to be inflicted to either side. This utility, it's more to zone your opposition rather than to kill them. And for Naz, I love how he's playing Banana. He did it in the pistol round, he's doing it again now. He's just working for info, Harry. He sees that they're coming. That's time bought. He's got a smoke to delay the attack as well. With only a minute left, Mad Kings need to get to top Banana very, very quickly. Moreover, if they list back to A, they're running into a 3-man stack who also are going to know that the attack's coming. Time is going to be the biggest killer of Mad Kings here. Considering they've only got 3 smokes, no Molotovs either, their aim has to be on point if they want to get to this site. While smokes are quality of life, they don't kill people, Harry.
Flash and smoke both land, and Naz retreats behind into ruins. But still, it's only Slayers who's here. Everyone else is moving over towards A. ABM. The jig is up. They know that someone's here. But Galil will leave a charge of Hands of Ecstasy. It's been a quiet game for him thus far, but only 2 rounds in. Plenty of time to turn it around. We'll check the corner. The pre-fire is good, but ABM is simply better. Zoki's got 1. Zoki, even more maybe. But Knight finish off this cacophony of gunfire. And with 10 seconds remaining, the bomb will be planted. A 3 or 4 versus 2, Kramer. If only I could count. Hopefully, Stone are going to be able to count their blessings and figure out what to do in this scenario.
Those might be able to prevent the save here. Oh, that timing is so crushing. Oh, that timing.
That's even more soul-crushing. Was that an AK?
My heart goes out to Slayers. Yeah, it was. It was just the only other AK, bar the one on Zoki. And Mad Kings, they're
Naz could make a play for that. I think Naz is considering it.
Yeah, he'll get it. Mad Kings, they just want to hold on to their weapons. I mean, understandably so. They don't have money. But for 2 rifles, Stone, while their mind the next round is going to be shaky, Andrew, he can drop. He hasn't taken even iota of damage last round. So we can see some firepower from Stone here to try and reset Mad Kings, who have opened Inferno with a very, very aggressive play style. Something that has come to mind as well is LATAM teams, they really like playing Graveyard. This sort of one-and-done angle that allows you to play on a head glitch, and we saw Zoki punish that by getting those 2 AK kills to just hit the A site. What I would much rather see is a double stack over to Pits and play that crossfire with sight, rather than one from Graveyard, because in Pit you just have a little bit more cover to work with, and you have the option to throw the one way.
We've seen some dirty players out of Pit already in this tournament. Oh, man. Knight has been made aware that they are not welcome on Banana by means of high explosive grenades. Another pair of Molotovs will go out. Finally working with some utility here at Mad Kings.
Oh, I love this flash.
Naz walks it. Oh, Naz. Where do you go? They spot 1. Take a bullet. Back off to B again.
This stack outside B now is worrisome. There's still a minute to go with, so they can really play the time. The flashes, Harry, they're just perfect.
Oh, the molly's good as well. Right into the hands of Nico. It was a bit of a fumble to begin with, but the adjustment is... What is that? Hez.
Hello?
Calm it down, bruv. I ain't allowing that in my pub. Deagle in hand now. Any more 1 Deags for me? The cavalry. Coming in from CT at the moment. Deciding whether or not to commit. Well, no chance now. ABM finishes that off after Hez softened them up. Now for the corner check from Hez. Can they find the 1 Deag? The answer will be no. Nico from the back has got a beautiful crossfire with their compatriot. And that will allow Mad Kings to tie up the rounds.
2-2 the scoreline now. And Mad Kings, we saw Inferno was their playground when they were against Leviathan, and they were kind of stripped of the game, I want to say. It was really their map to win. Stone, this is a map they had limited success on over the last 3 months as well. For me, Mad Kings, I pray to God that they don't turn in they're not a one-trick pony. That Inferno isn't the only map in their arsenal, because it may get to the stage where it doesn't matter how effective this is, because Overpass is our next map, a map which Stone have shown they're strong on, and with Dust being our decider, while Stone have had poor performances on it, they play Dust a lot compared to Mad Kings.
A lot of weight on the shoulders of Mad Kings here, and if the performance yesterday is anything to go by, this is where Mad Kings really need to start generating their lead. Stone were a lot better on their T side versus a replay than they were on their CT. Stack here waiting to move maybe and raid down mid. Ecstasy stands prepared. The pre-aim is good. Are there any flashes to try and bring them in? There is no flash available. Ecstasy now. Oh, they won't even get one! ABM tears through them, but now it's down to Knight to just spray and pray. The CT's away. Knight will grab 4, but not without losing Ecstasy first.
For a moment, that looked worrisome for the side of for the side of Mad Kings there, but Knight, he sort of recovers it in the final 10 bullets of that spray. He gets 3 kills. I'm gonna say 4 because Naz did team kill Hez, so that still counts as Knight's. I guess the distraction kill
Does
counts.
that count as a frag in our UI overlay?
It counts as a minus kill to Naz. For me, it counts as a kill for Second Knight, though. Yeah, we'll reward him where need be. We see the full buy of Stone, though. This is really where they need to try to stop some momentum from Mad Kings.
Buck stops here. Maybe a boost. On the cards here. Down Banana. Zocky's already making their forays into apartments, clearing out Boiler. Second mid will be contested soon, but will anyone come forth to try and chase away that presence? The answer seems to be no. For now, 2-2 and a floater.
They're back off for now. Let's see what Mad Kings can do with this assault. Bit of a default actually to start. I like the fact that the bomb is going for banana control. I basically think that
Naz
long flank's
walks
coming.
The double molly.
Wow, that's brave.
Oh, and Slayers
That's
only
really
needs a
brave.
body shot to finish that. Yeah, that was...
I don't like that, Harry. I really don't like
Let's
that.
call it valorous, shall we?
He's having his shot for glory, isn't he?
Join me, friends. We shall hearken unto the breach. And nah, mate, I'm good. Nah.
Yeah, the breach is kind of hot at the moment. Let's wait for it to cool down.
They see one. They won't be able to convince it, though. Slayers finishes that. Fusco now feeling very isolated in a 1 versus 5 on A. They've called in the reinforcements. It's ABM who will be getting there first, but soon Andrew will find themselves in the speedway, and ABM has maybe opened this up slightly, but making sure that Long is depopulated. Fusco in the back playing the counter flash. That's a good start. They get a second. They can't find the third. But Andrew still coming around the back. Might have some exposed targets to work with. Their catcher planter as they begin to raise on up. But Zocky again finishes off the round. And at the beginning of this, Kremer, I wanted to highlight Ecstasy, but he's having a stinker. He is having a right stinker. He's died every round.
Present. I want to know what the thought process was behind Naz there. That flash to banana, yeah, it works, but you did it last round. Mad Kings expects it. There's always going to be someone in anti-flash on banana now. Once you end up losing a player to that, once you end up losing control to a flash like that, you then become very vigilant of it for the rest of your half. And in this case, now as he's tried it twice within the last 3 rounds, it's always going to be cleared now. And to go through a Molotov to do it as well, you're just giving a kill away.
ABM going to be meeting Zocky. Unfortunately, unable to do an Ecstasy once again. Absolutely one-deeged. Yeah, it has been a stinker. It's okay, Ecstasy. There's plenty of time to get your mojo back, even if you have to buy it from a pawn shop. Andrew. Damage taken. The coffins may have saved you, ironically. They might not save your compatriot, though. Naz is down. The chickens run away, saying, he's in there, he's in there.
Percy desperately trying to cling to his life. This is not how he wanted to spend his
I'll tell you where they are.
Just let me live. I'm too old to go to the butchers.
The pistols here have to figure out what they want to do. 2 deegs. And Tez with miscellaneous pistol. Looks like it might be a save apart from Hez, who doesn't have a huge amount to live for here, as it were. Oh, that was just shy. That's a bit of a That's a little bit of a confusing arc of fire, you know?
What matters is they get the kill, Harry. This is the destination, not the journey. 5-2 now. Mad King's looking very strong. And, yeah, Stone go into this as favourites, as clear favourites. If Mad Kings can actually make Inferno one-sided, it may not matter as to how they play Overpass. Yeah, it may get to the stage where their confidence enough has allowed them to pull through. You need to remember that for Mad Kings, they were able to take Offset to double overtime last time they played on Overpass. And, I mean, Offset, they're a bloody good team. So to put that much damage onto them is a really quite a good sign for Mad Kings. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, though, because Stone, they still picked into it. They are still very much the winners of this veto, in my opinion. But there's a world where Mad Kings actually are able to continue this momentum. Bear in mind, they're not firing on all cylinders. Ecstasy's yet to show up, but they're still able to go 5-2 up off the back of some incredible plays from Nico, Knight, and Slayers. And now Slayers has that AWP out as well. He's going to get that power spike, which he's going to try and wield against Hez here, with Stone buying down to 0.
Not just incredible plays, Kramer, but also a pair of force buys that was very much unexpected. They've allowed themselves to become an unpredictable team. Hez here forced to run away with the AWP, but it's just an absolute brawl here. And it's trades going both ways. ABM and Nico, both 4 Ecstasy picks up their first kill. And now it's the AWP battle here between Slayers and Hez, but you get caught with a grenade in your hand, and Stone will punish that every time. A massacre on A goes the way of Stone, and finally, the momentum screeches to a halt.
I told you, Harry, this is where Hez gets his power spike, and Ecstasy, he also was able to get his first kill of the game. So, everyone waking up in that game.
A pawn shot mojo has arrived.
Let's see what Stone can now do with, bear in mind, they kept, I think, 2-3 players left alive there. Their money now has a bit of a foundation. They've sort of got their Christmas bonus. Now they're looking to hold on to it as the loan sharks of Mad Kings are looking to cash in.
Oi! You owe me money. Hez holds mid. Oh, the cheeky boost right there. Doesn't break, but doesn't hit either. ABM in quad. Potentially could be mollied here. Zoki and Knight have made their way in. Elsewhere, Naz has fallen. And then he did a little bit of damage to Nico for the trouble. Once again, Naz has Naz has not been doing great on this duel for Banana. And now Knight. They occupied Speedway. They can go through books if they want to. But they need to find the timing here, because look who's close. ABM's almost there. Knight seems to have a sixth sense for it, but they're looking in the wrong direction. One bullet will hit, but no more than that. And now the trump card of Mad Kings has been taken away. Stone, they've reinforced their position. Sure, they've given up the sight. But 2 of them, they can boost over this smoke. They can see plenty up on Flowers. Andrew finds Ecstasy. And the York feel isolated. Once again, it's Slayers by themselves. And they can't hit the shot.
So they seem to put their foot down, Harry. Being able to save the AWP as well means that Hez won't be hit in the wallet too hard here. And for the Mad Kings, that flank from Knight through to CT was their trump card. Being killed by ABM from Library means that the jig's up. You know, you've already just told them by Knight's presence that you're looking to wrap to B. It means that ABM can go for a very fast rotation, and you've already got a stacked defense, and in a straight 2-on-2, you're always going to win the angle game, just because B, when you push into B, you can't clear one angle at a time. You have to take it at once and hope to adapt in time, which is why utility is such an important nuance to Inferno, which we're not going to see on Mad Kings, because their money, Harry, it's not looking great.
Mad Kings have started not foraying down B too early towards Banana. They know that there's a lot of set nades there. Oh, that's an interesting trade. And not the worst, considering that they're on an eco. Andrew. Oh. A little bit scared. You know what? Those Deagles, they can be scary boys. Zoki. We'll smoke off a balcony here. Everyone else chilling towards mid for the moment.
The problem that Mad Kings are going to face is that opening kill they got with the deal. That's great. but it was up banana through a smoke. You're not going to be able to save the M4. And if you want to push to it, you've got to fight Andrew, which in itself is a tall order. Let's be honest, as now the ready 2 members exiting Slayers, they wrap around long, but it looks like the players from both Sight and Pit, particularly Hez there with the Zorp, know it's coming.
Noise made. Hez hears. Fusco gets absolutely dominated by Slayers, and now Hez can potentially be overwhelmed. What can they do with the AWP? Not much! Oh, a mad dash to try and claim that weapon. I'm on it. It's mine. Andrew's arrived, but do they know how close he is? Oh, they had no idea. Andrew arrives on the scene, and Andrew slays multiple.
Sure, Andrew, great round from him. That's a nice bit of true discipline. The 4K as well. But it shouldn't have come to that, Harry. It should not have come to that. And we need to see now what Mad Kings can do with a full investment in an attempt to mimic the success of an eco. Bear in mind that when you play on an eco, you play a lot more loosely, a bit more freely, just because you're trying to look for a pick. In this case, because you are on AKs, you're falling into a default. Otherwise, you're going to end up in this cycle where Stone just try and take the half. The AWP on Slayers, though, is what you need to watch out for, because that is the weapon if you want to pick.
Oh, Hez. Damage taken. Not much gained off the AWP, but Zocchi elsewhere has fallen down to Andrew. And look at this. So much space is being claimed in. They're being crunched in Banana. Winning out that fight was essential. Gave over so much space to give something to work with. But they don't feel like they have much map control. And they're exactly right in this. Down towards T Apartments, Fusco's making some skirmishes. A couple of tentative steps here. Now for Nico, they need to figure out how many people are here. What map control do we have? Is there any information we can work with? Out goes the molly. Does some damage to Hez. Instantly extinguished thereafter. And Nico wants to try and cut off any helping rotations before moving in through ruins instead. Hez has already fallen down. Naz needs to be a hero here to try and stop the plant.
Ooh.
But there is no heroism. There's no room for that on Inferno. ABM. Almost directly smoked right there, but it's ready to pop flash their way out. And maybe they could try and give Fusco a better chance here. Knight is staring it down with the AWP. And the stare down. He's never blinking.
I'm surprised Fusco went for the dry peek there. He had a full belt of utility, had a smoke, flash, nade, and molly. And he ends up with going for the crouch peek against a AWP. So a unique choice of approach there. We're going to be seeing Slayers accidentally knife by his teammate. Luckily, though, they'll still be able to get away regardless. As Mad Kings, they're not going to let their lead slip just yet, despite how close Stone have made it. And luckily, in the damage they've been doing, in the rounds they've been losing, Fusco and Naz don't add too much money. So this is still a very recoverable half, and a chance to make the half not only recoverable, but one-sided for Mad Kings here. As they look to cement their success, Slayers kind of, I want to say, outclassing Hez a bit with this AWP. And while Hez sure he has had some standout rounds, particularly that one on shorts, on B he's been missing that cross quite frequently, and it's meant you've lost the opportunity for a man advantage, meaning, say, Andrew has to just dry peek to get the advantage. Leads him to being damaged, and leads him sort of limping his way into retakes.
Oh. Nico, HE'd. Unperturbed, though. Oh, they might be able to duel out Hez in this. Platforming up into apartments, trying to claim as much of his space away for free as possible. And Ecstasy does have a little bit of room to work with thanks to that. And they've actually managed to beat out Andrew on long. One of the AWPs has found its man, but the other definitely has not. And Fusco here behind the hay bales waits patiently. A rattlesnake for Zocchi, who decides not to tempt the Predator for now.
Back off. Mad Kings just congregating back to mid. Here's the man call to action. The man who has been shaky so far. Tempting fate with Slayers here.
Ecstasy still making some inroads, though. They've got some presence on B. And it seems like the information given over is enough, but Mad King still, that's the best place to go. Oh, they're so close to each other. Do they have any idea ABM spots them first? It's only good for one. But already forward progress has been made here by Mad Kings. They're moving on in. They need to be wary of Hez from the back. If you don't smoke this angle, he's going to punish you. And he does.
I'm really surprised the Mad Kings are being caught off guard by that flash. That's the third time now in a space of 10 rounds we've seen Stone go for that retake flash on B. And all 3 times it's flashed a player. So I want to see someone in anti-flash. It's one of those tricks that's so simple that you can kind of overthink it, and you go for like late control, or you try to have a player close to it so the flash doesn't hit them. You just need someone in anti-flash, and unfortunately that not working means that for the 13th, Mad Kings, they're down to Tech 9s, a few bits of flashes, a few spokes make me think that this is going to be an explosion onto the safe site.
Util focused by with a couple of upgraded pistols. Knight looks down Speedwave, and if Andrew is here, and Andrew grabs the first, can we get anything more than this? Fusco on the other side, a crossfire, absolutely decimates for Tease. They'll pick up 2 bodies for their trouble, but no more than that.
2 kills aren't bad, but you've also forgone the lead to Stone now. We're going to be able to make it 7. And what I'm very, very impressed to see is Stone, they've completely fixed their city side, which is where they massively struggled throughout the course of the map. Now that we know their T side is good, let's see if they're able to mimic that success from yesterday, and if they can find a way to undo Mad Kings as we hit the second half in just a moment.
Naz, oh, they're doing it this time. That's an AK down. They've had some troubles on B, so much that they were substituted out for Andrew on that first peak a couple of times. But a little return of the mojo, the juju is flowing. And Mad Kings, as they want to bring themselves back up 7-7, they're going to have to do it at a man disadvantage. And only with 3 smokes to work with too, Kremer, that's going to make an execution maybe a touch more difficult.
You're absolutely right. With Knight looking to garner some control on top Banana, for Naz and Andrew, this is going to be their true test if we see Mad Kings turn their attention back to B. I want to see them go back to B. I feel like the execution in a 4-on-3 isn't really going to work out, even though Knight has low HP. Fusco's HP doesn't matter because he is playing in pit. It's a headshot angle anyway, and as mentioned, they head back to B. Now let's see what Naz and Andrew can do. They've got Smoke and Molly to stop their opponents. And with 30 seconds left, they can really run down the clock if this is well placed.
Potentially here, they've heard Andrew drop on down. Knight starts the run, instantly eviscerated. Naz is getting plenty done. This has been their round, and it needs to continue to be so because they've lost out on Andrew. But Zoki, once again, has added their name to the guest list on the kill feed. And they're getting aggressive now, trying to outpace ABM. But do they have any idea of 2 players approaching down Banana? That's going to be Slayer's problem to deal with. No longer with the AWP. The AK in hand could be the right tool for the job, especially with Fusco being as low as they are. ABM needs to be fastidious in checking this angle, and they will be so. All alone now is Slayers. They crouch down behind the coffin. They find the first, the second, and the third! Oh, Slayer living up to their name.
Beautiful round from Slayers there. And look, it's exactly how you would envision a round like that to go. Against an AWP on the high HP player, both remaining players are 2 bullets away from death anyway, and they haven't cleared your angle. A lovely performance from Slayers to equalize Mad Kings at 7-7, giving them a fighting chance as we enter the final round of this first half. And for Stone, they're going to feel that one, not just in their ego, but in their wallet, with only a deagle on Fusco to start this.
Not the greatest start, Kremer. But 7-7. I think both sides are not overly uncomfortable. Both believe that this is incredibly winnable. Look at how close Naz has got in now. Oh my goodness, they had a little bit of trigger discipline, and it came back to bite them. Sometimes discipline is overrated, Kremer.
Oh, Harry.
Oh no.
Fusco is so very definitely dead. ABM.
He's been turned into a new coat of paint.
He's got to aggress.
Oh, ABM, they don't expect this. Surprise.
Oh, Harry.
It feels like everyone's dying for the most random things. But Slayers is far from random. 14-9 at the moment. They had themselves a game.
Incredible game, actually. And while Andrew has been trying to match them, he's not quite had the success of his teammates to rely on as well. For Mad Kings, a very solid half, and for me, that came off the back of having a very strong default. They were very good at fighting for a man advantage. They had some very effective control when it came to top of banana. Sure, there are a lot of holes in that pot flash to retake banana that they do need to try and fix as they move to this next half. But it's been fairly clean all around. And I mean, hey, with that 1v3 from Slayers, they're going to be feeling confident, Harry. They're going to be feeling overjoyed by the fact that they get to finish this half in the lead.
That is a little bit emboldening. Brand new pistol round. Oh my goodness. Brand new Zoki. A brand new corpse. A little bit of damage done. Zoki at 6 HP now. Ecstasy playing on the counter flash. Gets one. Can they get anything more than this? Yes, 2. Ecstasy. Avi returns to the lobby. It's the prodigal son of Peru back here to work with us. A fresh Glock, a fresh mag, and a fresh death. Fresh blood.
Oh, the Butcher's Bill, Harry.
Oh my goodness. When you see the 2 CCs crawling up behind you. We're going to beat you to death.
Yeah, Butcher's Bill comes in. Mad Kings, they keep all 4 players alive there. They lose another player on the attack, but they make sure that Stone don't get a bomb plant. What we saw Mad Kings do was a bit unorthodox. When they lost the pistol round, they went for a force buy anyway. Stone, they're going for a much more disciplined, a much more orthodox approach to this round, where they go for the full eco. They're going to feed Mad Kings the pistols. There's only 2 SMGs to farm on them, so hopefully they can die to the rifles at range. And then with that, they're going to try and make sure that they can go into this next round fully equipped, armed to the teeth with AKs, which in kind may be able to outclass those saved and bonus MP9s.
Zoki takes more and more space away as Fusco waits on the other side of his smoke. It will clear away and then be refreshed as the mass of terrorists move silently into mid. Quiet pack predators about to spring themselves a trap. Slayer knows. That's the first. Anything more than this? 2, 3. Won't find the 4th, maybe. The USP comes on out. Can they? No. He's going to take that one away. And Knight will catch for last. For 3 stack on A. All gets their own little bit of blood.
The Slayers, that looked like pure unfiltered panic, actually.
Wait, what? There's so much. There's so many of them. Get over here, Ecstasy. I need help.
Help! Ecstasy comes over.
I need help and a cuddle.
It is an adult. Ecstasy. He's able to assist there. 10-7 now as Mad Kings put a bit of distance between them and Stone. However, for the Argentinian side, bringing out these AKs could be where the buck stops for Mad Kings. Bearing in mind they are playing bonus, keeping all their players alive means that the 2 MP9s are going to have to hunt for some close angles to work off of, and with banana control being emphasized and maybe even teased by Mad Kings here, we're going to have to see where the true attack is from Stone.
Usual exchange, barrage of utility. Zoki stands at the top of this area, MP9 in hand. It seems like Naz might be the designated entry.
So they've still got the bomb and T-spawn here, so this is a very slow round to start, and credit due to Mad Kings. They've done a lot of damage on these odd nades here or there. Ones that have been dropped out of second mid, ones that have been lobbed down mid, just to soften up the Stone attack. However, it looks like it may finally find its resting place on A.
Player stands ready with an HE. Could be caught out unawares here if Fez has got the right angle on the turn. Smoke is placed on down. The Slayers decide that this for time. Indeed they do. Fizz goes a little bit low. Don't think they'd be killed by this. But, yeah, just a touch of damage. 3 HP taken away. And that trajectory, that will warn them as to a presence on long of at least one CT. Slayers sees something through the corner of the smoke. And ABM punishes them for their audacity. A lot lands on Ecstasy now.
Nade as well.
Huge amounts of damage done to Andrew. Might get caught on the crossing, but no, it's not being watched right now. Busy in another duel is Hez. A Knight on this side. Oh, they're looking towards Pit, but they've got no idea about the MP9. Ecstasy. Every single angle, it felt like, was populated there by the Mad Kings defense, and there was no way that Stone knew where to look.
That was some incredible util usage from Mad Kings there. I loved that from while the initial nade from Slayers didn't really do much in mid, that secondary one into Apps from Ecstasy there does about half of Andrew's HP. So he now is going to be a one-shot to a headshot of an M4, regardless of the range, and it means that he has to stagnate a little bit. He has to hope his teammates draw their attention away. They get picked off on long because the rotations come. Now, Stone down to pistols, hoping desperately to try and shut down Mad Kings now with a couple of deagles and, hey, maybe even the odd drop of skill.
Ecstasy contemplates it. Oh, they've seen something quite close. An ABM. Eviscerated by Knight. Ecstasy looks to put down the incendiary. Now, do you go forward or do you go back? Hez decides to move on forward, get themselves a 1D. But Zoki's moving up the back and mowing through these Ts. The CT side finds himself in a dominant position here, having only lost Slayers.
12-7 now the scoreline. Mad Kings, they are looking very, very strong. Slayers with a open hand now. I don't think Hex, he might be able to match him with one this round, but to do it consistently is going to be a problem for Stone because their economy is not established at all. Mad Kings, they actually had to drop the MP9 on Zoki because of how long it stayed alive for there. Eventually, he's upgraded to an M4. This is where we see kind of the fifth gear of Mad Kings get engaged as they prepare and attempt to close this out in a relatively one-sided fashion.
Mad Kings, Peru has come to play. Can they make it to that losers final? Can they make it potentially to the playoffs? We have to beat Leviatan to do so. And didn't go so great last time.
Right. That's a deep CT smoke as well. Sled still has an angle to work with.
Oh, they don't quite hit the shot, Kremer. But Zoki's there. Give a little bit of peel. Stop your movement forward. But it's your own movement forward. You need to be checking, son. The aggression. The arrogance. Visco says, absolutely not, mate.
I don't like. Stop going for that flash. It's been red.
This LATAM flash ain't working.
Yeah, Fusco, he sees it coming. He knows it's coming. He's an anti-flash. Just gets a kill. Now the A defense is down to
Ecstasy. That's panic.
Oh, he's just able to get away.
I think he might have just clued himself up against ABM now, and ABM wins that one out easily. Knight, what can you do from on top of the boxes? Not more than the one. ABM is activating a reign of terror here. Taking over the nomenclature of the Mad Kings. And Nico, they're going to settle in for a little camp out with my best friends for 3 barrels and a plank of wood.
The best friend, of course, being the AK-47 as well. Do you want to know a fun fact about an AK-47, which I think is great? So you know how when you shoot guns for a long period of time, they overheat?
Yes.
Do you know how many rounds consistently out of an AK it takes to make it start getting to the point where it starts destroying itself?
200.
750.
Wow.
That's if you hold down the trigger, second you run out of ammo, instantly mag in, hold down the trigger, 750 rounds before the AK starts to overheat. What's even cooler about that, though, is what you can do is you can just yank out the barrel, put it in E1, and then keep going. Like, you see the wooden furnace you see around the gas block, which is the part of the top, that can catch on fire, and it can be in flames, and the gun will still shoot. Like, AKs are incredible. They really are. Mad Kings, while they might not be using AKs, their M4s are certainly on fire. So they sit at 12-8, and Stone go to reinvestment. Sure, they do a dent into the Mad Kings economy as the Orpal Slayers now is going to attempt to take his vengeance against Pets.
Pre-smoke there to extinguish some of the mollies, and that allows Andrew to walk on through. But while you might not die to some mollies, you will die to a gunfire. Zoki takes yet another close angle, but that means that they're easy to be flashed and executed. Fusco, they are the warlord of Banana right now, Kremer. Yet to lose a duel in the last few rounds of this Banana contest, and now they're just going to be able to easily clear through ruins, and maybe a 3-man save will already have to be contemplated. So the pace here from Stone is stifling.
Right, we're going to be a bit critical here, Harry. So we're going to make a few enemies in the process. But
oh no!
For Mad Kings, going for banana control 2 players, it works. But when you know that your opponent's rushing it, no matter how good your aim is, you won't be able to hold it. What I do like to make the best of a bad situation is that nade from Zoki on sandbags. He bounces it off the wall, so it lands just in the mouth of Banana. So when they swing on half wall, they end up taking damage from that nade. It slows them, allowing an easier kill. The issue is, though, he aggresses to half wall to the cubby rather than backing off and playing from sight with a man advantage there. So I'd rather see them a bit more passive. That being said, though, that's not really the LATAM style, is it, to be passive? LATAM started sort of flary, flashy plays that are kind of unpredictable. And in this case, Stone are able to do unpredictable as they now reduce the differential to just 3 rounds.
Feels like some LATAM players, they run on bravado. Like,
They actually do.
you can see, like, when you grab one of those triples, oh, baby, that player is so fired up, they're going to feel unstoppable for the next few rounds. And maybe they take a couple peeks they shouldn't, and maybe that catches them a surprise. Maybe you get even more frags off that. It's a never-ending cycle of violence, Kremer.
Violence breeds violence. And the Mad Kings, as they now have their economy, it's run out. The success of these earlier rounds, that merits has worn off. And now ABM, he's going to try and aggress into Outsons of Ecstasy, a player who was really woken up recently. Let's see if he's good enough for this duel.
Flash avoidance is good. Ecstasy returns, but ABM knows they heard too much. And Knight isn't in a position to punish this. They decide to go over into Boiler. But elsewhere, well, that duel will keep 2 people at A while they are feared. It's going to be Zoki and Nico who are in trouble. Extinguish. Zoki gets flashed. Backs off to the site. M4 back in hand. Oh.
Nice nade.
Just a touch.
I like it, though. They're going for the nade instead of... my heart sunk. I saw the retake nades into Banana. I thought they were going to try the same flash. That's been mistaken.
Not quite. Not quite. Nico flashed here. Tries their best to stay alive. Think thin, think small. They get instantly identified and First Coast found themselves another one. Zoki on top of the box, though. Death from above is given over. But Andrew is a death dealer in their own right. And Knight, they feel emboldened for a 1 versus 3.
Doable.
Certainly seem to think so. ABM is low. Single bullet would do it, but they get caught fumbling with the gun. And Andrew, no fumbles around here, mate. I'll one-tap you.
Stone are making a bit of a comeback here, Harry. I'm starting to worry for Mad Kings. They are now pretty much out of money. I see Zoki, if he doesn't invest this round, he's going to be able to buy an AWP for Slayers next round. So the eco call is well founded for Mad Kings. A couple of Deagles here or there. And with the odd bit of utility, I really wouldn't be surprised if we see Mad Kings go for a mid crunch with some players of Banana, which is something that has actually almost won them ecos in the past.
Have to see if that's the case. Setnage tried to punish any aggression. Slayers is instantly dismantled. First go is so fast on these. What a game he's having. Checking Speedway is Andrew. Anyone remains on this site. It's only Knight with a Deagle. They might be able to get a preferential swing onto Hez. Oh, we see someone platforming. Oh, that's a touch of a fumble right there.
It's something in CS that I feel a pain from a lot of pro players is getting a headshot through glass. Because that first shot, when you shoot through the glass, actually displaces the shot. So you won't insta-kill on a headshot. Deagle, I think the only time you'd be able to do it was with an AWP. An AK won't do it, a Deagle won't do it. So USP won't do it on a pistol round. So for Zoki, that was a hard... Oh, not Zoki, sorry, I think it was Slayers. That's a hard kill to achieve. He gets all down to Zoki. The smoke to save him in the next round might help. So you got the Deagle as a secondary for the AWP. What they don't have, though, is a round lead. Stone, they move it to 11. They should start really snapping at the heels of the Peruvian side. And for Stone, his last couple of rounds have been pretty clean. He's going to be clean above 9k goes this next round. We'll see Fusco scraping at 7 or 8. ABM as well, clearing gates here as well. It's a really positive outlook for the economy of Stone. Bear in mind that the bomb plants just keep coming in.
Lost bonus at least is full for the side of Mad Kings. So it will be well equipped moving into this next round, and well, they need to be. They need to stop this rolling track that Stone have found themselves in. It was on their T side up against Riverplate that they managed to do a lot of damage. Remember, Riverplate, they're pretty damn good at Inferno. They beat Leviathan there yesterday in our winners finals.
Look at this 4-man stack of Banana now from Mad Kings. This could be them trying to push the boat out to try and punish these players. That's a great name to start as well. Andrew! He's getting the hell out of there. He's decided
I'm
otherwise.
out, boys.
Yeah, I don't want that anymore. Picks up the AWP. However, they've left the bomb in T-spawn.
We'll grab it later, boys. That's a problem for later, Stone.
This is a team deathmatch we're about to see from Stone. I actually like the thought process there. when they pushed into mid. When you see so much utility on B, it means there's only 2 players on A. You just rush it and you overwhelm your opponents. You don't even need utility a lot of the time. Just aim and aim alone. In this case, that smoke in mid means they stagnate a bit. They actually now just turn their attention back to B, where they know that Mad Kings aren't going to have much utility. On that note as well, there's only a single molly in the hands of Zocchi, which it looks like he's about to throw.
Already down. Andrew certainly can't cross that, but Fusco is the person that I have my eyes on, Kremer. Their B entries have been sick, and they have been dangerous. Might be a gap in that smoke to try and work with, and yes, Nico's looking to try and exploit that. They see one, ABM has fallen on down. That was one of the better equipped members of Stone as well. Fusco moves straight on in. They actually died to the Molotov we pointed out earlier. And Zocchi now has a beautiful crossfire to work with. How do you get through this smoke? How do you make any moves forward? The AWP actually just audaciously presents itself. Give it a go. However, was that a flawless there?
That was a flawless, solid round from Mad Kings. It takes them a while to get there. It does take them a while. They struggled massively in the games leading up to this, to the rounds leading up to this one. However, the fact they finally be able to hit their 13th, maybe where they put a stop to it, show they've adapted, and keep Stone on the back foot. Stone, they're not going to have any financial worries for a good while now, but what it does do is it may break their confidence, as Mad Kings, they made that very one-sided.
Disheartening, Kremer. First time we've seen Fusco's entry be a little bit more anemic. Admittedly, broken down by the molly was probably not the glorious end that he'd envisioned. And maybe time to go to more fruitful pastures on A. Slayers is waiting here. Slayers doesn't miss those. Naz is instantly discorporated. And so, a touch of fear sets in. A flash is given over, but Slayers returns to the angle. They're well covered here from Zocchi and Knight. And Zocchi can easily play counter flash from within this cubby. That's 1, that's 2. Oh, Stone, they're running out of players. They're running out of chances. Picking up Slayers is a great start to this. Zocchi, it needs to be extinguished. Oh, but they died to the Molotov. No one could extinguish it. There's no smokes left, Kremer.
Stop, drop, and roll, Harry. Mad Kings. They are a Mad King. Stop, drop, and roll. That's got no place in this kingdom.
All shall burn.
None shall pass. Stone. They now face an investment, sure, but now that economy that we've sort of barked about for quite a while now is starting to slow down, starting to run out. The investment of that AWP armor utility as well, it costs about 7k a pop for Hez there, and now it's being shaken. Hez needs to get the mileage from it.
How much is demanded, Kremer? Nico here. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Naz. Blown to bits. Fusco's up next. Do they win the banana duel? They don't have much health to work with.
Just back off. They don't use a fight for banana. They're in a 5-on-3. ABM in apps now has to be the one to either distract or open this site.
Distract or destroy, Kremer.
He's doing it alone regardless of what the outcome is. A true SAS mission for him. Tries to just get out from apps.
Ecstasy's the first point of contact here. Playing from the big pit in that corner. Oh, and they've identified ABM. Right, that's for distraction done at least. For destruction, might have to wait. ABM takes plenty of damage from that Molotov. But the pinch could be forthcoming. They're going to have to deal with Knight. Knight sees it first, but Hez is quick on the trigger. They've handed off the AWP to Fusco, who's got less health to work with. And here comes ABM. Flash not as effective as they'd like on Ecstasy, who begins to try and swing on forward. Takes out their counterpart. A body shot's all that's needed. And Slayer's got a great crossfire here, but Hez is so fast with this. Bombs on the floor. USP in hand for Ecstasy. Guard it close and guard it well, my friend. This weapon is your life.
Oh, Harry, look at the money of Stone. That AWP ain't coming back, and Mad Kings, they've snatched it from the grasp of Stone. The Peruvian team, I tell you what, we may very well be seeing them take their first map of their tournament stint so far. With the AWP on Slayers now, he's top fragging joint with Zocchi, both of whom have had a great game so far. What I like about Mad Kings is there's only 4 frags that separate their bottom and top fragger. All of them are pulling their weight, all of them are delivering now, and Ecstasy, look at the confidence play in mid.
Oh my goodness. No mercy. Slayer may well fall down here, but already the damage has been done. 3-on-2. Naz and ABM. The bomb's still in hand at least. But what map control do they have? It's going to be down to the bomb. Winning out here against Nico at this range. Zoki wins though. Do you check the speedway? No. Nico just presses it up against his temple, pulls the trigger, and ends the map.
Solid stuff from Mad Kings there. Look at the hype on their faces as well. They know how much this means. Now, while they have been playing well, and while they have revealed themselves to be maybe even master when it comes to Inferno, that's only a step of the way. They still need to find a way to be Overpass, but if that was anything to go by, if Slayers is continuing to deliver, Overpass a map that's ruled by the AWPers, Slayers was delivering there. And for me, that may give us a inkling as to a 2-0.
Going to be an interesting one, Kremer. Finally, the Peruvian side, they've shown their mettle. They've grabbed themselves this first win. And to be fair, Stone also on 0 map wins in this tournament. They are just as hungry. But remember that no matter who wins this series, the prize is to go up against Leviathan, and Mad Kings have already lost to them. They're going to be hungry for revenge, but all of our teams are hungry for that playoff spot.
It's not much of a prize, is it, to have to go up against Leviathan? But maybe a challenge. You unlock the challenge to be able to play against them here. I think if anyone could do it, I think both these teams definitely have a chance against Leviathan. Leviathan, while they were shaky yesterday, the fact they end up losing 2-0 makes me think there could be some holes in their defense. For Mad Kings, credit goes to you. Solid Inferno. They go ahead and win. And I want to highlight as well, the Peruvian audience is awesome as well. You get this when you have a region that only has 1 or 2 teams. The entire region shows up to each game. So the support that Peruvian teams get is really, really awesome. And hopefully we'll get to see it for the rest of the series. We're going to have Inferno and Overpass in just a moment. We'll be back momentarily, about 10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere.
Break has been had, some pizza has been ordered, and we are going to head into map number 2, Kremer. It's going to be Overpass, and Mad Kings, they stand on match point.
I realise as the tournament goes on, our diet is going to get worse and worse because we just want to keep watching LATAM CS, and any other part of like our standard life just go out the window. I had my pizza before we started though, so I'm set for a good 6 map a day for now. For me, that last piece we saw, that map one, was a bit spicy, Harry. Mad Kings upsetting Stone on Inferno there. We knew Mad Kings were good at Inferno from their previous performance with Leviathan. We moved to Overpass. My worry is we haven't seen Mad Kings perform on a map that isn't Inferno. So if they can deliver on Overpass, and I hope they can, because let's be honest, Slayers was having a great game. The pieces are there to build a good 2-0 for Mad Kings here. But in the same breath, we need to highlight Andrew and Hez both had their own standout performances from Stone. So Overpass, it all comes down to which AWPer can be more consistent. For me, I'm inkling to Slayers. However, you just can't rule out Hez.
Interesting stat. Once again, we're going to bring off Mad Kings versus Offset, which seems to be very much go-to because Offset is such a known quantity, right? 22-20 is how Offset managed to win Overpass against Mad Kings. So there's definitely some vim and some vigor right there. They are not to be written off on this map. This could be a 2-0, but I know for a lot of Stone fans who would prefer that not be the case and that we go over to Dust 2, where we will continue a tale, if it is so woven, of a pair of AWPers.
Something you need to highlight as well with that game against Offset, not only was it on LAN, but Offset, they kind of won that because Estor just played out of his mind. He went 60-37 in 2 maps. That is some pretty solid stuff, and I think that for Mad Kings, if Estor hadn't done that, absolutely could have won the series. For me, I think Mad Kings, they've got the ingredients for a good team here. They've just been unlucky in the wrong places, and I think for Inferno, that could have been their foundation to a recovery going into Group B. Now, the elephant in the room is, no matter who wins this, you have to go and play against Leviathan, which is going to be tough for both sides. Leviathan, I kind of rated them to beat River Plate. Unfortunately, we only got 61 map of that series. I think for Leviathan, they might be pretty confident moving into this game against the winner of this.
Yeah, I think Leviathan definitely might think of themselves as a cut above, like the River Plate and Leviathan cut, and then you'd assume that Mad Kings and Stone are below. But hey, everyone grinds up those ranks by beating teams that are supposedly better than them, right? And that definitely seems to be the path that Mad Kings are taking right now. And I'm going to be interested in what kind of, if we're going to see any Execute heavy takes on things like the B site here, because Execute seem less de rigueur for the LATAM side. It's a little bit more throw a flash, run in, shoot some heads.
Here's the thing, they're less de rigueur on Overpass in general. Inferno is a map where executes are a must-have. Overpass, it's very default heavy comparatively. However, we move into a pistol round, and we may see just the opposite with 2 smokes, well, with 1 smoke and a flash. No executes needed. It's fast play Harry to kickstart.
Already onto this site, and ABM is making their presence known, and they're making it known well. The bomb will be planted, and B site is very much in control right now of Stone.
That it is. We see a fast rotation now from Nico to try and get back into the site, but in a 5-on-3, you need to hit some headshots and fast.
ABM taking down a hero thus far has been slain. But will this adventuring party without their leader be able to do anything to hold back the tide of CTs? Andrew is put down in the grave. Hez moves to a more conservative position, and a crossfire as well has been generated, but the crossfire is destroyed. Down to a 1 versus 1. Nico versus Hez, and it's Hez who comes out on top.
When your AWPer's feeling it, Harry, he is feeling it. A 3k from him there. Sure, the AWP isn't needed, but the pistol just that bit better. The coach of Mad Kings there looking...
Is that a tech pause incoming that I see?
I think we have a tech pause incoming. That was the face of a tech pause. However, we might be okay.
That was a face of things going so wrong that, wait, something's going wrong. Is it the tech? No, coach, it's just us. We've got it. Don't worry.
That is the facial expression of the phrase, huh? Mad Kings, force buy now, Deagles, Scouts. This is the common force buy we see from CTs, rather than the kind of lackluster stuff and the kind of garage buys we've been seeing over on Inferno. Let's see if the aim is going to warrant them a kill, though.
Zocchi with Vadig has avoided all the Galil bullets thus far. No one's going to be pinching in onto him, though. And now the scout has a cursory check down long, down those gardens. Might be able to catch a little whiff here of Andrew's approach. Not overly subtle as they do so. But the closer they get, the less of an advantage that Slayers has on this. They need to be careful as they move down this narrow corridor. It's going to be spotted out here potentially by the Deagle player. Andrew stands ready. The scout isn't needed. Nico's ready to go. And Zocchi here with the second Deagle. Hez takes some damage. Maybe in body shot territory now. Those Deagles become more and more dangerous the deeper into that red that you get. Zocchi needs to be checked, and they will be. Hez moves fast with the AK in hand, but Slayer's up high with a Galil. Is able to trade on back. This site, an advantage right now for the T's, but Slayers has nothing to say about it. The SMG just tears through them, and Ecstasy has to come in from the back with only a Deagle in hand. Now goes the HE.
Oh!
And that's a beautiful HE, and it stopped the plant, I believe. So now it's ABM who's on the clock with 10 seconds remaining. They're going to try and tap the bomb. They'll take potentially the fight with the first. But XD brings the fight to them. Mad Kings on their force buy. Tie us up.
Oh, Harry, we speak about LATAM, but that is LATAM right there. That nade as well was perfect. It lands right onto the noggin of the planter, blowing it clean off and giving themselves that extra time, forcing Stone's hand there with the re-aggression from the lone Mac 10. A force by Stone comes out. Hey, they can do it. We can do it better with the Galil now on ABM rather than a scout with Deagles to fill the cracks. Zocchi, info play there, sees a lot of players coming his way. I would like to see him fall back here, but no, he looks to fight. He wants to stay. He wants to hold his ground.
The FAMAS might be golden, but is the aim. Zocchi decides to give it up for a moment. Returns to the bathroom. Sometimes when you got to go, Kremer, you've got to go.
That's something you know all too well, Harry.
Oh, yes. Famously weak bladder.
Slayers, though, ready for his crossfire here. He could be stuck up on.
I'm an old man, but Hez, young and filled with vigor. There's Andrew, who's able to move ahead of this. Zocchi, no running in the corridors. Where's your hold pass, son? Let's go. Put on down. Might be surrounded. They have no idea that ABM is all the way back here. It's a beautiful flash from Andrew. And a plant will be given over as well. And now Knight from the back with this AK looted from their enemies. What can they achieve? Nico's the first to move on forward with this SMG. It's not the ideal spray, but hey, it guarantees some attention. The AK gets its first man. Can it get itself a second? It's going to be Nico with the Molotov. He picks up the next. And now Andrew and ABM have to try and find a way to stop this bomb from being defused. The Deagle on the first. They've already lost out on a friend, but ABM, they might have done enough here to stop a defuse. In a 1 versus 1, Ecstasy just has to get their kill and go. They try to chase down ABM, and they will manage to do so. With 6 HP remaining, you should be able to get a good amount of distance here and survive with the M4 in hand.
We're entering the Force by Wars area. Another 1v3 from ABM. Stone. Their 2 rounds have come off the back of 1v3s. Now, that's great and all that, but where's the consistency? And having the more you have to rely on a single player, the more there is to go wrong. With Stone boasting the best buy we've seen this game, couple of AKs, it's 4 rifles and a single SMG on Fusco, versus the next force buy of Mad Kings. We may be seeing this constant tug and war, this to and fro between each side, until we see a team win 2 rounds on the bounce.
Neither of these teams is willing to give up anything. Mad Kings, they can smell the blood in the water. They want themselves a feeding frenzy here on Overpass. A Stone monster. They're keen to be indigestible as Stone itself. And Andrew, they picked up 3 there. They just hold down the trigger and they mow through the defense. The T's have already done too much damage. And what can a single scout do against this torrent of terrorists?
We said it had to be whoever wins 2 in a row. Stone, they'll do just that. A 2-on-5 now. If they lose this, they are massively dropping the ball.
Be a giga fumble. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. And now the scout is all alone. I think that was quite loud. They would have been identified. plenty of people near here. It's Hez who wants to try and find themselves the angle. They come in at once. Nothing can be done by Slayers. And that's going to be a flawless round for Stone. What a way to try and give yourself an advantage.
It all falls onto money. That is the most important part of this game. And, well, it looks like we're going to be seeing a very, very wealthy Stone as they're able to keep 5 players alive. It gives them the perfect opportunity now to pressure Mad Kings and play bonus against the 5 USPs. There's no utility to go for any cheeky play. There's no armor to pick up a weapon. It's all down to just how clean Stone can make this.
Challenging in the underground here. Nas will back off after giving over their utility there.
Really slow control from Stone here. It's down to the Mac 10 to hunt the USPs. Everyone else being passive here. Call to action.
ABM sent. Oh, that might not be the bounce. Oh, actually, that was a pretty good bounce. I take it on back. Plenty of damage done. ABM now waits patiently. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can it be 5? ABM runs out of bullets. It's an unfortunate tactic. But hey, the Horde has found its man, even if it is only one. And Andrew won't allow Ecstasy to get anything more than this. 1 player lost, but plenty of damage done. So ABM's not feeling too sad about it.
Also, because ABM was the one who got the kills, his money, it isn't really affected. It's just kind of left at how it started. About 2k to play with them for Stone, as they now look to move against the... Oh, I like this from Mad Kings. They're going for a double eco, Harry. We rarely see this nowadays, but they want to get that AWP out on Slayers, and what it means here is that the odd 5-7, the odd scout, means you can still do damage to Stone, just it probably won't be a round win. And you're also forcing Stone to drain a lot of utility, because they're expecting a buy round here.
That expensive utility is going to be committed to. Andrew here. They've had some explosive entrances here onto B before. Will this be any different? The answer is no. That's 1 already. Anything more than this? No. Do they know thus far that they're still against an eco? Not a huge amount of exchanged fire has come through, but also not a huge amount of defensive. Yeehaw! Slayer! Lovely little dip.
He doesn't need defensive utility, Harry. He just needs his good old boomstick in this case.
I got my hand cannon. Who's stepping up?
Might even be able to just save the weapon here. There's only one lurking player. Granted, it's Andrew, so killing him may be tough, but he's alone right now, Harry. They can take the 2v1.
Isolate and destroy, potentially. How much do Nico and Slayers know? Looking for any feet that might reveal themselves. And Slayer keeps noise cut. If they could isolate Andrew here, pick up an AK? No. It won't be happening. And now here come reinforcements. Nico with the scout. Just untenable. Can't be done. And Andrew, how dare you encroach upon my domain?
Well, he started on the mag. He might as well finish it, right? Play the bullets. Just to make sure he doesn't get back up.
You think I've got time to load a new mag?
Yeah, it's solid round from Stone. And ABM, he's starting this game, he's starting this map with a great performance so far. 11-5 in just 6 rounds. That's something to be pretty happy with, Harry.
Oh, Stone, they found themselves some mojo. Some juju. And they're putting it to good use here. 5-1.
Default being held by Stone. There are some players outside Monster, but that was known by Mad Kings when they digressed to go for the data stack anyway. Hez could catch out Slayers here. He's on a very forwarded angle. Almost
that's
taken out by his
molly.
teammate. Yeah. That is a that's like a force away for your able to say stop pushing. Hez, he'll do it anyway.
You stop right there. I will use this molly. It's going to be a battle here. Close to the park. Look away, children. Oh my goodness, that's going to leave some trauma. Therapy going to have to be played for by Fusco.
Hez has got such a deep flank, Harry.
He's got full control at the moment of this site. And does Slayers have any idea with this AWP in hand? They could easily be pinched upon, but sounds like there's a lot of movement loudly being made by Fusco at this point. Oh, even the B site could be absolutely broken down. Oh, it's Banjax. It's absolutely shagged on the defense. Hayes has it from up top. The overwatch of this site. Now it's down to Ecstasy to try and be the warrior. Knight's going to be the second coming to try and make sure that this isn't as easy as it might well have been once. But Fusco catches the cross. And the AWP, all it can do is run.
Stone, this is turning into a very, very solid start for this T side. Bear in mind that for over the past 5 or 6 rounds is all you really need on your T side. Anything more is bonus. And the fact they've been able to accomplish it in almost as many rounds, hey, that's how you start your second map. That's how you bounce back from a loss on Inferno that really was a bit of a surprise. We knew Mad Kings, we worried Mad Kings were a one-trick team. Ooh. Unfortunately, that suspicion may become very real.
Here comes the second. Slayers has no idea. The AWP is dead, gone, and recovered by Fusco. And you know, Hez wanted one of those. So,
it's Christmas. There you go, mate.
I'll actually give it over to Andrew. Interesting. Andrew was the second offer on Inferno, but a little bit less successful, I want to say.
We see a timeout called here by Mad Kings. I quite like the idea behind that. They're just trying to make sure that Stone lose a little bit of momentum. They're trying to recuperate themselves because they're at a rocky stage in your economy where you could force... Zoki could glass cannon or open drop it to Slayers for a hero play. There's the option for FAMASs. But if you go to Pistols and Armor, you're giving your opponents a 7-1 lead on their T side of Overpass. And that in itself is frightening.
That kind of thing. That can start snowballing. Tactics established. How do we stop this? You're going to need more than a scout, but that's all Ecstasy's got to bring to the table at the moment. Seems like it's going to be another kind of semi-buy.
There's a utility thrown into mid now. With Ecstasy and Zoki the call to action, and Fusco, he's really going quick with this attack, Harry.
The speed here, Hez. Oh, they've stopped the first.
Ooh.
And Fusco stops the second. Toilets has been cleared. The bathroom break is done. And now A site is feeling some pressure. But it's phantom pressure. Goodbye, AK. I no longer need you.
I quite like that as well. Just throwing away the AK means that any flank... Bear in mind that that AK would be miles away from the bomb once it gets planted. You just remove it from circulation. You're making sure that Mad Kings have the option to save it, even if they push through T-spawn.
Good heads-up play. Fusco once again leads the way. They've been quite an effective entry thus far, even if it hasn't been reflected in the score lines. But Hez is the one who finds Nico. And Knight and Slayers, they're left scratching their heads. Yeah. Well, we've got a pair of Deagles and a Dream Mate. What do you want to do?
Save, I think, is the option. I mean, Knight has armor, so keeping a hold of every point of it means that you're going to have a easy investment next round. With Mad Kings having to now swallow quite a difficult pill, that being your 7-1 down, on top of the fact that Stone haven't really been letting off the gas. They've been getting better and better over the course of this first half, and if this does turn into a one-sided affair, Mad Kings may be shaken. Badly shaken.
This was their tactical pause. I wonder if they were planning more for the next round than this one, though, Grammar. And they have the resources to really enact the greatest plans of mice and men. Stone Monster. It seems obvious why they picked Overpass. They're damn good at it.
That they are. Well, they're damn good at it, though, Harry. Can they do it on their CT side? We saw that yesterday. They were a one-sided team. Only being able to play their T side, I guess, here.
The 50%.
Yeah. Let's hope here for Mad Kings, that being Stone's inconsistency. However, if this first half was anything to go by, you need more than one round, and you don't want to open your full by losing Zoki with no trade.
Oh, Ecstasy does not hit the shot that they wanted to. The AWP is out of the hands of Slayers, who's picked up M4 duties at this moment. Maybe hoping for some kind of different technique on the AWP. Might change things around, but Andrew Fusco, they're getting everything they want. Visco, they just stop in the middle. They Kramer to a halt and they grab themselves a kill. Nico finally is going to cauterize the wound. But can they find anything more than this? Hez will deny the opportunity to do so. And Stone will find themselves 8 rounds.
The full buy of Mad Kings has been toppled, and now with another round of ecos, the odd pistol, the odd bit of armor, it's a tough position to be in, Harry. There is no way that you can allow Stone to sort of hit 11 rounds. You need to just keep him off double digits, otherwise we're going to be seeing this game kind of end before it even really gets started. And unfortunately, Harry, Mad Kings, it does look like they're a one-map team.
Still Dust 2. We'll always have Dust 2. Not
Very
dead
true.
yet.
Very true. This is, for Stone, there's still a map down. But if this is one-sided, it may not matter how good they find their map.
And the one-sided just seems to continue. Every gunfight goes the way of Stone Monster. Ecstasy being brazen as they approach here. Caught with the grenade. They win every gunfight!
No.
They can't lose!
This is getting bad, Harry. This is getting really bad. Nico.
Finally, something. A little bit of purchase. And it's Nico who brings it. The backbone, reinvigorator, the reviver of Mad King. Sure, it's not around, but damn, they needed a couple of kills.
There's a zap of a defibrillator, but they still flatline. Yeah, Mad Kings with another investment, sure. I'm surprised Slayers is holding onto a rifle and Ecstasy is the one AWPing on this map. I really don't know what the thought process is behind that, as we've seen them do well. We've seen them deliver on that. Over on Inferno, now Ecstasy's AWPing. We haven't seen him do much with it on mid.
And we know that Ecstasy is a fantastic rifler as well.
Yeah.
Remains to be seen. Mad Kings have their tactics, and thus far they do look somewhat lackluster for their CT side, but hey, maybe they're all about the T side as well. Oh, we do have someone who appears to have left their gaming chair.
Oh,
look at those well-worn elbows there, Kramer.
Oh, wow, those are some well-worn out. That gaming chair gets a lot of use.
That is a well-used gaming chair. Plenty of gaming happening in that location.
Do you have a gaming chair, Harry?
I do have a gaming chair.
Have a gaming chair. I don't. I have a chair that I bought off a dentist. And the dentist he built this chair himself.
Did you bring it with you to your new place?
Yes, I did. It was such a pain. My desk and my chair were so difficult to get up the stairs. The delivery company I had to use actually don't respond to my texts anymore.
Oh.
So
You've been blacklisted by a delivery company.
I've been blacklisted by a movable company because of because the chair I want to say is about let's pick a number like 3/4 of a meter long, right? My doorway is about half a meter long, so it took a lot of wiggling to try and get it through, and like the odd bit of brute force. Yeah, for the
wiggling and brute force is actually the thing scrawled across the Mad King's strat book for this map.
Yeah, they quickly check it. Ah, yes. All right, wiggling and brute force.
It's
right.
a wiggle round.
Same as ever. All right, boys, you know what to do. Oh, off they go. I'm looking forward to seeing what could be done by Mad Kings. This technical pause has actually given them a chance to. It's given them a chance to sort of slow the pace, slow the tempo, and to kind of break the momentum of Stone. But was the tech pause enough? Especially when you're not winning rounds, Harry. We haven't seen Mad Kings win a round since round 2.
That was the force buy. Somewhat unexpected by Stone, maybe. Oh my goodness. Hez just runs the molly. Could be running right into the zone of control of Ecstasy. An AWP on each side, and, well, Monster, as usual, is having a good smoke. We stand in here for now. Nico waits on the other side of Monster. There's going to be Hez, who's just making their solo foray up towards A here. Might try and show some presence. They've got a couple of nades to work with. A flash here, a molly there. Some util delivered everywhere. Nico taking a little bit of damage here from a molly. Has to dash on out of there. And Zoki catches Hez. Although it wasn't the AWP in hand, so not the most dangerous loss. Nico, dude, just a touch of platforming. It's fine.
Just dancing around with it. I like how we finally see Mad Kings with the mad advantage, but they now have to defend against the execution of Stone, so they're ready to dive out of Monster.
All right, Knight, what can they do? Can they stop it? Is it Wiggle or Brute Force? It's time. It's Brute Force. Why is he running with his knife out?
Oh, I love that. That's so smart by Andrew.
The AWP.
That's so smart.
Sent away, but still they have one to deal with. There were two on this map to begin with. Kremer and one's in the hands of Ecstasy, but it's not going to have a chance to ring on out. Slayers puts down Andrew and Nico here. They say, okay, Wiggle or Brute Force is a Brute Force round. We've got to stop the buck here. If you come through Monster that audaciously, I am going to stomp on you.
What I love about that is we saw a double-up setup was quite common to be picked for Mad Kings over on Inferno. So from Stone, sorry, on Inferno. So to throw the AWP out the map means that Mad Kings don't get it. A really nice bit of tech there, and a kind of knowledge of your opposition's economy. Mad Kings, was this a death rattle, Harry? Or were these the slow war drums, the slow beating of a comeback?
Once again, aggression down these areas. Looking to try and control Banana. Oh, almost directly there onto Nico. Quick extinguish, and they're going to move back out. Could it be a double? The spray just isn't there for the second. But Hez is already dead. Everything they need has been gained, including a frag onto Nico. Quite literally. Blown apart. As Ecstasy. Orp versus Orp. Who will win? It's going to be Ecstasy who wins it for now. We asked, why are they the AWP user for this? With a big green in hand, they found themselves their man. This is so close for Zocchi. And a little bit of body blocking going on here. Ecstasy might try and finish off some wounded comrades of a terrorist side. A 3 versus 2, though. They don't feel the need to get too aggressive. Better to wait for some help. The blind will clear. And so too will Fusco's brain. Naz, all alone. The bomb is not in hand. Coming up from behind is Knight. They could get themselves an easy swing. But the bomb has been picked up. A smoke can be laid down. It's a good angle. And it's easy.
Solid stuff. Mad Kings, they go ahead. They make it 3. It looks like we may have Mad Kings mounting a bit of a comeback. Now, if Mad Kings can make it 6, while they're still in a tough position, having to make a comeback on your T side can be very difficult. There's still a chance, Harry. There's still a chance. More so than what would have been the one-sided affair that we were kind of led to believe up until round 10.
So you're telling me there's a chance? I mean, still, Stone can just buy and buy and buy and buy.
Exactly. They're not going to have any fight afterwards for probably the rest of the half. But Mad Kings, they're stopping them, even with the guns here. A fast play to be there to start.
Nico, they've stopped this one before. Fusco and ABM take plenty of damage, and they're flashed off as well, but Nico's all the same. There's no eyesight for anybody. Molotov down. They start shooting their own teammates in the panic. The comms just aren't there, Kremer. In the fog of war, Mad Kings fall apart.
That's a massive miscomm, Harry. That's a huge miscomm. And for Nico, I am worried as to what that means for the rest of Mad Kings. That's a frustrating rounds to lose. Bearing in mind that all Stone did was just run. That was a W mouse 1 round. That just works. 10 for Stone now. You need 11 for the game to have even a chance of being won. The fact Mad Kings are still fighting for that, despite the fact we're going to be 14 rounds into the game, is really worrisome.
Ecstasy waits patiently, and Naz slow walking this is going to be at a disadvantage. Ecstasy easily wins that one out, and a second, in fact. Well, could have been worse, Kremer. Could have been worse. The AWP will survive.
That they will. Solid stuff. And Mad Kings, they look pretty defeated. I won't lie. They do look very defeated indeed. And Stone, they just seem pretty happy with that. I keep reading Bovie Star as Monster, Harry. Stone Monster
It's from yesterday where we cast Stone going up against Guido Monster.
Yeah, and also Stone Monster sounds cool, doesn't it?
Look at the instant extinguish on that Molotov. presence definitely being established here. I believe ABM actually body blocked that smoke, but Slayers doesn't care. The only thing your body's going to be blocking are my bullets, and Andrew's brought to the forefront. A frontline AWP.
Mad Kings,
Desecrates some defenders.
They've been fairly slow with their rotations throughout this half. We're sort of seeing that now. Nico goes for the long flank when he's against a rush. I'd have rather seen him go through connector there. Flank, if they're a connect player, if there was one, and then look to use that weapon against the players on short. He's taken so long, though, that Andrew sort of has an inkling that Monster could be under pressure. Quick kill, 11 for Stone. And for Mad Kings now, they don't have any money going into this final round either, so they really are up against it here.
Bamus and a couple nades for Slayers. The dreams of an AWP battle seem so far away, Kremer. It's just been too difficult for Mad Kings to get anything going in terms of generating the money you need to get that AWP. Meanwhile, for Andrew and Hez, it's been easy going. In fact, both of our teams appear to have deferred to their secondary AWPers on this over those we primarily associate with the weapon.
That they do. Zoki going to be joined by Ecstasy with Famasses in this toilet/mid position now. Hopefully Stone can find a way to break this. Hopefully Man can find a way to stop Stone if we want this game to be contentious. And there's still a chance. But if Stone hits 12, then my copium is just going to run out. The tank's already pretty low.
He's huffing. He's puffing. And he's almost out of it. Knight. They could be, they could end up pretty banjaxed here. They do have at least a safe way to disengage back towards B. That door might well be opened here and keep that attention. Slayers, what can they achieve? On Monster, the flash goes out first. They see one. Unwilling to chase on forward, though. And Nico has fallen down. Fuzco's the one to find that. Slayers has been evaporated. Zoki and Ecstasy remain. Ecstasy might be able to get the pinch here. A little bit of a surprise onto Fuzco. They've only got a little bit of HP. 6, 7 HP. Down to 1. How does Fuzco win that? Was that a wallbang leg shot?
A wallbang shot to the waist. And he may walk with a bit of a limp, Harry, but he'll walk. As Stone, they're not walking. They're ploughing through Mad Kings. 12-3. They take the first half. If this Mr. Riders are won by Mad Kings, it's over.
May well be, Kremer. Could be too far gone. Mad Kings need a new look, a new feeling. A P250, I believe, in the hands of Slayers. Try and give a little bit of a parity at range against the USP.
There's a chance. And, yeah, with this chance, it's got to start now. 3 flashes of the smoke to go into this pistol round. It's going to be a fast play from Mad Kings, and they're looking to buy some momentum off of it. Naz, he sees the first player at Monster. This may cause the push from Connector to come early.
What can Naz do? That's one. Oh, already everyone else has fallen on down. Hez is there. It's the boys with Aziz at the end of their names that find themselves putting the enemy to sleep. Slayers all alone, surrounded, and the crunch is strong. This could be done.
Oh, Harry.
Are we
Harry.
finally going to get a 3-map best of 3, Kremer? Could it be real?
We're going to finally get it's our 4th series of Blast Rising, at least our 4th series of Blast Rising, and we're going to get a 3-mapper. And I quite like it. We've seen both teams sort of show their merits. It means that Dust 2's really up in the air. With Mad Kings on just a couple of Glocks, though, this should be forcing for Stone Monster. I like the fact they go for an eco, because the reality is they need the AKs out as soon as possible.
They need these, and they need them soon. They will give away that 14th point potentially, just to make sure that they're as well equipped as they can be. A trio of M4A1Ss in the hands of Stone. They don't want to give a single quarter, not an inch, not a millimeter to Mad Kings. The rush into toilets will come readily. Hez, can they keep their nerve? They certainly can. Now they look towards the other two they noted previously. They've got the cover of their friends. Fuzco joins the fray, and that's flawless.
Solid stuff from Stone Monster there, from Stone the Monsters there, as they go 14-3 up. Harry, with AKs in the hands of Mad Kings, I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening. I would love to see a comeback, I'm trying to think of something I would do if the chat can come up with a tweet from our Twitters. I'll sign you up for this as well. If Mad Kings can turn this around, because I just don't see it happening.
Well, if it's going to happen, Kremer, it has to start here. Last chance alone. AK's in hand and Ecstasy's already down. First go with a nasty boost here, and Andrew might get themselves a drop on Zocchi as well. It's already fallen away. Mad King's last hope ends in a 1 versus 4. This is going to be match point for Stone, surely.
There's going to be no knight in shining armor here. Stone just have torn through Mad Kings. A 1v4. He's got the element of surprise. Andrew's low HP. That's going to be nice to go against. Unfortunately, the one man you don't want to fight. The one man you don't want to fight is the first one you come against. Hez brings Stone at their 15th. Then at 15-3, we see Mad Kings now move themselves into the best 4 spy they can muster. But there's no loss bonus. We've only just started the second half. There's no weapons to save. Everyone died last round. It's Galil's, the odd scout. Look how little utility there is for Mad Kings here. This means that you are shoehorned into going for a fast play, which Stone are looking to absolutely punish with a solid buy, despite being so fast into this second half.
What's Ecstasy got there? Renade?
Not heard of those in these parts.
Fuzco. And now Zocchi close to Fuzco. They need to win this fight, and they will. It's the kind of opening that Mad Kings have been begging for again and again and again. An upgrade to the AK, and are swarming over towards the approach on A. But it's down to Knight to keep attention focused over towards this B side. They have a Deagle in hand and a flash to work with. The ABM wants to check in onto Zocchi.
Ooh.
Damage taken on both sides. More so by Zocchi. And now ABM is a little bit afeared, Kremer.
He's just been warned, hasn't he, to avoid upright 2x4 as on the jump spot. He's going to get the early warning system on A, and I think he's just spotted the other player as well. So they know it's listing to A, this attack from Mad Kings. However, Stone, they've not committed to the rotation yet. They're biding their time. This could play against them massively.
Well, the AWP, what can it do to stop this? Certainly an advantage in those long corridors. The AWP won't win out even against the Galil. Andrew now blinded, has to bide their time, wait for the moment, and they find their moment to strike. That's 2 there from Andrew. And this could be Stone putting this map in the grave. A 2 versus 2 ABM from the back will grab themselves a pair. A Deagle and a Dream is not enough. And Stone will take us to map number 3.
What a flashy way to do so. 16-3, they take Overpass there, and they deliver. They show themselves to be one of the strongest teams we've seen on Overpass this tournament. A very, very good performance from them, and I'm just the hero play from Andrew there to be able to win that final round accompanied by his teammate. It's just playing off your teammates' flashes, dancing around cover, and really utilizing that AK against your enemies there. Great performance, Harry. Unfortunately, though, this rivalry, this grudge, it's not settled yet.
Not quite so. We still have ourselves Dust 2, and once more, that might be the tale of 2 AWPers, but hey, we only really saw 1 AWPer because the economy just couldn't be generated to get an AWP going on the side of Mad Kings. It's going to be all about Mad Kings trying to start off with some solid momentum so they can actually build themselves up towards an AWP that Slayers can make a statement with.
Absolutely right. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, we're going to be seeing our final map of Dust 2. Who'll be taking it? The Argentinians of Stone or the Peruvian Giants of Mad Kings? We're going to have to see in just a moment. We'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere.
Mad Kings were caught out in the Rye Crema, and we are going to be heading to map number 3, which is going to be Dust 2. And we're hoping that we're going to be returning to the classic tale of a pair of AWPers up against each other. But we were a little bit perturbed in our last map when it seemed like the secondary AWPers were the ones who were taking care of business.
Yeah, that did surprise me, seeing Static on the AWP. Bear in mind that, or Ecstasy on the AWP, when he was very good with the rifle on Inferno. I don't really know what the thought process was behind that. Bear in mind that Slayers, he struggled with a rifle throughout that game. For me, Dust 2, it's got to be Slayers on that AWP. You have to try and find a way to match Hez, just because of how important wielding those weapons can be. The AWP is what makes Dust 2 possible, and while rifle play can be great, you're not getting out long without some either heavy utility or an instant pick with the AWP. And even better still, if you can win the duel on the players who cross or the players who peek mid, you get an inherent man advantage, and short becomes a very real option. It's a map that does favor fast plays, so we probably will see a lot of rushes. A B rush has become a bit of a meme, so I doubt we'll see it as often, but you can do it once or twice to the T side, and it can be effective if you accompany it with the right utility. So Dust 2, I suspect we're actually going to see a very fast map, maybe not in scoreline, but definitely in play style.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to be scrambling to try and knock the other off balance and try and convert that into a couple of rounds, especially if you're Mad Kings. You really need something different, you know? Something to give yourself a little bit of an edge, a little bit of an advantage, something to just make Stone go, whoa, okay. Just slow it down a second. Just try and figure out what's happening.
Give us a moment, boys. Overpass is one-sided, but God, this is disrespectful.
It was like a 16-part punch that they delivered. The Mad Kings on Overpass that made them look a little bit anemic.
Yeah, and they sort of flailed a bit. Yeah, 1-2 hits connected, but it wasn't a fair fight on Overpass at all. We saw Stone just ruin Mad Kings, and my worry before we went, I was a bit apprehensive before we went into this series, thinking Mad Kings were just an Inferno team. Unfortunately, Overpass is sort of confirming that suspicion. I just hope that Overpass happens to be one of Stone's best maps, and that we move to Dust 2 on a more even playing field.
Yeah, we're really hoping that this one's going to be close. We've got our first best of three, Kramer. And
we do.
You and I both want this to go the distance because we need to be emboldened about the team that's going up to play against Leviatan, because Leviathan are by no means an easy feat to try and take on, and seemed maybe a cut above this pair of teams in our initial outset of Group B yesterday. And remember, guys, this is only Group B. We've got 4 groups coming your way. Coming up tomorrow, Group C is going to start 3 best of 3s, and then the day after, another 2, and then we have Group D after that before we move on to a playoff bracket with all of our qualified teams.
Absolutely right. We're going to see some incredible games, really, throughout every single group. Today, no exception at all. This Dust 2, I hope is going to be close. I pray it's going to be close. My worry is that if Stone have to match up against Leviathan, I don't know if they're going to be able to topple them. Leviathan looked very tasty yesterday. You need to remember, fatigue is going to become a problem. Playing what would end up being 5 back-to-back maps minimum is really going to weigh on the patience of players. More importantly, they're going to start getting tired. They're going to start making mistakes. And Leviathan, they are a team that punishes mistakes.
Yeah, nothing quite fatigues you like an official match. They can invigorate you, but you've got to remember, there's probably going to be a break between those series. Well, there's definitely going to be a break between those series. Yeah, and in that break, that's where the danger zone is. If you've been invigorated to win in an official match and you have that kind of slump in the middle, that's when all of that adrenaline can leave your body. It can be very, very difficult to return to the level that you found before in your first match.
No, you're absolutely right. Hopefully, once we get to Dusty, we'll be able to see Mad Kings open with a pistol. Their pistol rounds were lackluster, to say the least. I don't think they've won 1 out of the 4 we've seen so far. So if they can, at least bear in mind, if you win both pistol rounds, those are 6 rounds that you'll set up for to winning. And that's a hefty chunk of the distance for you to go. And for me, I just think that if we do see these pistols go in favor of Stone again, they get that AWP out quickly on Hez, they get those AKs out on Andrew, then they're going to be unstoppable. What's going to be interesting is who starts on the CT side, because Dust 2 is a map that famously favors double up setups, something we've seen Stone very commonly do. Maybe not so much on Overpass, so they didn't really get a chance to do it, but they did it on Inferno quite a lot.
I'm not sure who's going to be our CTs here. I think that it might be in the interest of Mad Kings to be on the T side first, just because they can control the pace a little bit better while playing on the T side. And like we said, they need to bring something to bear, right? They've got to make Stone respect them again, because after that last map, This is no longer a fair relationship. Sure, Inferno, that was a great map for Mad Kings. But it's been a great map for them all the way through the tournament. And a fight was put up by Stone. A lot more of a fight than we saw on Overpass from Mad King. So the respect wasn't quite lost. But after that kind of shellacking, like, you can even feel it in yourself, just a little bit of, oh, God.
Bear in mind, you have to find a way to recover. You have to find a way to untilt yourself. Bear in mind, 10 minutes as a break, it's quite a bit of time. But to untilt yourself, some players have to sleep on it. It can take hours for them to untilt from a game like that. You can't do that in 10 minutes. You need to find a way to refresh, recuperate yourself, and fast. For me, I'm really interested to see if Mad Kings have been able to just keep their psyche level, to keep level-headed. Bear in mind that South American teams are kind of famous for how passionate they can be, which when you're playing well, as we saw from Stone, definitely helps. But when you're getting beaten, when you're getting pummeled, the ability to be able to get up and keep fighting is going to be so important for Mad Kings here.
Can they do this all day? That's a question that must be answered on Dust 2, and have a quick look over at some map stats here. There's not really much that's available for Mad Kings, but Stone, a little bit ignominious. There's 0% win rate across 5 maps. Let's have a look at who they've been going up against. LSC, Ygers, 9Z Academy, Jaguars, and SWS, and the closest they've come is a 13-16. They've lost 2-16 against LSC. 7-16 against SWS. Not ideal, admittedly. Let's have a look at the one map that has been available in terms of a data point here from Mad Kings. That was up against Furious. That was a 6-16. So both of these teams are a little bit shaky. It's fair to say on Dust 2.
They've had their problems on Dust 2, haven't they? But that's where it gets interesting, because one of these teams is about to break a very bad win rate. So we'll see who it is.
One of them will get a win.
Yeah. I'm going to put you on the spot here a bit, Harry. Who do you see taking this?
I think that Stone seem to have sussed things out a little bit better at the moment. I think that when it comes to their playing off each other, they're doing a little bit better. Like, we saw a worrying lack of effective trades from Mad Kings on Overpass, and I wonder if that's going to have a knock-on effect on Dust 2.
I hope it does. I would love to see Stone kind of in their prime, but here's the thing: if Mad Kings can keep the consistency they had on Inferno, this could turn out to be a very, very good game. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it on Overpass, and that is going to be the main thing that's going to weigh on their minds throughout this. For now, aggression on long from Stone gives them a lot of info. Mad Kings a bit more of a slow start with a smoke and flash in their arsenal. Stone having this double flash alongside the kit means that they are set up for a retake no matter where this attack lists. But what you need to keep in mind, B site is the hardest site to retake in the game. B site on Dust 2, you can't do it. Luckily, Andrew, he certainly can with an opening onto Nico.
A good opening there. Relieves a little bit of a pressure. They split through mid. Hez is good to catch it. Can they connect the shots, though? Yes, they can. A headshot's given and simultaneously moving down into B. Naz steps up behind this crate, looking to try and make something happen. Zoki surrounded on all sides. The bomb is thrown on forward by the movement of the corpse. And Stone. Oh, Movistar, they're doing just fine. A flawless pistol round, Crema, and Mad Kings, they're already looking a little bit...
Oh no, Harry.
Oh no. Oh no.
No. It could happen. It could happen. We could be seeing a very, very solid side, and my worry is that there may be no recovery here, and that's really going to weigh on their mind. As Mad Kings with a couple of Glocks now go for the full eco. A kill here would be great, maybe 2, but against MP9s, it's looking unlikely.
Maybe I'm keen to try and get these kills first. Get that money bonus from the SMG farm. But first go. Not going to give away anything here for free. Andrews found themselves Nico, but they did take a bunch of damage in the process. Oh, Hez. They're getting frisky here. They want to hunt. They want to kill. They want to keep the pressure up. They don't want to give any time for thinking. Ecstasy at least gets one feel-good frag, taking down Hez, but that's an irrecoverable weapon, as Zoki here is expected. Andrew 0. They are low. but not low enough to die.
2-0 the scoreline now. I want to see what can be done for Stone now as they hold on to the MP9 on Naz. I would love to see some aggression with it. Bearing in mind that Mad Kings, they're a side that when Stone kind of gets up in their face, in the short stint of the CT side we saw on Overpass, they panic a little bit. With a heavy commitment to A, though, Mad Kings just defaulting their first spy round.
Oh my goodness, Naz. It's a little bit of damage, double nades and double doors. But not too much damage done.
Running mollies into lower. It's a defaults like this, very interesting from Mad Kings, purely because you would want to see them probe a bit, but instead it seems like they're just trying to punish aggression, which is something that can't really be done when Stone are already in the angles they want to be for an execution. However, Mad Kings have sold a bit of a fake in mid, and with Fusco taking damage, it may actually bait Stone into thinking it's a hit to beat.
Heads, finds heads. And the first one is Nico. Can they get themselves a second here? It's not the cleanest spray here with the M4, and will be moving away as Ecstasy ascends. And ascend they will, up the kill count. One taken. And now the next point of contact readies themselves. It's going to be Fusco already. Tenderized, weakened. But with a mallet or two. Up against potentially 4 here. A good spray could be everything, but they're not guaranteed to survive long here, Kramer.
This molly could be everything as well. It's going to buy so much time. It's going to go straight through it as well. Look how low a lot of these players are. Slayer's just limping along. But Stoner a man down. And with a few mollies, this afterplant is very doable for them, despite that man disadvantage.
This is what Mad Kings need. A flash is ready to go. ABM. Down there in pit. Has themselves a good angle to work with for any long attempts at control. Night now. What can you do? Will they see the head? They will indeed. They try to plink onto it. It's a little bit difficult to get done, but it will be done eventually. And oh my goodness. Stone have exploded here. And Zoki, all by themselves. Really no mates. But do they have the skill to make this work? Even more blinded, they take out ABM. Zoki thinks that this is not done yet. But have they heard the tap? They're going to take themselves a door, but the bomb has been defused. Zoki gets a 1v3, but they still lose, Kramer.
Oh, Harry, get the ladders out, because this is a triple team terror. Stone with an incredible 3-man retake, and that was some masterful covering of each other's angles there. Each player watches a position, each player wins their angels, and Zoki, sure, getting those final 3 players hurts the money of Stone, but they still win the round. And for Hez, that's just an excuse to bring out the orb.
My turn. ABM, once again, on double doors duty. In fact, multiple people here. Nico's made their way through. They're going to be exposed here to Fusco, but did Nico just get a collateral with the AK?
You very well could have, Harry. That is a way to start your round now. Maybe it's Nico's turn.
Crikey. Hez. Oh, watching those nades roll. Damn, those cost money. Hoping to maybe be able to cover this, but they are going to be smoked off. Might decide to platform up to a higher ground, and I believe a boost has got them there. And Zoki might decide to apply some pressure elsewhere just to keep everyone from stacking on A site.
Harry?
Oh no. Yeah, technical pause. I think that's a good call.
Brief tech pause. I think we go to a break. We'll see in just a moment. We had server issues yesterday, which meant switching server, so it may have to come down to a quick 5-minute break. We'll have to see, because that is gonna be fairly tilting for Mad Kings. They're a man up. They have positioning. They're 2 men up. They have positioning, and they had the element to head back to be there. The fact that the server's gone means that we could be seeing have to replay the rounds. If we see Stone then win off the back of that round, that's gonna leave a bitter taste.
That could be mentally breaking, Kramer.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's time to batten down the hatches of the mental, to undo the tilt. And Kramer, I think we'll have ourselves a quick mute and a quick break, and we'll get back into this match as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
We had a brief tech pause, sorry. Didn't we? Brief tech pause. However, we are back, and unfortunately, we have to replay the rounds. For Mad Kings, I don't know if Nico can repeat that play in Long and Stone. You see how they changed their strategy? They're now not fighting for it. They now keep that two-man, that what was originally a two-man disadvantage, and instead, Hez is going to probe in Long. That's a big adaptation, and for Mad Kings, that is what breaks the psyche. That is what causes tilt. There was a brief entry error, however, everyone's back in. I believe it was a bug. I don't think anyone was playing without one, as Hez now just going to hold this angle from the top of A, hoping to catch out the odd player, going a little bit aggressive, maybe overextending from pit here.
As I remember, Hez didn't show his presence in that last fight, did he? Like, I think Hez is still an unknown factor on A here.
Yes, he is. He is.
It's just their first round with Yorp, it is, yeah?
Yes, it's the first round with the Yorp. It hasn't been given the revelation. So for Hez, this is still an unknown factor for Mad Kings. And for looking at the utility of Mad Kings as well, they don't have any Harry. They dumped all of it into that long control. They don't have a single smoke to get them to a site.
It's not ideal for Mad Kings. And Hez now. Oh, that's one. Was that a leg onto another? No, it's fine. A second attempt, but Hez just carves through, and this is going to be three.
Oh.
It is. Oh, Crema. It's not even Mad King's fault, but this is going to be one of the most tilting experiences a player can experience in competitive Counter-Strike.
That's... I can only hope, I can only imagine the tenacity that Mad Kings have to show to not get tilted by that. Because in any other circumstance, I bet they would be livid. With Mad Kings moving into a investment of a couple of pistols, the odd smoke, not the buy they want going into round 5. And this sets Stone up, go 5-0 up. Look at this aggression as well into lower.
Oh, man. It wasn't even mollied. Usually that does get so. But there's no room for Molotovs. There's no room for survival. Blinded up here as ABM. And they will be taken down by the Tech-9s. That's recoverable. They've got a moment before Hez arrives, but now he's on the scene. Looking for a weapon, were you? The AK versus the AWP. For anyone else, it's going to be dangerous. The AK's going to slide down the pit now. Oh, Crema. Down the pit. Attempt number 2. Hey, attempt number 2 is good. Go on, Nico. Oh, the attempts at the one-tap here off towards the AWP. Keeping Hez honest. But Fuzco's still here. Fuzco's still alive. Spraying away with a famous Naz. Manages to finish off those frags. Thanks for warming him up for me, mate. Oh. Was that I believe that was possibly modified by a barrel to make sure that it wasn't a killing shot.
Naz now 1v1, both players low on HP, but Nico has to cross, and he just doesn't have a smoke. Low HP, this should be very easy for Naz to pick up, unless Nico can really do something outrageous.
Well, you wanted outrageous. Do we count that, Kremer?
Look at me. Yes, we do count that. That's the way to win a round. And hey, Stone, they don't have money. They had to reinvest on a few players last round. They'd only just got the AWP online as well, so the economic damage from it is going to be felt. For Mad Kings, they're straight back into this.
And one of the rounds that they won, Kremer, was with no players alive because Zoki 1v3'd them afterwards. Oh, this is what we wanted to see, Kremer. This is it. The AWP in the hands of Slayers once more. Admittedly. Hez is not ready for the AWP on AWP just yet. The economies have not aligned to allow for this, but this should be easy for Mad Kings.
Absolutely right. With Fusco now trying to stop them. If they're by mid doors, Nico, you walk into the vice that's been set down by Fusco.
Into the CT lair. Nico emboldened. Astralis stickers. Filling them with a sense of heroic purpose. Do it like Glaive do.
This has been made on the rotation as well. USPs as well is the only thing Mad Kings really have here, or Stone really have here. So one kill would be nice, but Nico, I think he's decided otherwise.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you that. However, did they see the approach of Hez here? They suspect it. They see enough. And Hez can't quite connect enough headshots in quick succession. That's going to be a flawless for Mad Kings, including the AWP showing its face. And now we might have what we've been looking forward to. Here it is. Hez versus Slayers.
What I'm looking forward to with these AWPers particularly is the duel on long. We've seen that Hez has been no stranger to peeking quite a wide angle to get a man advantage. Slayers, if he holds this could be a perfect position for Kings. However, Slayers is turning his attention to B, leaving the bomb outside B as well. Makes me think this could be quite an ambitious peak to go for.
Damage done. First would be approaching B. Hez stands waiting in the wings, but prefers to just use some utility to try and mollify this push over putting their own body on the line. For now, just an info probe, an attempt to punish aggression here from Mad Kings.
Back yet though, Zoki sitting on top mid. Waiting for the attack to come. Fusco and ABM. The players sort of in lieu between CT spawn and A. Trying to gauge where Mad Kings are turning their attention.
That instant cleanse of the flames away, the extinguishing by that smoke, does mean that now they have to ponder if the back of that door is actually clear. Is this a safe place to try and push? Seems like they might not feel as emboldened by it now. And as everyone coalesces together, in mid, the raiding party's been clumped up. Fuzco may wait in the wings here. The M4 in hand. The option to fade away is always there. Moves ahead from the smoke. Hits themselves one, but no more than that. And Ecstasy's now next up on the docket. Hez has found them, and Hez is doing plenty. Slayers watches all of their friends die before their eyes. You wanted an orbital. Hez will give you one. But Naz is the one to put him in the grave at the end.
That's actually really unlucky for Mad Kings. The player who dies, the bomb, it like slips out of their hands. You know when you try and catch something and you end up hitting it away?
Fumble.
Yeah, and it ends up falling into CT spawn where Stone can just watch it.
Like, they did that thing where they miss catching it and to stop it from hitting the ground too hard, they like kick it.
Yeah, I do that. I stop my phone from hitting the soft carpet by kicking it into the wall as hard as I can.
No more like you catch it with your foot, but sometimes you accidentally kick something because you're moving your foot too quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Straight up volley the bomb into CT spawn.
Yeah, it's a good volley. It's all right though. I imagine volleying C4 must hurt though. I think C4's quite heavy.
Can't say I've ever held it.
I've never held it either. Believe it or not, high explosives, hard to get. Who'd have thunk? Ecstasy in mid though, going to try and shut down the older member. That Xbox smoke is going to allow Fusco to have a pretty good inkling as to where Mad Kings are listing. But you need to remember, for Mad Kings, with that AWP on Slayers, there's only a limited amount of utility on both him and Ecstasy. They've gone fairly heavy into their firepower, so only flashes to accompany and executes. Luckily, the rest of the team do have the smokes and Molotovs to set them up for this attack.
The approach on A short here. Same angle, different round. Who is it who's sitting there? Knight and Ecstasy. No warp here. The AWP itself in the hands of Slayers. That'll be moving through double doors, which ABM is fastidiously watching with this Famus. Oh, Hez has already got the first. As more trying to move on through, looking for a trade. Will they be aware of ABM? The answer is yes. Hez tries their best as the Hez flash actually both hinders and helps. They lose their own life to Zoki. Slayers hasn't even been able to be a part of this just yet. But the bomb has not made its way to site. And the saving rotation of these defenders is going to be here in time. They catch Zoki with a bomb in hand. They had no idea. On the side of Knights and on the side of Slayers, a 1 versus 2 with a big green monster. Is it time to Hulk out for Slayers? I certainly think so. The Colombian representative caught with a bomb in hand as well. And it's farming time for Naz.
I'm really impressed with that retake from Stone there. What they do is they push into their retake setup so quickly that they just catch Mad Kings off guard. Really, really nice bit of decision-making from them. Bearing in mind that their approach, their idea to just gun it from B, realizing that even if you kill the player on A, then you can go for a 2v2 retake, means that they're in time, and in time punish Mad Kings.
Ez doesn't grab their first shot, running away as fast as possible, chased down by the Galil in the hands of Slayers. Won't be in too much damage done though. Everyone walking away scot-free, 100 HP across the board.
Let's go. Shoulder peeking from short. Maybe catch out the old player where they can. It's more info plays than a lethal play for the time being. Spots out his players in under. They double dip to see if they're accompanied by a short push, though, just so they can really gauge the numbers in mid here. Risking overstaying their welcome, though.
And there's the notice. You're not welcome here. So, through the smoke, Andrew instantly slain by Knight. The Knights of the CT spawn as they move on forward. Fusco, this is a great position for them. Spray, pray, and take the T's away. That's all that's on Hez's mind. 3 players will survive from Stone as they exacerbate their lead.
There is a god smiling on Fusco right now. In order to jump in order to jump up on that box, you get the aim accuracy. I think he shoots a bit too soon, and he just by pure luck is able to land those shots as if it were just part of a normal spray. So really, really strong play on Fusco's part to shut down the mid-B split. That means that Mad Kings haven't even been able to sort of view this B site all game. They haven't even been able to see what it's like. They booked a tour, they booked a viewing.
Oh, damn!
Well, Knight
has just been absolutely topped.
Wow. Mad Kings have had enough, Harry. They've had enough.
Absolutely bloody dominated. Zoki here should be able to pick up a spare weapon. But they're a little bit far away from the rest of their compatriots. They'll be able to grab one from their fallen comrade. A stout in the hands at the moment of Slayers. Playing down across mid. Maybe not ideal. Ansha wants to charge it. Emboldened to move on forward. Almost a direct frag right there, but Nico's like, no chance, mate. This ain't happening. Knight and Nico, they've had enough of this. ABM, surely they can't do it by themselves. Wait, maybe they can. Never mind.
Nico, he has a rampage that round. Both he and Knight, they go, okay, right, 2 rounds. This can't be a repeat of overpass. Let's go at least make it 3. They do so with sublime aim. And look what it's done to Stone's economy. Stone, they just haven't been surviving. Their money just is not there, and it means that the Eagles now have to come out off the back of just a single round loss.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all, Kremer. When they have been losing, you're exactly right. They've been losing people even while winning rounds. Ecstasy knows that without the molly that they usually put down into dark, this area is exposed, so it's a manual check and a manual kill. A little bit of a boost. Some shenanigans going on here for Fuzco. Can't quite connect for 1D. And they will back up. What is that? Nico, the big fragger, caught out by the 1D. What? No. These are illegal, Kremer.
Not on an eco, Harry. Not on an eco.
No, this isn't eco. This is an artisanal buy.
Oh my god.
Bloody hell. We're just alternatively equipped. Hez has the scout in hand. Wants to do a little bit of damage. The flash should be good. They see feet, but they don't see much more than that. But they have confirmed the trajectory, and now it's down to Fuzco to make something happen. They spot themselves ahead. They tuck in tight to try and make it work. Knight's going to tap on the bomb. They should be able to get themselves a plant here, but will they survive the aftermath? The answer, of course, will be no.
What was that, Harry? Like, what was that?
The gods of Deegs are looking over them, Kremer.
They actually are. And Stone, that was meant to be the easy round for Mad Kings.
My spirit animal, a desert eagle.
yeah, a creature that's hard to tame, but my God, when it rears its head, it lets out a bellow. Mad Kings, they do it against the hard rounds. They do it against the AWPs, the AKs. You're meant to be able to convert it against the Eagles. Look at the happiness on Stone.
He's chuffed, man.
They look confident.
He's chuffed, having a great time here.
Yeah. I would be. That's an insane round to win. And now for... Well, I mean, for Mad Kings, this is where you panic a bit. You're 8-3 down. Your opponent's already won the half. Now it's just a matter of by how much.
What is within them? What can be done? For the moment, contemplating the buy. They have a little bit of money here to work with, and they do have a full loss bonus on the go, at least.
With a couple of AKs to wield on Mad Kings, let's see what they can do on this defense now. Nico underarms that smoke, tries to garner a bit of control out along, but it's Stone who are going to have their B defense finally tested, of both Andrew, who's had a very good game so far, and Naz, who's been a little quieter, but has also still been delivering. Docky ready to flank through mid, though, to add a little prong to that attack in the same breath.
Not really been tested that much since the pistol round. We saw Ecstasy, I believe, move in here for free in another round when it was seeded away to give a little bit more reinforcement to mid and A. Everyone else listing over towards dark in the lower. Set Molly here clears out from behind door, and it's not going to be extinguished, so they can confirm that that area is indeed unpopulated. No longer worried about anyone swinging out behind them, but you've got to worry about the marauding now of Fuzco. They could catch you on this rotation easily. Hez stands. What is that? What is that? What is that? Hez! Oh my God!
What in the name of God? Ecstasy. 1 on 4. It's... I mean, where's his team gone?
It's over. Hez has won CSGO.
He can retire. That's it. He's done here. Stone dominating Mad Kings. And Harry, that's what we call a confidence play.
A mag of 30? That's 30 frags, mate.
Yep. In Hez's case, it could be 31. Just that extra, someone could share.
Yeah. Just like Nico managed to do in the unfortunate round. Oh, Mad Kings. Credit to them. They had a good recovery from the infinitely tilting early round. Nico with a self-flash moves on out with the upgraded pistol in hand. Tech 9. And the dumpster's being shown what for by Fuzco.
He gets in so much trouble here. How has he dodged every bullet up till the final one? That just finds his head. For a moment, that looks solid. But Andrew, if Hez can do it, I can do it too.
Certainly seems to think so, Andrew. Are you proud of me, father? Have I done as Hez has?
Am I good enough for you, Daddy? Knight is left in a 1 versus 5. The eagle in hand. Oh, Harry.
It's not looking good, son. It's not looking good. Naz has confirmed presence. Holds down the trigger. Controls for spray. And, well,
Wow.
they can buy for the last round, Kramer. Smile.
You're huffing on that copium, Harry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But ultimate.
Ah.
That's a double puff there. You really are feeding into the Mad Kings. They just have enough money to do something in the next round should they lose this. What matters, though, for the penultimate round of this first half is will they be able to convert it? We can't see another 12-3, Harry. We just can't.
I refuse to allow another 12-3. This is a great start. Hez going down and the orbital we anticipated. Better late than never. The final round of their attack. Oh no, the second to final round, pardon me. If only I could add Kramer, that would make me so much better at my job.
Make you an accountant, not a caster.
Indeed. Casters aren't paid to count.
That's true.
If we were to say words loud.
If we were, we'd be out of job. Naz, the man's worried about now. Just sort of dancing around window. But here's the thing. He's doing this very alone right now. He is going to have the rotation of Andrew to assist him, but he may be in trouble in mid.
Andrew's gone big in this location before. Doesn't turn away in night. They punish them for audaciously holding down that angle. Fusco once again is feeling lucky. The straight walk and spray. It's like, you know what? These smokes are going to die, and I'm going to be the one to take them down. Docky waits in the corner. Fusco has the same idea. And finally, the B site has been penetrated. ABM here with the AWP in hand. Doesn't quite fancy that at all.
Dave, look how low the players of Madkins are. Look how low they are on HP.
Man, those aren't health bars. That's a bar chart.
They're actually ready to go raid a blood like a blood bank because the one player who they fight as well as Ecstasy, the one player who could have tanked a bullet. As Mad Kings, they finally make it 4, Harry. Finally make it 4. But is it too little, too late?
Oh, you know what, Kramer? It isn't too late. It's always doable. The Peruvian sign have their community behind them. And the more rounds, if they could get themselves a 10-5 here, that's not the worst thing that's ever happened. People have come back from worse. We're Mad Kings, man. We could beat Stone, right, guys? Slayer's already dead though, which is not ideal, admittedly. And oh, the 1-digs are back, baby. Fusco, I want that rifle. Give it to me. And, well, Mad Kings, we talked about how doable it is, but it does appear to be falling apart. Ecstasy, clean, taking out the strafing Fusco, but now they're peeking into both an AWP and an M4. A lot of things to consider right now. Out goes the flash, and there's the swing. They've seen where the AWP is, but the second AWP is the one you need to worry about. What about second AWP?
You want seconds? No, I'm full. No, you're having seconds. Mad Kings, what a struggle they've had on Dust 2. They have been ruined by Stone, and credit you just Stone. They have been playing unbelievably well, but is that mimicable on their T side? Mad Kings, once Slayers has that AWP, he can be a very strong defensive AWPer, so there is still a chance for this Peruvian side to hold on to the game. But, you know, I'm really saying this with a pinch of salt, Harry.
Stone proving themselves worthy of a Movistar moniker. One of the most recognizable teams in CS on their Spanish counterpart, as far as I'm aware. This Glock is just not cooperating. Now it will.
Retaking on B as well, Harry. They've only got 2 flashes to do it with as well. They may not even have players to do it with.
Ecstasy is, at this point, less a human, more a blood transfusion waiting to happen. 17 HP. A little bit of armor, though. Not the end of the world. Hez. Looking to potentially play some counter flash here. Think thin, Hez. Think thin. Our little small boy. They have no idea that Naz is here. But still, the pre-fire is good. Running low on time now, though, is Ecstasy. And just dodging around is Andrew. It's a Pyrrhic victory. They don't have the help to survive this. It's not the gracious death
Harry.
either. Skidding your face along the masonry.
Yeah, there's some poor guy's got to clean that up as well. So have to hose
Oh
it
man,
down.
face stains are the worst.
Yeah, God, I hate
You
Mondays.
need vinegar and red wine to get those out.
I was wasting perfectly good red wine on that. Nah, hydrogen peroxide is great for getting off bloodstains. Well, that works on clothes as well. So that's a creme de la creme tip, by the way. If you just want to get blood off clothing.
What, to use bleach on clothes?
But yeah, if you do it in a small amount, not like raw bleach, but dilute it with like water or something, and you can and if you're careful with it, you can get blood.
Takes out the blood and the rest.
Yeah, yeah. So, if you're careful with it, it's creme de la creme tip.
Maybe I'm here conscientious that maybe this corridor could be populated, and right they are. Knight getting a little bit brave here. Oh, the wrap could be good. ABM might think it's safe. They checked it back, but they simply couldn't win at a weapon disadvantage. And this aggression on the defense, look at how penned in the T's are. There's nowhere to go at the moment. They'll have to fight their way out, but they don't intend on doing so because the plant has already occurred. Zoki's got... They met eyes with one of the T's for about a second, but they couldn't take the shot.
That's going to have its job as well.
Oh,
it's waiting for it that time.
Yep, I'll just hold it, boys. They're going to jump it again. Andrew and Fusco. Yeah, plenty done. And Stone Movistar. Oh, they are hungry for that match here against Leviathan.
Are some of the Stone players at boot camp?
That
might be something worth checking with our admins, because I keep seeing Andrew like turn to his right to say something. See that he has his teammates up on another monitor with their webcams, and he's talking to them like that. Or they have some players at the team house, which has been quite common throughout the pandemic, where teams, because they can't go to LANs, just end up staying together.
ABM run and gun, and Slayer feels the brunt of it. Admittedly, this wasn't a huge investment on the side of Mad Kings. Already the damage they've done to Fusco and ABM, well worth it. Doc, you might be hoping for a touch more. Here's the Deagle in the hands of Nico. That's one. Not much more than that, though, and that's a brutal sound that echoes through our heads. As the bullets begin to sail, Zoki's all alone. Knight still has an AK, so they're going to be saving over on the other side. But do they expect Zoki's presence here?
Zoki's in a position to go for exits rather than to go for the round. I mean, saving the AK would be great. Saving AK would be perfect for them. And quite a nice read would be that the one person who has to run would be ABM, the low HP players. The others can actually hide on car and just survive the round. So I quite like the thought process behind them there. Let's see if Mad Kings are able to... if they're able to get this extra AK.
Oh, Zoki, can they make it work? Yes, they can. What about the second? There's simply not enough in the mag. Naz puts them down, but hey. One lost AK. And another round. 2 away now from our losers finals of Stone Movistar.
Let's see what the side can do. 14-4. Mad Kings, they're running out of options here, Harry. They're just running out of options. And with Stone looking dominant, I wonder if they might be able to beat Leviathan in the rematch. Or what if they can actually just beat Leviathan, period? It may be a very good opportunity to do so.
Naz, haphazard, they move straight into Slayers, who just removes them even with no eyesight. I'll do it by sound alone, Kremer.
Echolocation.
I can hear them with my echolocation. That's because I'm Batman. Oh, Zoki. I refuse to give this up easily. Ecstasy, up next. That's 1, that's 2. Okay. Nice. Signs of life, Mad Kings. It's a long way to go, Kremer. It's a long way to go. But they can still go it.
I think the damage has already been done, Harry. I don't think Stone are going to be able to... I don't think they have it in them to lose 11 rounds in a row and lose the game. I genuinely think that for Mad Kings, that was just a nice round to sort of break the pace, get a bit of confidence, and not feel too defeated by this map.
Nico starts off with one. Frag grenade in hand. VHE.
Ooh.
Plenty of damage done. And Andrew, they've been put on notice. Players, watches, waits, hits. First go down as well.
Knight on beat, he's the main man to watch, though. You have to try and defend this lurking Stone attack, and I wouldn't be surprised if Stone just save, actually. I wouldn't mind seeing a save from Stone. So there's a minute left, you have no map control, and there's no way you're getting to a site against the full buy of Mad Kings with only 3 players, unless Mad Kings really, really whiff. I just don't see it happening. You've only got a single smoked across as well, so there's always going to be a gap in it. Especially against an AWP Slayers, you can't afford for there to be a gap.
$250 between them as well. 400 if you count first goes. Hold up. Is it happening? I mean, they've got rounds to play with. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But Nico here, they could get themselves a very good angle. Oh my goodness, Hesnu. And now this is go time. Andrew feels emboldened. Ecstasy's waiting. So too is Slayers. A Molotov on the site to try and deny a plant. Time begins to slip away. 10 seconds remain. Hess has already fallen down. The AWP needs to be recovered. The bomb will be planted, but Andrew's been discovered in the midst of all of this. Coming around from all sides for CTs. Move in, crunch, and they destroy. A little bit of damage has been gained. They could even opt in, I believe, here for the double AWP. Knight on the hunt for it. Not sure if I'll find it.
I think he just got for it. I think he just got it there. Solid round from Mad Knights there to go into retake and not lose too many players. However, the fact they allowed Stone to get a bomb plant means that Stone are going to be able to get a full buy sooner. It goes from having to go for a force here, then an eco, to just an eco, and then they're buying next round anyway. Mad Kings, they should be Devon. They should start closing the gap between them and Stone, 1 inch at a time. And in this case, as they do, just inch to their opponents. We'll see if there's that. We'll see if there's still that ray of hope.
Players can't quite connect with shot. First go looking to be the one to overwhelm, potentially. The control of mid will be hard to make work. Movistar took their risk in the last round, and now they're paying for it with a bunch of deagles on an eco.
The smoke may actually allow Stone to get quite close to it. A burst through it's an option for them. Just hope for the element of surprise. Or allow Hez to throw a bit of a fake if he can get the skill onto Nico.
Going to be an important duel. But Nico stands pretty prepared for this. They know they don't have to worry about anything coming through any of the other angles. Only short is their responsibility. And their responsibility will be met. Now Knight with an AK. Up against the horde of 4. Crouching down, feeling small. Hoping that someone would be able to help them out. That's a beautiful flash that's sent in through from Zocchi here. And Knight's grabbed themselves 3. They'll find... No, that should be denied the 4th. It's Nico who finds it from far away. But hey. 17 to 4. Or rather, 14 to 7. I know numbers. That's what an English degree gets you, Kramer.
Oh, for every word you learn is a number you forget.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I know a lot of words.
My numbers stretch as far as my fingers do. Like,
we're beyond the 10s now. We have no hope.
Yeah, it's 14. What is this?
AWP. Presence revealed. Big old bang from Boomstick. An ecstasy. Oh, hello. We're running that blind, are we? Well, Andrew hand delivers the AWP. Thanks for that, mate. Real nice of you.
That's weird decision making there. Zocchi mid though, about to be pressured.
They hear plenty coming in. They get the first. That's the bomb delivered as well. Oh my god. Is it Prime Day? And there's an... They just keep passing it forward.
Well, it went from maybe getting the bomb to absolutely not getting the bomb pretty quickly.
Oh, Kramer. It's all going wrong.
Slowly getting a bit complacent, I think.
Oh, there's no room for complacency for Slayers, though. The Colombian AWPer refuses to give up anything for free.
Yeah, actually quite a bigger complacency from Stone there, particularly with Hez there to swing out on long. I think his teammate's flash failed, but he swings it anyway while being blinded by it. I don't know what the thought process was there, and well, Stone, down to the Eagles, all too familiar sight for them in this second half, and for Mad Kings, yeah, it's suddenly becoming very doable for them.
ABM has ran ahead of the Molotov. Maybe a touch of blocking there in the smoke. But Tech9 gets it done. And there's going to be plenty of weapons on the ground here, recoverable ones. ABM, once again, going out scouting. Where's it at? I know it was around here somewhere. Feeling for it in the smoke. I can't find it, guys.
Grabby hands. Unfortunately, don't grab your hands today. That'll be a second one. But that M4 in Naz is something you need to fear. And with Stone setting their gaze back to this B site, they sort of lustfully look at the site and think, nice, gonna happen today? Knight goes, maybe not. We'll see if he'll let him in, though. He didn't before. This bouncer, he's hard to shake.
Bouncers are even more intimidating when they have Molotov cocktails.
And AK-47s, yeah. That actually would be a very terrifying bouncer.
This is Ivan. Oh, Knight at this range, doing well. Out goes the flash. Affects multiple people. At least give Knight a touch of breathing room to try and make something work. They might get flanked here from the top. Knight is very conscientious of that. It's only the Tech9 in the hands of ABM, and that won't last you long when you're up against the AK. Knight's so low, all it takes is a body shot, and Naz is keen to deliver, swapping over to the Eagle for the star point, baby, and the one shot, one kill rule.
I mean, one shot, one kill, move fast, duck low, and in this case, he sets Madkins very, very low. An investment's able to come out for them. We actually see them hold on to a single AWP setup rather than a double AWP that we suspected Madkins would go for. Instead, what it means is we could be seeing some aggression from the rifles, particularly on long, where they've been able to get a lot of their success.
Plenty of room to work with. Hez leads the way. We have our AWP battle once more. Ecstasy. Have been meandering up mid. Lancing into the midst of Stone, but they will give up that. Oh! Checkmate your peril, mon ami. The adjustment isn't quite right. Jockey wins that one out. Major threat now gone, Kramer.
I'm surprised that Zoki swings that, actually, against an AWP you've just seen your teammate die an angle on, and more importantly, against an AWP who you know is having a good game. I like the confidence behind it, though. Double smoke goes across, means they're going to be able to get to the site. The question now is, how costly will it be to get this bomb plant?
Ecstasy, boosting up a friend here. Zoki, that means that they see plenty. You don't check that one. And Naz pays the price for it.
Look at the
Briscoe's
luck.
going to be able to get this plant fairly easily. And ABM. Oh, it's all free all the time. Knight instantly eviscerated. The comms are good, but Ecstasy and Zoki, the second they turn away, Fusco takes their own swing. And now Slayers has to do it by themselves. There's no saving. There's no second chance. If you lose this round, you lose the tournament. And Andrew's the one who puts you in the grave. Stone Movistar are going to the losers finals of Group B.
Mad Kings, they showed a dominant. Look at that.
The Uruguayan flag?
That's the Uruguayan flag from Andrew. You'll love to see it. And yeah, as we said, it's very, very impressive that Mad Kings are able to do so well on Inferno, a map that is going to turn into one of their best maps, if not already. And there's the foundations there for a very, very good team. Unfortunately, Stone, they emerge victorious. They take the higher seed place, and for good reason. They eliminate Mad Kings from Group B, but the journey isn't over for them now. They have to move on to play against Leviatan for a place to join River Plates, to exit Group B, and move to our playoffs.
A quick second to rest, Kramer, to collect themselves, collect their thoughts, and figure out how they're going to augment their battle plan to go up against Leviatan. We're going to have the losers finals of Group B. And one spot in the playoffs up for grabs after this break.
This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need ask for them to show love. Don't need ask for them to show love. Show love. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo, hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, and I'll throw it right back. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Lights down low, I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need ask for them to show love. Don't need ask for them to show love. Show love. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Lights down low, I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya.
After all this time, the losers finals of Group B is finally here, Kramer. This is for all of the marbles. Winner goes to playoffs, loser goes home.
This is going to be a really, really good game. I know we've got the Argentinian derby between these two sides, and Leviathan, let's be honest, they go with this heavy favourites. About 2 months ago, we saw these two teams play in a best of one. Leviathan on Overpass were able to win 16-10. Now, we saw how good Stone were on Overpass just now against Mad Kings. I can only imagine how good Leviathan would have had to be to beat that. So this really is going to be a good game. I personally can't wait to get started, and I personally can't wait to see who emerges victorious. The veto is going to be really what gives Stone any hope at all. Inferno versus Overpass. This actually is a really good veto for Stone. This is actually the best.
How did Vertigo happen? I guess
surprised.
Leviathan just had to use their Instabam on Ancient, but
Yeah.
this is the rescue run in best of threes when, hey, we can only Instabam one of the weird maps.
Yeah. Luckily for Leviathan, they get to start on Inferno, which is a map we've seen them play very, very well. And for Stone, allowing Mad Kings to do that well against them on Inferno may have very well shaken their confidence. So there is that element for them that they need to take into consideration. Vertigo, Leviathan, sure, they're the underdogs on that map. But we saw Vertigo get played yesterday when they played against
River Pass.
River Pass. Yep, you're absolutely right. River Plate.
And that's the one.
That's the one we got there at the end. And that was a very close game. So I think that for Leviathan, they have quite a bit to anti-strat going into this. Overpass to the decider. It's about both teams play. It's probably going to be our closest map if it does go to Overpass. I have an inkling though that Leviathan maybe will take this in 2 bites.
Yeah, Leviathan, it's all going to come down to what they can achieve on Vertigo, because we're guaranteed to go there in this best of 3. We're not having any of that best of 1 nonsense. There's always room to bounce back here for these teams. The question is also, I believe it was Stone who asked to have a bit of a shorter break, because usually we can have
get stuck in. I like that.
Up to an hour or even more between the 2 series, especially after a 3-mapper, but Stone were like, no, get us in as soon as possible. We want to go, man. But they didn't want what we talked about during the last series pre-show, Kramer, where we talked about, hey, after you get to an official, you maintain an energy level that's so distinct, but the second you exit the match, you begin to lose a huge amount of sort of internal momentum as the adrenaline starts to wear off, and it can make it much more difficult to recover. That's why Stone asked for a shorter break, so it haven't had as long to just sink off.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I like the idea behind them. If they had allowed the adrenaline to wear off, you end up with a side who sort of crashed into a brick wall. And
it's like a sugar crash.
Yeah, they have a sugar crash, and to try and build back up to it again, it takes a good couple of rounds for them to get back into the groove of it. Leviathan, such a momentum-based team, you can't allow yourself to throw away rounds just for you to get back on form. You need to be on form start to finish, especially when you go into this as underdogs. Leviathan, let's be honest, they're the favourites here, the Argentinian derby. Let's see, though, if Leviathan can live up to their namesake, because yesterday that loss to River Plate, even though we only saw 1 map of it, it was still a map we expected them to win. And to lose on, I believe it was Inferno as well, our opening map, it was. They got 69. So yeah, I'm
not ideal.
Really feeling apprehensive about the effectiveness of Leviathan here. I hope they can convert it. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what seems like the ubiquitous map of Group B. It is the cobbled masonry of Inferno, and Leviathan will finally return to your screens. And that means Dillian will likely be returning to the AWP in good time, but Reversive, as always, is the person that I have my eye on as one of the most effective riflers on this team.
Yeah. You talk about Reversive. I quite like the look of Dillian. His AWPing yesterday, while it was, we didn't see it very often, it was flashy when we did see it, and it was effective. So it makes me think that we might be seeing a very, very confidence-oriented playstyle from Dillian, where we may see constant picks to mid, peeks to second mid, banana control being thrown a dozen times or so. For Stone, they showed a few holes on Inferno last time we saw them play. Yeah, they won it. Well, actually, they lost it to Mad Kings. And now's their chance to bounce back. For me, the biggest problem Stone faced was they repeat themselves quite a lot. For instance, that graveyard position becomes very common on their anti-ecos, and that position where they end up putting a player in the cubby on top of that box backside on A also is being very frequent alongside that retake flash on B. If they can find a way to put some sparsity in those plays, we could very well be seeing a renewed Stone that could absolutely catch Leviathan off guard. But enough speculation, enough dilly-dally, Harry, enough talking, or enough looking at our faces. A lot more talking to come. Stone and Leviathan get ready to duke it out in our pistol round. Starting on the T side, Leviathan, they go to this with 2 smokes, molly, 2 flashes, no P250 to be picked up. Eventually, Numbers will grab 1, and even more utility picked up on Yoko Wow here. Very heavy util presence from Leviathan against just 2 flashes and his kits on Stone.
Yeah, Tom's got the second decoy nade we've seen in a while. We had one on Overpass as well. Interesting choice. Andrew already trying to claim as much space as possible and make sure that this space around T apartments is consistently checked. Tom at the top of Banana. They're scared off Naz for now, remember. Naz was a little bit less than fortuitous in their Banana duels previously up against Mad Kings. And Reversive now going to be the one to try and take the space. They check first behind them, but they didn't see Naz, who gets instantly slain on Tom's swing here. Tom looking over back towards Ruins. The bomb still needs to be planted here. It's going to be the responsibility of Dillian to do that.
Stone are very closely smoked side for the retake. This would be problematic for Leviathan.
ABM's noted. They could be swung upon now, but if they expect the Hez is here as well, Numbers has done plenty. And Tom holding it for now. A little bit. Little bit cautious. A little bit frisky. Yoko, by themselves now, has already done plenty of damage. Andrew finishes it off. Do they have time for the defuse, though? They should do.
That they do. Cutting it a bit fine, but first Stone, clean retake there, just taking the jewels as they come. A bit of a blunder from Leviathan with a player on the U-box. Slow swing meant that their teammate in Banana actually ended up dying before. Well, it's a death that could have been avoided. And then the 2-on-1, not much Yoko could do. He did delay the defuse, so he had a good crack at it. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough time bought. With the Force Spy actually coming out from Leviathan here. 2 AKs, the raid boss of Tom and Numbers here, to try and topple a very greedy investment of 3 MP9s on Stone.
Maybe a touch of greed here. Oh my goodness. The AK, the surprise buy from Leviathan in the hands of Numbers, that may well have to be handed off, and it will be to Reversive. Now that Numbers is so low. M4 is going to be recovered, so no more is it the 3 SMGs. Now it's just run straight in here. There's a touch of blocking in the smoke. Why can't I move, they may ask? It's so damn close. I smell T's everywhere. They're within the building. Reversive moving forward now. AK back in hand. Yoko might be able to actually loot up one of those SMGs. The Tracers here might make a fool of Reversive still, Kramer.
Busco. This aggression announced as well is just going to tell Stone that Leviathan are coming. Now they know the attack's coming. Can they stop it, Harry? Info is half the battle in series like this, and well, ABM, this is a very well placed molly.
Yoko stopped in their tracks. And who's battling down the hatches but Andrew right now? A pair of M4s are going to make this a dangerous attempt to move on forward already. Dillian has been lost. Yoko goes into Ruins. Gets rid of one, but ABM is back. The bomb has been fought for by Reversive. And they believe they have time. So they're going sprinting, Kramer. I'm off to A, boys.
Yeah, plenty of time to work with it. I have about 10 seconds left when they get to the site. So to highlight, though, is that Reversive is so low on HP, he just needs to get an angle and hope he has the element of surprise. In this case, Graveyard would be a nice position to go to. Back sight on the head glitch also works, but having a whole body exposed is ballsy, to say the least.
Not what may be expected, at least, Kramer. And that could be a saving grace for Reversive. ABM moves through long. The smoke will clear. And like you said, Reversive, they left themselves their whole body exposed. And they were made to pay for it.
This is kind of how they started Inferno against Mad Kings, where they win rounds, sure, but they win it taking so many casualties that their money never really gets off the ground. Leviathan,
Mad King did double force into them.
which is exactly what Leviathan are doing.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Do you ever get the feeling of deja vu?
In this case, Stone may very well do in a moment. The second they hear these AKs get rung out, and, well, for Leviathan, let's see if these AKs can do the damage required.
Dillian just bolts forward with the Galil in hand. Utility sent over onto Banana. How soon, Kramer, do you think it will be before they realize we're up against a force?
I haven't seen the utility on B, they already know. Reversive's about to affirm their suspicions, though.
As is going to be a first point of contact. That Famosing quad. They expect Reversive, but they don't expect aim like that. ABM does their best to try and plug the holes, but 1962's done plenty already. The A site has been given away, and now Naz and Andrew have to work in tandem as a dynamic duo to try and make this work. Tom at some point should be able to pick up a rifle if they wish to give away this SMG, but in the close quarters of the site. Oh my goodness. Ooh. That was not the ideal spray, and Naz is punished for it. They still have no idea where Yoko is. Andrew knows the approximate position of one, but Yoko lies in wait. And that, the double force, taking some momentum away from Stone. This is a feeling of deja vu.
Yeah, it is. And for Stone, now, do they force is the question. With the armor on Naz, I think he's actually left himself in a position where he has to. They're double eco regardless. Yeah, they've got a force. So, Deagles come out, there's that MP9 on ABM, and for Leviathan, AK's around the board. This should be a quick conversion for them. This should be the equalizer.
Should be. Should in reality are occasionally only neighbors, Kremer. ABM. Get some value out of that SMG. Remember, that's a lootable rifle later, potentially. If you can gain any of this space reversive once again. Up to his old tricks in Boiler. But will the mortar pressure be enough to break down the Stone? Ooh, looking for the one, Deeg. Andrew's found one. Any more? Oh, you bet there are. What? Rifles. Thank you, boys. Thanks for the AKs. Hand delivered to you, friends. Reversive. Can they take out 3? Surely not. Everybody, run forward. AKs for you. AKs for me. AKs for your friends.
Well, we say should. Yeah, Andrew's on land.
Uruguayan on land, baby.
I wonder who he's with, though, because it looks... doesn't look like the same studio, does it?
No, that does not look like boot camp to me.
No, so it could just be Stone have Andrew with someone else, potentially. Nonetheless, though, solid round from Stone. And for Andrew, those are some clean deagle shots. Around Leviathan, didn't really have any business losing. I like how they now call a tactical timeout to make sure Stone get too confident, or don't get too confident, and make sure that Stone don't get too much momentum. For Leviathan, I don't want to see them force it. I think they need to stop the force war, go for an eco, allow Stone to make it 4 so they can bring out that AWP on Dillian.
Allow Dillian to find their way to that AWP. Classic buy here. From the side of Stone, rifles across the board, including a couple of those appropriated AKs. Cisco's been having a hell of a game. Well, a hell of a day already. And that's not going to stop now. There should be easy kills mowing through multiple pistol members. But first, Kremer, they have to be found. Information is the most valuable resource here. Naz just gets a couple tabs to the crotch. Oh my goodness. No more babies, no more life. Dillian with the Deeg. Well, they'll hit a shot, but not much more than that.
Dillian, that's soul crushing. He's $50 away from being able to get the AWP and body armor.
Oh.
We have a tech pause, though, from Stone. Have a quick disconnect.
Yeah, Dillian's going to go look for some coins behind the couch.
Yeah, just go rummage around. Hey, Tom, could you spare $50, man? I know it's a bit cheeky for me to ask, mate, as we're being teammates and all that. Tom goes, no, Dillian, get out of here. Ask someone else.
No.
Yeah. Do you think I made of money? And Dillian goes, oh, all right. And now he has to weigh up the option. He sits in his car, he thinks, damn, do I glass cannon AWP? Does he?
It's a difficult decision to make here, Kremer. I quickly have an update on Okay. Shouldn't take too long for the tech pause to be fine. I wonder who's with Hez at the moment in the top right. They're camouflaged behind Hez, admittedly, but they are present. That'd be a coach, maybe.
Could be.
Right now, I
manager,
can't
maybe.
identify them by the calves, despite my name.
Harry, your name's Leg Day, right?
Yes.
Name every leg.
You think your leg day?
Yeah.
Name 3 of their albums.
Could you name the kind of main bones in a leg? I guess femur's the big one, isn't it?
Yeah, like we have a femur. I'm not sure what the shin bone is called.
We'll call it the shin. We'll call it the shin.
And this Kremer is why neither of us are doctors.
I think that's probably a very good thing. Bless you for the medical world that we're not doctors.
Overall, this is a net gain for society.
Yeah, you've hurt your shin. Don't know what to do about it, but that looks hurt.
I banged it on a coffee table. Andrew hoping to hurt some shins of their own here. Maybe even some stomachs. And it's Numbers who's going to feel that. Tom wondering where to go as everything burns around them. They try to move on forward into Naz. Hez has fallen over as well. Leviathan have found multiple frags here. What can Fusco do? They know that Yoko's up there. They've heard them messing about, but they don't see Reversive coming in on the off angle. And, well, this one's going to be a... Oh, is there going to be a hunt? Reversive with 7 HP and $900.
Just have to hide. Oh, Reversive doesn't find him. It's like a bloodhound.
Ah, I smell a Uruguayan.
I recognise that smell anywhere.
Oh, Reversive. Oh, here they all come. Oh, that's a good start. Can Andrew do any more than this? That's 2. That's going to be the looted AWP, surely, for Dillian. Dillian's like, no, pick it up. Thank you.
Yeah, because still annoyed Dillian also for 50 quid earlier, so he's umming and ahhing.
Considered not doing it.
Yeah, our principle alone, but he goes, fine, all right. Gets to that up. Dillian now is able to boast it with full utility. You highlighted in the pregame, Reversive is the player to watch out for. And I mean, for good reason. He's had a solid performance so far, but that performance is only being countered by Andrew, who's continuing the form he was showing in our previous game against Mad Kings here. For Leviathan, the rest of the two-side pans out for them. Now they have full rifles to work with.
Andrew's the highest ADR on Stone. By a factor of about 10%, I believe. Got some good stats to work with. Naz here with the Deagle. Decides to walk the smoke. They are going to be instantly identified by Tom. And slain with nothing to their name. Not a single point of damage. And I'm not sure if they delivered any utility in the form of grenades over there, but might have been the case. Classic smokes here to make sure that ABM isn't going to have a good sightline onto this. That was a lovely flash, though, but Andrew, they can't do anything off the back of it. 1962 on a bit of a fumble. ABM here trying to pick up the pace. Make sure that there's no time to adjust. No time to catch them. Reversive as this smoke, I believe, is going to be refreshed. Has a touch less to worry about until the boost comes through. Reversive is traded out here, though, by ABM, who begins to just maraud on forward. That's another for ABM. Can they pick up anything more than this? Already on 3 kills, and the ace is well within their sights. But Hez is going to deny that opportunity. But an opportunity to win the round, nonetheless, is also going to be good. But Yoko, onto the diffuser, and then onto the cover. I'll take them both on.
Solid round from Yoko there, and with... I will admit, Leviathan a bit messy on that take. They end up doubling up on CT smokes, which means they don't have an extra one there, which they can expend on coffins once they realized that there was a heavy presence from Stone. The silver lining for Leviathan, though, not only do they win the round, but Stone also don't get any survivors. So their money's in tatters. They go for the eco, and for Leviathan, this may finally give them a chance, not to relax, but to just take a deep breath.
Take a breath. Figure it out. A stack of HEs there. Don't believe they do a single point of damage. Andrew's a little bit more reserved here as they get flashed away. Smoke should be coming forth soon as well, but they have noted Andrew poking out of that area. Naz up high. How fast will they be on the draw? Not fast enough, unfortunately. And Andrew just starts expending his mag into the smoke. Seems like at the moment, when it comes to the executes, B is a lot more heavily favored for the side of Leviathan's tees.
I mean, hey, it's working for them. Why fix what isn't broken? As ABM, he just backs off for now. We wait to see what the outcome is for Stone here. A few exits would be ideal, but Leviathan, they're sticking together really quite a lot here. They're like a mob. They're like a gang, Harry. A juvenile collection.
Is that a Zeus?
That is definitely a Zeus. Oh, that is a Zeus. I hold the monologue. What can he do with this?
Everyone is a badass until they happen to meet the God of Thunder. You can see what Fuzgo's here, ready to try and generate some presence, distract some people. Hez begins to move on up. Damage is being done, but Hez has fallen down before the Zeus can find its man. And that's going to be a couple of after-time kills delivered there. I believe Leviathan kept it flawless.
That they do now. At 4-4, Stone move into the best buy they can muster. My worry is we don't see the AWP on Hez, so it gives a chance to Dillian to roam free should he invest one. Luckily, Dillian holds on to the AK. AKs versus M4s here, Harry. However, Stone, they don't have any flashes bar just two. So rest of mid's the option, and well, it works out momentarily.
Just a moment before the refrags are brought to bear, but it's all coming up Leviathan. Losing reversive and put them into a battle frenzy. Andrew here, though. They've heard the presence on second mid. The wraparound could be everything. Dillian has no idea. Andrew gets themselves a freebie. And then just backs away. Still with the M4 in hand. Plenty to lose. Got to look towards the left-hand room here. It is going to be populated by numbers. But early Dink left things easy. An AK recovered, and now this is doable. In the post-plant scenario, it's down to only Yoko again. They've done these 1v2s before, but the crossfire is going to be immense. And it's going to be difficult. Avoidance there. On the flash, Yoko trying to get proactive. Try and hunt down Andrew. And that's what they'll do. It's labored, but it works. And now it's left down to only Naz. But this position from Yoko forces them to try and run if a defuse is going to be coming on through. Slowly they approach, and Naz hits himself a lovely little headshot. And they're going to find themselves a defuse as well.
Leviathan are showing some pretty big cracks, actually. I'm very surprised to see that from them, considering how they plant in such a safe position when they have the site, categorically. You categorically have that site. So the fact that they're holding on to the fact that it puts Yoko in a 1 versus 2, the bomb's not planted for him. There's nothing he can do from there. He has to run up and kill them. I just hope he has enough time, but he doesn't know if they have a kit. So Stone, solid round to win there. However, they lost players. Their money is not great. They're actually on a worse buy than the buy they were on before. Fly for now. AK's around the board looking for very fast top E control.
Yeah, it's not been an economic buff couple of rounds for Stone, but hey, in the end, Kramer, all that matters is the number right at the top. And 5-4 is good for Stone as they move on forward. They have no idea, but still behind them is Naz. They go back to check. Running out of bullets. Naz is doing plenty here with the AK before being put down by Dillian. ABM now. The next step in the defense, the next rampart of the castle. Waits patiently as everyone else just meanders their way over towards A.
That's a bit of a misplay from Leviathan there. It took him a long time to trade onto Naz, and well, losing a player on A certainly isn't how you want to kickstart your execution. Yoko now smoked off completely.
Yoko just runs it. Yoko is fearless. Hez is prepared. And damage is done. This might be considering a save for now. No. They're moving the bomb up banana. Dillian still has some presence here. It's not ideal. Andrew's up next. Andrew puts him in the grave. 2 versus 4.
Numbers looks at Andrew twice. He does a double take and still doesn't react.
Like, what?
Huh?
What's he doing here?
Left in another clutch, Harry.
And unfortunately, it's too much to ask, Kremer. Feels like Leviathan at times are losing to themselves, but Stone, there are no slouches in these opening gunfights.
Not at all, actually. And I'm becoming an Andrew fan, Harry. He's hitting some very, very strong rounds at the moment. And Leviathan, bear in mind, Leviathan losing that game yesterday was... I just can't help but think they did it out of confidence, knowing that they could beat Stone today. If they end up losing to Stone, then that is really going to...
I mean, you got to think as well, this is a map that Stone lost to Mad Kings.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And if Leviathan end up losing Inferno, how are they going to do on Vertigo? You know, the map that Stone want to be on, the map that Stone we know are good on.
It's worrying for the Leviathan fans. It would be, admittedly, we're in round 10 of the best of 3. Might be a little bit soon to try and postulate this, but it would be, I think, embarrassing for Leviathan if they were to not make playoffs out of groups.
Yeah, it would be. Absolutely would be.
ABM managed to survive being blinded here. They're still trying to make something happen. They have no idea where the bullets are coming from, but covering fire is there. Hez did what they needed to make sure that ABM remained alive, and Andrew, they're just going hunting. Thanks for the deagle, mate. Real nice of you.
7-4 now. Stone starting to kind of push Leviathan back, keeping them at arm's distance. And for Leviathan, as they move into a as Leviathan move into their next buy, we still don't see the AWP out on Dillian. Their money's getting damaged quite a bit here, and it's working beautifully for Stone, because it sort of plays into their hands, where granted Stone, money isn't great for them either, so winning this in a clean way would be perfect.
Stone Movistar. They want to live up to that name. Got a lot of weight behind it, Kramer. An important moniker to add to this Argentinian and Uruguayan mix. Dusko tries to cover their escape here as Dillian wonders what they can manage with a Galil. Going up on top of the wood blocks. Give themselves a little bit of an elevated sightline reverse of here. They've done plenty before, but they can't do anything now. Fusco's seen this show before, mate. I'm posting spoilers.
Yoko now solo, and he's got to be suicidal to peek that angle, having just seen his teammate get decimated.
Don't even know about the double stacking quad.
It's a crossfire as well. This is tough for Leviathan.
If they move through here. Okay, that's a great opening here. Will they anticipate the double stacking quad? Potentially they may. ABM's up next. They're going to die as well. The gunfights are going the way of Leviathan. And the bomb needs to be picked up still. So it's time for a rotation here. And it's going to be down to Andrew to get it happen. You said, Crammy, you're becoming an Andrew fan. Can Andrew continue to work wonders?
I think it just saves Leviathan a solid round on their part. Credit due to Yoko to get that final kill onto ABM. ABM whiffs big time with that spray. He realizes there's 2 players there and then shoots in between them to try and damage them both. It's a good idea because your bullet pen does go through with an M4, and at point blank there's a likelihood it works. But as we see numbers swing to brackets, he doesn't follow. He instead just switches targets, and so everyone just realizes where he is. It just gets swarmed. So a big punishment onto that crossfire of Stone there. And for Fusco, who just shoulder peeks long, he's punished quite a bit there for that shoulder peek. It's a bit of a wide swing, and well, for Leviathan, a comfortable 5th.
Yeah, Leviathan, they managed that mid-entry super well on a 3-person crossfire. 9 times out of 10, Kramer. That doesn't go their way.
Yeah.
Hez has finally got their hands on the AWP. Question is, where will it be placed?
So now, all onto Hez. A showstopper in his hands here. And for Leviathan, it's going to be a battle for banana control.
Oh,
that's
Naz.
a big nade.
That's a lot of damage from those nades. Naz is made to feel very fragile. Oh, they run the molly.
Oh!
Oh! Run the gauntlet, son. Run the gauntlet. Naz on my boost. Maybe looking for a one and done here.
Yeah, boost is a pretty good position to be when you're low HP. It's not a position that's commonly molly. In fact, you can't molly there unless you have a very specific lineup. So Andrew just plays the bait and switch.
All right, Andrew backs on off a smoke. This is still fine for a player on flowers, but they're instantly identified. Dillian checks that every time. And Andrew waits for a couple of guests. The second they touch that mag, guess who's through if not 1962? S has moved on up now with the AWP in hand, but already. You know what, boys? We've got our rounds. We've got our AWP. Let's go have a cuddle.
Yeah, team huddle and pit. Let's have a talk. Come on, Ez. Come join everyone. We need to figure out what's happening because Leviathan, they've woken up now. And, you know, Yoko's landing their shots. We saw Dillian. All it took was one clean kill onto the player on boost. And Naz is trying to play trigger discipline. He's trying to hide from the flashes, cancel the bomb plant, buy time for his teammates to get into position for a retake. And it's all worked for them on the pistol round. When you go into your retake so quickly after the bomb's planted, you catch your opponents off guard. However, it didn't work there purely because the player on boost died. The bomb went down quickly. And for Stone, it's a good call to save. There's not much you can do from there.
How do you think Stone are feeling about the scoreline thus far against Leviathan? Given
I think
that it was not the most impressive CT side yesterday, it's okay.
I think they're happy that it's gone this well to start, but it all comes down to being able to consistently trade blows to Leviathan. We can't see Leviathan just put their foot down and win it out, which is what we see Leviathan do to a fair few teams yesterday, actually. Madkins being one of them.
Yeah, it's been like, all right, no more messing about. Hez here. Flashed Fusco doesn't stick on that angle. A little bit nervous about maybe some backup coming up through this mid.
Ooh.
But for now, it's reversive all alone. 1962 has been taken out elsewhere. The one Deeg in the hands of Naz. Sent on out. That's another. Not quite the Deagle this time. Is that a P250?
That's a P250.
Oh, go me. Recognize him with pistol silhouettes. What a
Proud
gold
of you, Harry.
camera.
Proud of you. Bit more costly than me, and I'll get you to do it with real guns. Man, that's impressive. Is it gunsist to say they all look the same?
They all look like guns to me, Kramer. Hez here lines up with the AWP. It's going to be the first action it actually sees. It was bought last round and got one kill out, but now to fade away. 4 versus 2 on the retake. This is certainly doable. And Dillian's feeling quite exposed. Moving up through mid here. Andrew needs to try and win out this battle. They do have a Molotov to play with as well as a flash on their friend. Oh, Dillian can't quite get the spray through, so ABM's not going to give that one away. But Yoko, once again, asked for a clutch.
Oh.
Request is heard. But unfortunately, I can't do that, sir. I'm not programmed for it. The 1 versus 3 is too much.
A solid round from Stone to get that much of an advantage. On rounds, let's be honest, they didn't have much in. Fusco, he was quite a bit there. His teammate Hez, he turns back to Archway, allowing the long player to push up, and that timing really plays against them there. We see he tries to leave mini pit. He's spotted on long, out in the open. By aim and aim alone, he's able to get that kill. However, he's out of position. The player's coming up short trade on him, and that allows Leviathan to get the bomb plant. You look at their money. Without that bomb plant, this round becomes scary for them. But we have the final round of this half. They've got all the utility in the world. And the only person who doesn't quite have the best they can offer is Numbers, who's only down to a Galil. That's a big nade, though, from ABM to start.
There's a lot of damage done, Kremer. Dillian feeling a lot more vulnerable now. And Recursive takes up their usual post within Boiler. I believe the flash was good. ABM doesn't want to stick around for long. Just use the Molotov instead. Multiple flashes are delivered. ABM can't win the first all, but Fusco's still alive. Just barely. 5 HP. Can you consider pit check? That's the question. Will there be a second glance? You bet that it will be from Yoko, but the crosshair placement isn't quite right to deliver that. Headshot and Fusco will fall. Hez moves forward with the AWP. They're going to be missing as well. And on this final round of the half, it feels like every single gunfight goes the way of Leviathan.
I feel like Fusco's has some big problems in pits. He kind of leaves his teammate for dead there. And the smoke he throws isn't the one way. Instead, it's one that... We have a quick timeout as well for Stone, so we can kind of analyze this a little bit. The one way you throw it down to the bricks on the bottom left, allows you to peek into short. He doesn't throw that, I imagine, out of fear from the fact the angle's already held. So he underarms the smoke to allow him to peek onto the bicycle to clear sight, but he fumbles with it. He's taking so long to line it up, his teammates just die. So a big blunder on Fuso's behalf, and it means that Leviathan can just get to the site and just kill. They swarm the lone defender, who you can't do much in a 1v3 when they know where you are, and especially when they all swing at you together. So get the site, and in the retake, yeah, the positions are already taken from Stone. They just kill everyone. For Leviathan, I think that's their T side pretty strong, all things considered. I want to see how this pistol round plays out. Bear in mind that we didn't really see much AWPing from Dillian. It was mainly Hez who was taking the limelight with that AWP, and he was a smooth operator with it. He was definitely hitting some very clean shots. But on your T side, getting the AWP out in the first place is going to be the biggest trouble here, which is why you need that pistol round as quick as humanly possible. Andrew, playing out of his mind, something that we've kind of learned to see as the default, but he needs Fusco. He needs Hez to step it up as well.
You know what, Kremer? I just noticed the CTs on Inferno have those Union Jack patches on their shoulders.
That'll be because they're English.
I think
the SAS.
I think they're acting a little bit beyond their remit here in Italy, to be honest.
I hadn't considered that, actually. It's doing in Italy.
Reversive. Oh, the pace on him. Oh, no one expects Reversive, and Yoko from behind fades away into Ruins, but Ruins being laid onto this attacking side of Stone right now. Tom's caught reloading, but that's fine. Dylan's still here to do a touch of damage. ABM's the last one remaining, and while they can tip-tap-toe and dance for a while to try and buy some mercy with a show, they can't do much more than that.
Stone straight down to the eco, and for Leviathan, they bring out rifles, they bring out MP9s, and a slightly greedy buy. For your kind of standard second round buy would be 3 rifles to SMGs. I think for Leviathan, they really want to try and push the economic subject just so they can get the AWP out on Dillian, hence the 3 MP9s here. Unfortunately, they may not have anticipated the force buy from Stone here.
Oh, look at all that damage. Reversive and Tom are put so low. But unperturbed is Reversive. Forward I shall go. And forward I may stay. Picking up the M4 now. Oh, Fusco just lines himself up with a tap-tap spam. But Reversive sends forth the smoke refresh to come on through. Is going to make Andrew a touch less accurate with this Diddy. That was a bit of panic there.
That was a little bit of panic.
Actually, a little bit of a jump scare.
Dillian's alone now. He is very alone. His position's known.
Yeah, moving over into second mid instead. Hoping to just have a good Gorilla angle to play from in a retake. They know that they're likely noted. So they have to be careful about this left-hand room. And boiler too. Oh my goodness. Yoko falls on down. Dillian, it's a dirty spray, but it will get done. Moving as they reload. Reversive from one side. Dillian from the other. Reversive doesn't have too much HP to play with. They've seen one in mini pit. Dillian knows that one's behind him, but also know one's in front. They get the first. They can't 180 onto the second. The Famus is claimed. And Stone, not bad.
Not bad at all. And that they stack to start onto Reversive and Tom was an incredible bit of damage. That just set them up for the rest of the round. Every other player at the disadvantageous HP got one shot by the Deagle. So really nice bit of utility there to sort of tick them through and make up for that lack of firepower. Leviathan, they're doing the same, this time just without utility. The Scouts and Deagles they think will be enough here as they look to try and prevent Stone from getting a bit of a lead.
Reversive with the Scout is able to hit themselves a pair of body shots ahead, maybe softened up by their friends. The body shot will be enough. 2 for 2 here. Leviathan now have the own Scout to work with up against a couple of rifles and a rotation through Ruins.
Yeah. What's these players? Stone a bit hesitant to push that site. And it plays really badly against them. They had a sight, and Leviathan, I mean, they catch them off guard.
Oh, ABM, though. Looking to take over Speedway. And moving up towards Library instead. There's the numbers. They've kind of fumbled the advantage, though, but it doesn't matter when they can eventually hit the shot that they need to. At this range, ABM controls the SMG. And Fusco will join them for that generation of a spike. They've got to look out behind them. They double on back. They hear the approach of Tom. Tom had no idea that Fusco was lying in wait. And here's a Scout, a USP. And one man up against 2. A headshot, a thing of dreams, but ABM, they aren't a dreamer.
No, they're not. 10 for Stone, Leviathan down to the eco, and for Stone, they were in danger of being punished hard there. They're very hesitant to push a site once they've got the opening kills, and it meant that Leviathan had given an opportunity to keep taking duels. That's how it was able to go down to a 2 versus 2 there, when Stone were quite categorically in the lead. As the full eco of Leviathan is going to be what looks like a big conga line down mid.
Are you all prepared? Come. The hunting party awaits. All 5 swing out and Fusco will feel the wrath of the bullets. When the smoke clears, 2 lives have been claimed. 3 Ts remain. Foray up mid here could prove fruitful for looting. And now, no longer of a easy prey. An AK for one. An SMG for another.
I just back off. Get the hell out of there. Stone. This will be a...
Dillian trying to tempt this. And tempt it he has.
I'm surprised Dillian goes for that with a Mac 10. Granted, you're on a full buy next round anyway, but you're playing very close on an angle you kind of know you're expected to be peeking from. Same for Reversive here. I don't like how close he is to T-Sport. I'd rather see him still over into the apps here. But luckily he won't be hunted. Stone, they're going to let him get away with the AK. They're a full buy next round anyway, so it's just another rifle. Dillian, he still can't quite afford the AWP. Reversive could drop him, but Reversive needs armor. So that's not going to happen just yet. Leviathan, they are very good at using their tactical timeouts, though. And they call one here, just as they hit their full buy, just as they try to figure out how they're going to beat Stone with a kind of mirror matchup of rifles.
And they aren't given as much economic security here, Kremer, as they would like because of that loss of 2 people. And a little bit of damage as well, I believe, done to one of the members by that Mac 10 or SMG duel that was given over at the bottom of Banana. So just making sure they can't build up too much of a economic surplus to work with. Already, this has been a very good map for Stone Movistar.
That it is. And for now, Leviathan, they move into a very slow default with Banana control. It's sort of teased, but they're only really going to be peaking the odd bit of top mid rather than committing too heavily of a push. Numbers, though, tested in apps big time here.
So much awaits the attention of Numbers. Second mid, they're all foraying down at Kremer. So much lands on the back of Numbers. They play from a balcony, but only get one, but it's not a fair trade. A little bit of an AK headshot from Hez, okay.
He's left in the playing field. It was a handicap.
Teammates are a crutch, Kremer.
Yeah.
Remove them. Remove the rot. Remove the weakness.
I think Hez realized ABM's down 21 kills. He's actually top fragging. Can't have that. You need to try and at least keep him humble, right? Make sure he doesn't get too cocky, right? This is what we're talking about. It's like the power IGL play. We saw it on Overpass from Stone there, where they actually mollied off their own teammate. Yeah, exactly. And here it's like, don't get too cocky. Watch us play. You can come back next round. Take a timeout.
Spectator mode for you.
Yeah.
It's another save, of course. A pair of rifles.
Big headache.
And Leviathan, once again, have to sit and watch as Stone Movistar get closer and closer to what would be a significant upset. This is Leviathan's map pick. This is where they thought, we've got the mojo. They lost the Mad Kings here, baby. We win these easy.
They do. And with Leviathan, 4 rounds separate them and Stone. Stone, those same 4 rounds separate them from a victory. And I don't think either of us are expecting to see Stone play, frankly, this well. Leviathan flashing for banana control here, but once again, Stone, their counter to banana control is just go A. And as simple as the strategy sounds,
you can have the fruit bowl, mate.
Yeah, if you've read that's what's coming, then you really can catch your opponents off guard. Look at this here. No one's watching gaps.
1962, completely isolated and blown away by a combination of Naz and Andrew. Still Reversive will control this mid entrance, and Dillian will only get one with the AWP before being taken away. A quick run there. Out of the boilers comes Andrew. Sorry. I was busy plumbing when I was trying to be covering my mate. But I'm here now, and that's all that matters, right? Can I have a cuppa? Tom's certainly going to be handing out T's, L's, and dubs. But Andrew, make sure that only one of those will be settling on Leviathan's lap.
Stone at 13-8 now have such a strong position to work with. Leviathan, they don't have money, Harry. They just don't have money.
Yeah.
And Stone, they have this momentum to work with. They've read Leviathan so well. The second they see that extra utility thrown on B, that extra Molotov that gets thrown by the third man, they just moved away, they overwhelm their opposition, and they just deliver solid stuff there. And I am really worried as to what Leviathan do to adapt, because they're running out of time to adapt. They've only got one buy left in them before they just lose.
It ain't ideal, Grandma. Ideal it ain't. And it's going to be the semi half buy here. Couple deegs. A smoke for everybody. And a single HE/flash. Oh, /flash. That's fun to say.
Yeah. /flash. Good work. We'll see. Bit of guitar to start it, but... Please go. I think a fairly quiet game. Luckily, he hasn't had to do much with ABM and Andrew doing so well. Gonna use this top banana control now to try and catch out Reversive.
Get him, Nate!
Trying to throw a Pokeball at them, isn't it, before they're ready?
Go, Grenade. I choose you. Use Explode.
Uses will explode. HE fainted, and now Stone have to go back to the AKs. The stronger of the arsenal here. Luckily, the dropped smoke means that they can buy a lot of time here on B. However, Stone, they may just push straight through it.
How many Pokemon do you think you'd die to AK, but would die to a single AK? Never mind. We won't answer that right now. Stone, just continue framing up towards the top of Banana. As I wonder about the most morbid questions that might ruin my childhood. Yoko has made the crossing. They're going to hang out on first oranges here. I believe boosted up at the moment is Tom. Might see Fusco make the crossing. Fusco. Oh, they've spotted one. Easy execution, but Tom from behind was not checked. A little bit of a slip up there from Stone. And Reversive tries their best to play it stealthily. They can't adjust for one headshot. And Hares will punish them for their audacity. 1962 next up on the docket, but as they creep out slowly, Andrew just looks in bemusement. Oh, coming to B-side, are you?
Dillian.
Not on my watch.
A kill might work for Dillian, right? Hopefully, it's Stone are now looking dominant. And for Leviathan, this is going to be a big reality check for them. As Andrew just backs off to B. 2 shots are out here or there, but it's just no kill. And while Stone planned their next map, Harry, I realise you're probably planning your genocide on Aether Island, but let's...
Yeah, my Pokemon Island adventure is a little bit different from a cartoon.
Leviathan, they now move into the best buy they can muster, but it's like a shotgun wedding for them. You need to win this, or else. Yeah, you can't. If Stone hit 15 while simultaneously resetting Leviathan, they couldn't be in a better position.
Those chumps chose starter Pokemon. I chose 2 extra mags for my AK.
They chose fire as well.
Huge amounts of utility expended here on the side of Leviathan. They want to try and claim control of this, and it's only even trades for the moment. ABM. Oh, they've revealed themselves. They double down on the duel, but it's too messy. They can't find themselves. But Numbers certainly finds their mojo. And Leviathan. Finally, they might be able to stop the bleeding. They might be able to cauterize this wound.
I have a fire type to do that.
I don't know. You talked about the barrel overheating. Just a couple of rounds?
Just mush your very dirty AK against your wound and hope that does it.
Yeah, you can clean it. Don't leave your AK dirty, man.
That's the thing with AKs. They can get kind of dirty. There's only like 40 moving parts in them.
Doesn't mean you should let it get dirty.
I mean,
Have some pride in yourself, Kramer. Come on.
you're kind of dragging it around Italy.
You're saying that it just gets inherently dirty?
Yeah. Like...
Oh, Naz has no idea, but Yoko, they've shown their hand here. Molotov thrown on out. Naz on the swing. Yoko puts him down. No. Interesting that Yoko's opting for the classic M4 here of the A1S that's sort of entered vogue.
I actually don't like seeing the classic M4 because financially it doesn't make sense. The current M4, the new M4 costs 2,900. The M4A4 costs 3,100. There is in a game that so heavily relies on finance, that extra 200 can be a flashbang. Yeah, that's how important it can be, and that single flash could win a round for you. Nonetheless, on something like single flashes, we're going to see banana control fought for by Leviathan here, but Stone this time going for a bit more of a slow-paced retake on this position.
CSGO holds back for now. So much was lost previously on banana that Stone Movistar there. Not enthused about going down there again, and neither is CSGO going to be enthused about trying to make that crossing.
Slow round now from Stone. I like the change of tempo, actually. They've completely drained the utility of Leviathan on B. There's a minute to toy with. Look at the utility on Leviathan. There just isn't any. So all Stone needs to do now is just spot players and go from there. Reversive can't risk a fight here. Or will he, actually?
You say that, Kramer, but Reversive wants a fight.
Well, that's why he shouldn't have risked a fight.
Oh,
the
thanks
bomb's
for the
still in
flashes,
T-spawn.
mate. That's real nice. That's a perfect Christmas gift. Bring your family the gift of high explosives this year. Fuzco falls down elsewhere. Tom actually walks the molly, hoping to have the element of surprise, but all it means is that Hez can dispatch him with a singular body shot. Nice dancing right there. That's the bomb out of hand. And in the midst of all of this, Leviathan, they've recaptured control of this. Naz is approaching very loudly.
How have
What?
Stone...
Dillian!
I'm not going to talk too soon. Oh, yeah. How have Stone allowed themselves to lose that? That is a big problem. The fact that you have a man advantage, you have a bomb site, the fact that they almost cockily leave the bomb in T-spawn means that you have to commit 2 players to get that bomb, escort it, 1 dies to the flank, and then your 3 players on B keep fighting. We see that peek from Hez to Ruins just wasn't needed. And Leviathan, they punish it. Now, Stone, no money in the bank. And with Leviathan just a good 4 rounds away from equalizing, this goes from a hope to a very big reality check for Stone.
Banana is a light. That's got to be made into banana bread. No other use for it now. Reversive. Up to their same old tricks, baby. They've seen this show before. They know how it ends. They'll just quietly pass by. Leave a lurker towards B.
Ashes into mid now. Gonna try and peek this angle.
This will give cover for Dillian, ready with the AWP on the other side, but you can tell that Andrew's likely the one who's counter-peeking that. Oh, the timing! It's just not there! Everything's going right for Dillian, and now Hez has to try and make up for it by themselves, but everyone just lines up in front of Dillian, one after the other, and that's just a pile of corpses being generated over here in mid. Look at them, stacked up. How convenient.
Solid round. That looks like an album cover. Just lined up like that.
Dead from Abbey Road.
Yeah. Great round. Great round on behalf of this side now. Let's see if there's a chance for Leviathan to potentially close this out. Stone, they're down to just Eagles here. Bear in mind, we can't underestimate the Eagles, Harry. We know they're bloody good. And in the hands of Stone, they're about to prove why. Oh my god! That's right. There's only 1 player on 8. Oh, Harry, this could be really bad for Tom.
Consider yourself checked. Tom needs to do so much here, but they can only grab themselves 1. That's a pair of M4s that are likely going to be handed on over now. And as Reversive walks for smoke, your audacity's punished. ABM waits with the Tech 9. They've got the AWP. Oh, no, Kremmer. Leviathan, they found their groove. they'd found how to do it. But they've just
Harry.
got absolutely ecoed.
Oh, Harry. I think for Stone, they won that round on that first headshot from Naz.
Oh, yeah.
He hits that shot and goes, yeah, we've won this. that was a sick shot. And Leviathan now, look at that money, Harry. Oh, MP9s have to come out here. Here's
The
the thing.
classic M4 again as well. You don't have the money for this.
Yeah. Leviathan have had success with MP9s in the past, and Dillian, he's feeling it with the AWP at the moment, so you can't rule them out, but this isn't the investment you want.
Oh, well, who am I to doubt Yoko? Currently the top fragger of their team. The gunplay's been good. But will it be good enough? Already has been lost. AWP in the hands of Andrew. And I feel like Stone have got a remarkable amount of mileage out of their T side for a team that has been consistently losing on Banana. Oh, that's some great response there from Yoko. Can they find more? You bet that they can. They won't get the third, at least. But Dillian has arrived. And Dillian has plenty of cover to give over to you. Andrew's going to be exposed. And Tom grabs that.
Stone 15-12. They now sit. Leviathan with a little bit of a stronger buy. Numbers are still on an MP9, but Stone in kind. They have money for the AWP on Hez. Fusco, though, on just a Tech 9 may actually show that Hez would rather utility.
Oh, no, we got an AUG.
We have an AUG on Yoko's liking these premium rifles. He's really liking these premium rifles.
He's Gucci gang, man. He's got expensive tastes.
It actually is. And the reversive on the jump spot. Can't quite see anyone yet. Fusco, though, diving through this. May even try and catch Numbers off guard here. Particularly Dillian could be in trouble as well on long.
Remember that Numbers has been a bit of a pain here. 1962 finds Fusco at least. They've defeated a Tech 9, but can they defeat anything larger than that? Up against the AK now, and unfortunately doesn't go their way. Andrew's sitting here waiting. Oh, coming to help your friends, are you? I'm going to have to tell you no. The AUG has entered the fray. The ADS is not strong enough. You're going to need more than a sight to beat this, because you're looking down the barrel of Stone winning map 1.
Wow, what an upset from Stone there to be able to to just overthrow them on Inferno. Credit where credit's due, they played out their minds there. Something that they did particularly well on their T side was recognizing that Leviathan had gone for a 3B stack to go for control, and then just gunning it away, and then swarming the two defenders who... For Leviathan, when you do end up going for 3 players on your B defense, your A players have to be more passive. So you would see a double pit setup, for instance, or players on site and graveyard. That general idea, the fact that they go aggressive, they still probe, despite the fact they don't have a teammate to support them, means that we see a big punishment come from a very strong Stone. An incredible game on their part, Harry. And that's just the opener of this series.
Stone don't appear to be lacking yet, Kremer. 4 maps deep into their run today in officials. They want that spot in the playoffs, and they want to humiliate Leviathan to do it already. They've taken away Leviathan's map pick. Next, we're going to Overpass. This is where they were at their strongest. This is where they destroyed Mad Kings, who beat them on Inferno. Leviathan, they teeter at the edge of a volcano, and you'll be able to see if they can rescue themselves after this break. It's time for Vertigo, Kremer, and this is a map that we're kind of surprised slipped the net to allow for Leviathan to go here. This is a pretty good area for Stone. No surprise, given that they picked it. I may have accidentally called it was Overpass. Overpass actually our third map. If only I knew the map order, Kremer, I'd probably be pretty good at my job.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's always room to improve, right? I suppose even the simplest things like knowing the veto of the game we're casting, right? But
Like that.
We've got a good game ahead. I mean, for Stone, here's the thing: Leviathan aren't playing bad. Stone are just playing very well. And Stone, what I'm really impressed with them at the moment is they're reacting very well to how Leviathan are playing, rather than sort of molding their own play style and just playing it till it works. A good example is there's those hits to away the second they saw banana control being fought for. So I'm very impressed with them so far. If they can do the same on Vertigo, we may be seeing a very, very one-sided game, especially because Leviathan, they struggle on this map.
Yeah, this is Leviathan's second ban. Usually they like to go take Ancient out of the pool first, and then they take out Vertigo a little bit later. And that's hoping, Kremer. That's with the assumption made that no one else wants to play Vertigo either, right? But it's a different ball game when you're up against Stone. They like to play Vertigo, and if you're going to allow them to take you to this unorthodox map that you probably don't have as much scrim time on, you don't have as much time and officials on, they're going to try and bring out this curveball because, admittedly, they were kind of playing from behind in terms of being favorites. But now that they've won on Leviathan's map picks, I'm feeling it, man. I think this is all Stone. I think they're going to playoffs.
I actually see the same. I think it's going to be a 2-0 to Stone. I thought it'd be a 2-0. Didn't think it'll be to Stone, though. I'm really impressed with their Inferno. For me, if Andrew and ARM can continue whatever it is they're doing at the moment, then we could very well be seeing a solid team to join River Plate as they progress out of Group B. Now, the one highlight I want to mention is that Hez was really doing well on that AWP. Dillian, he wasn't really trying to combat it. Dillian spent most of the game on a rifle because of how strong Stone were on those just any crucial round. It meant that we never saw Leviathan have enough money to consistently give Dillian a chance to fight against Hez.
Yeah, Dillian managed to get maybe 1 or 2 rounds out with the AWP, and one of them was super good, getting like a 3K, and that's about it. But that's only 1 round, right? And you need more than 1 round, especially on your own map pick, when you're supposed to be the ones who are in a dominant position. And Vertigo, do you think that we're going to see an AWP story here?
Yes. Vertigo really has quite nice AWP positions on sandbags particularly, as well as on B ramp. We see quite a lot of fights happen there. My worry, though, is that if we see a constant to and fro, there just won't be enough money for AWPs to come into play. Stone, they did a very good job at adapting. They're just keeping on the pressure. I would love to see them do it again, but for me, Leviathan, somebody tells me they're going to be a bit more tenacious than that.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult, Kremer, with the back and forth to get the AWPs up. The delivery costs alone to the top of Vertigo Tower, absolutely extortionate.
I know, and the elevator's broken. They have to run the whole way.
Exactly. That's why everyone makes so much noise when they run up here. I had to take the stairs. God, give me a moment.
My only enemy. Stairs.
Well, Dillian's over to make themselves the enemy of Stone Movistar as they move up a ramp here. Speed is the name of the game, and the Molotovs of a second innings. Naz taking point of the sphere right now, looking to put down this bomb in a default scenario. Just wiggles a little bit to try and avoid any incoming bullets, and thus far no damage has even been taken by any members of the T side. Dillian Peekaboo moves on forward. The smoke blooms, and now Hez has to worry about who's got attention on top of that bomb. ABM doesn't need to see anything to remove people. Ooh. 1962 is laid down to 0.
Oh, Harry, Stone. That is the opening that Leviathan really didn't want. A solid Stone who get a bomb plant and then clutch out the rounds. We're going to be seeing Leviathan move to their Deagles, a buy that they're just all too familiar with because it has just been going downhill from them. And I want to emphasize as well, you win both pistol rounds, that's 6 rounds added to whatever it is you're able to do anyway. So if Leviathan struggle here, go down to an eco, Stone are going to be in such a strong position. And with 3 rifles, it's looking likely, especially if you aim like that.
Oh, 1962. Numbers himself. Just tried to cover the distance. Does some damage, but nothing more than that. Fusco's already got control of the B site. And ABM, as they come in to try and reinforce, will catch the end of a 1D. But the Galil won't be picked up. Reversive is all about the pace and the power. Fusco averts their eyes before moving on out with the SMG. They've taken out Reversive. That big old Deeg is gone for now. Fusco blinded by his teammate. What the hell was that? You almost made me do a sweary, Dillian. I'm sure that Stone Monster themselves might be having a bit of a swear as well. A tap on the bomb here might force some movement from Naz. They know that Dillian's going to come hunting. Picking up an SMG. Dare they make the drop? Naz finally hits the shot that they want to. And it's not really clean for Stone Movistar, but that was a bit of investment from Leviathan to try and make it so.
Solid stuff from Dillian to make it expensive. You do keep the stone money relatively low, but the bomb plants are really going to start stacking up and making up for that differential. Leviathan, they've just got to go down to an eco here. The heavy rifles from Stone, let me think that if they can keep their players alive, they're set for the buy round. They just have Fusco playing bonus. But these ecoing members, a bit of a heavy stack on B, just to try and catch out the odd player.
Almost a peek in at the bottom of that ramp. They could be in trouble. We haven't really seen the big contest that we see later on in a lot of Vertigos, which is the battle for A ramp. And populating behind that top, Tom gets instantly seen. Fusco's already done plenty of damage. Farming money for days with this SMG. That's 2 already. Can they find themselves a 3rd? Naz is going to be the one to claim that killing blow. And the USP just blinks away. That's about as fast as they come. Kremer, do you get the bonus bomb plant as well? You do. Oh, that's a lovely economic round right there.
Let's see what Stone can do now for a solid position now. With a 3-0 lead, Leviathan pull out their full buy. Dillian, the man who you really have to watch out for. Dillian, the man who you have to try and combat here. And with AKs, he's going to be able to play that range game. Full buy of Leviathan, it's down to 0. This is make or break for their starting statement over on Vertigo.
A touch of damage done, but not much more than that. 3 HP in total removed from a terrorist side. And Tom is now making a bit more of a concerted effort to battle here for A. Dillian. Controlling the approach to B here in mid. Will they expect to look up top? They've seen a bag. But they are going to get traded out instantly. ABM on the good move. Double verticality means it's too hard to adjust. 4 versus 4.
Without smoke, fruitless efforts to try and catch out one of the Stone members. Has to buy some time on B. Throwing some flashes, delaying some players. And look at the rotation he's actually been able to pull. Over to B now. Tom realizing what could be a foot is going to try and join Reversive. But look how little utility is available for Leviathan here. Try and stop Stone from kind of bearing down on them.
2-2 split now. A loud reload sound was made to try and keep this split. 2 isolated players, ABM. Do we have any idea? Yoko has managed to pick up that AWP. Previously in the hands of Dillian. And they are pre-aiming this pretty fastidiously. 1962 is going to be the first one to catch this aggression. Will they be able to get much done? That's a beautiful shot right there, but they've still got more to do. Naz has managed to spot them out, and they're beginning to try and spam through this. However, beginning to run low on time, coming from behind. ABM and Heads have both won their duels. Yoko's managed to keep this AWP alive, sure, but they've got a very isolated friend here. And Heads is going to fall. Yoko manages to keep it real.
We finally see the ult parry, and we see why it's so effective on Vertigo. Great round from Yoko. Tosses that ult back to Dillian. Go on, mate, have it back.
Don't worry, I've warmed it up for you.
Yeah, exactly. Don't touch the barrel. We just fired a few shots out of it. Stone, now able to reinvest because of the bonus they're able to play on round 3 against Eco. We're going to see a lot of utility on their behalf. Leviathan, a bit more than they're able to put into their first investment, means that we could see a fairly even matchup by that FAMAS on top.
Aye, that FAMAS might become a liability at times. Reversive actually wants to dive on in with the stolen AK. Wants to bring it straight to the T side. This might be Unexpected aggression as it begins to clear. There are 2 CTs here, and Andrew takes care of them both by themselves. How did this happen? Leviathan have dropped the ball on this one. And now A site, it's in danger. A blind given over to 1962. They'll just back away on their refrag here. They'll find one, but not much more than that. And now here comes the hero, Dillian. Could be easily overwhelmed, and already a save could be called with the regular old M4 and the AWP still here. Fusco wants to move through this smoke, but is punished for doing so. And now this feels a little bit more retakeable. Maybe not so much now. 1 versus 3.
Ooh.
It just isn't quite there. Dillian, I believe, flashed himself there.
Yeah. That was him. That was him giving himself his own safety net to say, actually, let's not do that.
Oh, we've seen Hez. Was it a bait, though? It was a bait.
It was. That's a great bait there. And that going to go straight to the hands of, I believe, Hez at the start of next round. There it is.
Cheers, mate.
Still warm. Thanks, Dillian. As Stone now move into a chance to put some distance between them and Leviathan. Because Leviathan lost all but 2 members on the round they won, their money just wasn't able to get a foundation. So it's down to an eco. And for Stone, this will be a 5-1 lead on their T side of Vertigo.
That would be a huge amount of confidence for this underdog side. Coming in from the losers match. Now we have the winning losers going up against each other in our losers finals. And already on match point, Stone are feeling good. Fusco once again leads away, often taking up the role of the entry. They kind of rotate it with Naz. But Fusco certainly seems to be the more consistently successful of the pair. The USP here, not the ideal tool for the job, but they'll try to find something anyway. Oh my goodness, they're blasted off the tower. Good luck finding that corpse and good luck identifying at the bottom.
They need dental records for that one.
Yeah, that's a dental boy right there.
That is call the dentist, because we're stumped to this guy.
Can you identify this jam, sir?
Any clue? Yes. Stone, I'm really impressed by the fact that they cover each other. They make sure that no one dies, which is really, really important to keep their economy thriving. And we look at it now with, I believe, about 4.1 on NAS being the lowest kind of economic point they have. It means they're going to have at least 1, potentially 2 investments in them before they're reset. Leviathan, they go for their full buy. They call a tactical timeout. Something Leviathan, the only team in this group that I've seen really use their tactical timeouts. And I really like that from them. It gives them a chance to try and dictate the pace, the tempo of the game as they move to their full buy. No AWP on Dillian, but there's a lot of utility. There's a lot of pressure on them because, Harry, there's nothing in the bank.
Running on scraps. But hey, if Tony Stark made something with a box of scraps in the cave, maybe Leviathan can as well. This is a round where they got to try and turn things around. And remember, Hez is still working on that same AWP that was bought by Dillian around round 3, as far as I can remember.
For now, slow start from Stone. They want to really get a feel for how Leviathan have pivoted and positioned this aggression and reverse it. Look at him gun it down ramp here. Very heavy control.
Last time he did this, he got punished for it. In fact, both of the CTs did. Making very much known their presence, but taking advantage of the M4A1S's trait of not giving over tracers. The advantage of the silencer to spam those smokes.
And now Stone. They go for a late retake on ramp here. That could really catch, I believe it was Reversive or Tom off guard, who were the kind of 2 dedicated players. Reversive's made a big rotation to mid, not expecting the ramp recontrol to come in, but Stone, timing is their biggest problem here. Luckily, Leviathan have no utility to make them delay, but they have the info. They know they're coming. For Stone, this execution needs to be accompanied by some sublime aim.
Reversive has found himself a tight little angle here. Hope none of you have vertigo. If so, that may well have freaked you out a little bit, but it's okay. We're going to move away from the edge because Tom is making sure that Fusco's not going anywhere. An explosion here onto B. There's a flash, but Yoko's instantly put down in the grave by Hez. Traded out here by Dillian. He wants the AWP back. has to move out of the Molotov, but can't get more than one on this secondary battle. It's going back and forth, Kremer, but 2 CTs versus only Andrew. If there's anyone who could clutch it out, it would be Andrew, but they simply don't have the time to make it so. AWP is recovered, actually. Good job.
Some strong stuff from Leviathan there, and that really comes off the back of the fact that they were able to keep Stone back. They win that on time and time alone. Stone just didn't have the time to turn around and head back to B. Some clean shots definitely helped their endeavor, but fortunately, you need more than clean shots. You need a bomb plant, and for Stone, they just couldn't get to the site in time. We don't see the AWP renewed on Hez either. They prefer the utility and the AKs to support it. Dillian now, with this AWP, is going to try and work it from sandbags.
Oh, and from sandbags, it certainly works. Not mollied this time around, and Reversives there with a touch of feel to make sure things happen as they should. Andrew's so low already, trying their best to dip below that, but they're just blown away by a frag grenade. Oh, my. That was a massacre, Kremer, and that was a full buy as well from Stone Movistar. They were just stopped in their tracks.
5-3 of scoreline now. Let's see what Leviathan can do with a... This is their chance to turn around. This is a chance to catch up with Stone. We saw this on Inferno as well. Leviathan kept it even. Stone, they just found something that clicked in them, and then they took off. In this level pegging, though, Dillian, clean opening there onto Naz.
Humans roasting on an open fire. Andrew flanking your rifles. Oh, bloody hell, Tom! With 3 before Hez puts them down. These Deagles are getting some mileage, admittedly. 2 kills already. Hez ain't dead yet. Has a bomb in hand. Is going to make an audacious foray over to B. 1962 is waiting, and 1962 finds their man. Where's that Deagle gone? Huh?
I like the hunting forward to you. Just say, you remember this? Remember this, buddy? I love this timeout, Harry. I love the fact they're calling their timeouts. Stone, they now have their investment, but because of this timeout, Leviathan, they could be plotting something. They could be scheming something. And Stone, they just don't know what. They're going to be able to use the timeout as well. They will be talking. They'll be weighing up the options of the glass cannon on Hez. They don't add too much utility, though. I would rather see the AK, purely because they've only got single molly and ABM. That's not really enough for an execution on Vertigo.
Plotting. Scheming. What nefarious plans lie within the minds of these awakened Leviathan players? Certainly, a couple of them were caught sleeping on Inferno. And in the earlier rounds of Vertigo, that much was also the case. We haven't really seen much come of plants on B. It feels like whenever B is the option for Stone Movistar, they end up dying before we can get the bomb down. Wait, the pace here. Let's go, though. Hello. Trying to claim as much space as possible early, and that makes Dillian uncomfortable about going behind sandbags. Reversive's already got that covered anyway. Dillian's trying their own little cheeky run around the back. Ooh, hello. Let's go expect. And as for Smoke Fades, that was an excellently timed molly by Dillian, and Fusco made to burn because of it. Here's elsewhere. Considering making for race, it's a great turn away. But Dillian is as patient as ever.
Flash.
It's a good flash, but Hez has already fallen on down. Tagged through the box. 4 versus 4 now. And Reversive has fallen low.
This has been read really well by Leviathan. They know full well Stone is turning their attention back to B, and there's not much that can be done about it unless we see Stone find a way to flank in mid and get the mileage done by that.
Smoke given over here. Allows for Naz to creep up a little bit more easily, but now it's going to be fully turned away. They feel bullets pass on by them in the smoke. And they're going to feel bullets into the side of their heads. Coordinated kills right here. 1962 plays it well to not get tapped through this metal, using it for protection. They're going to swing off the back of Tom and Leviathan. Another tack pause, another round, and they tie it up.
That's a big problem from Stone there. They really dropped the ball, knowing that there's always going to be a player on that back pillar. That's a position on that little pillar has been played by Leviathan every single defensive round on the B attack. And the fact that Stone haven't been able to react to that, and the fact they're still caught off guard by it, is a big problem. We saw yesterday, Sandbags was the position that just wasn't being cleared enough. Well, looks like Quad's now that position as well.
Oh, Tom. Feeling brave, dropping down onto the ramp. The Tech 9 here. Ready for maybe some run and gun action. Set smoke prepared. Oh, it's actually set molly. The incendiary used, and the second one potentially in the hands of Reversive. Oh, Tom. Oh, and Reversive too. Admittedly, it's only against an eco, so we never expected Stone to be winning this, but some of these frags make you feel real good, Kremer.
They do. Now, it's going to get one of those feel-good frags. It's messy. There's still a chance, though.
Not in his signature pillar spot. Got to return to that pillar, mate.
Yeah,
Kiss,
back to
kiss.
the pillar. It's something was working for him. He's currently going 10 and 7, and for Leviathan, they take the lead now at 6 to 5. With Stone moving their investment, Hez finally has the option to get an AWP and try and duel Dillian. That could finally be the turning point for Stone, with Hez being able to match the AWP engagement. I would be surprised if he goes for an AK here.
Oh, well, surprised you may well be, Kremer.
Yeah.
Casters hate him with his one simple trick.
That buying AK, I guess the extra utility helps, and it means you can play a bit quicker. The Stone aren't playing quick. They're playing very slow rounds here.
Indeed so. Tom made to feel the pain quickly in this case, and Andrew considering just moving their way through here. They stare intently into the smoke, wondering if anything would reveal itself to them. Tom will stand ready, and Reversive might well hear this. Andrew, they've crept their way around. Reversive had no idea. They thought that was being checked by Dillian, and it was, although a touch late. And now 4 there versus 4 is the fate that survives. Yoko sees the first, sees the second, gets them both. Unacceptable. The AK ineffectively traded. And now Naz has to try and pick up the slack, but Yoko is on fire here on B. They've been controlling mid. They've been taking the backup duels for when it's been needed. What a round thus far from Yoko.
Great round from Yoko. That 3K just shuts down Stone. And Stone, they're falling into this problem that Leviathan were able to really get stuck in on Inferno, which is you buy, you lose the rounds, and you put so much into your buy rounds, your economy just leaves you with every round you lose counting as almost double for Leviathan here. Final breaths of this first half. You need to remember as well, statistically, both Leviathan and Stone favor their T side. So Leviathan, they are doing great right now in their positioning and in their round counts. Stone needs to try and find a way to stop them from getting carried away.
Hoping for a change up in tempo. That's what was delivered last time by Andrew, but Dillian picked it so cleanly. They didn't go up there as a duo. Now a little bit more fast as they move up towards B. 1962 has once again given away their signature position. A good flash, but it isn't good enough to take out Yoko entirely. Swapping over now to that looted AK. And suddenly a little bit more vim in the movements of Stone Movistar. 3 versus 2 is by no means guaranteed when one player has a deagle. Tom didn't expect this position from first go, though, and now Reversive might be feeling a little bit isolated. They've grabbed the first, swapping over to the Classic M4 now. Headshot won't be forthcoming, but Fuzco's will be moving straight into Reversive's body.
Strong round from Stone. They finally find a way to stop Leviathan. More importantly, they do so by keeping a few players alive. They finally have something in the bank. However, with only 2 rounds left of the half, is it too little too late, Harry? An 8-7 either way is good for either side. Bear in mind that pistol rounds now become a big problem, and a big emphasis on how well your half is going to start. Both teams have had good pistol rounds throughout this, Harry, and this means we may very well see the likes of, dare I say it, overtime ring its darkly head.
More likely than you think. The boost here is good. 1962 never saw it coming. It's a brand new strat. It's a brand new world. And maybe that's one that Stone Monster can show you, but I'm afraid Tom's magic carpet ride is over. Reversive and Dillian remain. Fuzco, thanks for stepping on into my trap, bud. Really appreciate it. The AWP stands alone in a 1 versus 4.
Let's see what he can do here.
Oh, that's a...
Oh,
Yep.
that's clean.
That is
clean.
very clean. They didn't even grab the AWP.
Don't
Don't want
need
it
it.
for Hez.
Rifles are working. Rifles are working. As Leviathan move to the final round of this first half. Look at their money, Harry. There isn't much to throw at this.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. A Deagle, pair of SMGs, a trio of SMGs, pardon me. Dillian has re-orped. I mean, if you can, maybe you should. Not a huge amount of utility either. A pair of flashes, 3 smokes all in all. Naz has already spotted out 1962. This would be a great opening frag if 1962 can find it. Has to put away the Molotov. They know that it's danger close all this way. Tom looking for something to make happen here. The Deagle's good. The flash is amazing. Lovely stuff there from 1962. Harry. It's all falling apart, Kremer. How did this happen? 4 versus 2 now. The SMGs are running wild. Upgrades to the AKs are going to be bountifully available. Fusco needs to win this duel against Reverso and needs to win it cleanly, but they won't. Reverso just shoves the SMG forward.
That is a very strong round from Leviathan. I'm surprised they're able to win it.
What?
Tom is just good. I think is the only thing we can take from this, Harry. Tom is just good. We see the pistol round come out from Stone now. It's going to be I would imagine, a fairly armor-heavy buy, considering how retakes have been shaky. Well, afterparts have been shaky for them, so I imagine retakes will be the same story. Leviathan, armor on 4 members, a smoke and flash to get them to a site. This is going to be a fast pistol round, Harry.
Pace may well be the name of the game. Already movement up here. Potentially a split through to B. 1962 stands ready at the stairs, but Naz is actively info gathering. ABM going to be the first one to try and catch some contact here. Actually backs off, allows for this area to be taken, and Tom, the pace isn't slowing on down. ABM's taking plenty of damage, needs to reload. They've got themselves a couple of friends here to try and make the retake happen. Hez can't connect much in the way of shots and backs off to allow ABM to catch that, which was raw. Your sins will be paid for by your friends, not by your enemies. Fusco and Hez, they've at least got themselves some openings. 3 versus 2, they move together. A singular unit, a singular mind. But can the hive mind of Stone Movistar beat out the close contact from the Glock? Fusco seems to think so. They've already got themselves 2. Down to a 1 versus 1. They catch numbers as they move, but they can't quite connect the shots that they need to. Dancing around this central block. It's time to close the distance and close the round. But 1962 denies the chance to do so.
That's a big whiff onto 1962 as well. Stone, that is going to leave such a bitter taste in their mouth. Then, well, they now move into they've got a couple of Eagles, the odd MP9. This is going to be a tall order for them. Leviathan, let's see what they can do here with a couple of rifles to play with.
Scouts in the hands of Fusco. Not the usual pick. But Hez has opted in for the M4A1S. Would be good if they can try and find themselves some easy frags, but nope. The M4's down. It's gone. It's dead by the hands of Reversive. One bottom fragger versus another. And it's Leviathan who come out on top. Oh, bloody hell. Kremer is falling apart. That could even be a looted M4. Yeah, Reversive's picked that up. Thanks for the upgrade, mate. I didn't even buy.
Let's see what can be done by Leviathan now. Bear in mind, both these sides favor their T side. Stone, it's the eco next round. It should be 11-7. This is really going to be problematic for Stone. They need to stop Leviathan from running through this. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a third and final map of Overpass. And on Overpass, Stone, I mean, they're good, but Leviathan, if they can keep some momentum, they may be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, well, that's 1. Not ideal, but it's better than nothing. The hunt happened. The hunt was successful. Leviathan here. They're starting to build themselves a little bit of momentum, a little bit of breathing room, as they can reinvest on a couple of players. A trio of AKs and Reversive. will still keep this SMG. Actually, they bought the SMG. They picked up an M4 last round.
See what they can do. Damage for an eco would be great, but it'd be credit with Chris due for Leviathan. Tom is having a great game at the moment. Usually it's Reversive who's kind of leading the frag count. Tom's gone, nah, Reversive. That's right, let me have a crack at this. And he's really doing well. If he can keep this up, then we could be seeing Leviathan. Bear in mind, Leviathan aren't firing on all cylinders. Reversive's having a quiet game. If both of them are now really damaging, what could Stone hope to be?
All right, the bullet penetration doing a lot of damage here to the CTs who have swarmed over onto A site. Hunting in packs, but when you hunt in packs, you simply die together. But Leviathan opens its mouth wide and picks up a bunch of pathetic krill.
Stone now. The full buy comes out, Harry. He's slow to buy because I know he's umming and ahhing about that AWP, but Hez is having a tough game compared to Dillian at the moment. And for Leviathan, once they do get that AWP out, it could be really problematic for Stone to beat. Let's see if Stone, if they can win this rifle round, they're on track to keep it close. If they don't, Harry, this could very well be a third ban.
Could we get 2 map 3s in a singular day, Kramer? Might we be so lucky? Fusco moves on forward, blinded, but no one's going to push into it. Taken down so low here, either by bullet or by utility. In the end, it doesn't matter. There's only one number that counts.
See what the side can do. Reversive. Shoulder peeking into mid, hoping to catch out on odd member. Fusco already low on HP.
Uh-oh.
That's a big whiff of a volley.
Yikes. Yikes, Scoob. It's not the
Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right. Maybe a second attempt. Leviathan somewhat stalled here.
Yeah.
Not their usual pace. Oh, an
Ooh,
ABM
that's a big
catches
clip.
Tom lacking.
Guns face forward. That's
Like-
CS 101.
They were just staring into an area that had already been cleared by their friend going up the ladder. Reversive here, trying to make something happen with the pace. The SMG is completely unsuspected until Hez can find the headshot. This needs to be Hez re-entering this lobby, reasserting some dominance. In a 2 versus 2, they've got themselves one. Can they get another? Hez was so close to the redemptive arc. But now it's down to Fusco versus Dillian. Between the pair, there's not much between them. The plant is going to be denied. Oh, and it's just as well, because Fusco could not afford a long duel.
They cut it close, Harry. They cut it very close indeed. And do we have a server problem?
Maybe so. Let me check. No news. So, might just have a bit of a shuffle here.
We might get some news in a second. I don't remember this being the 3v3 game mode.
No, man, we're doing trios.
Oh, all right. Where we're dropping. Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Server crash. Okay. I mean, what we do quickly. Let's talk about server crash. I want to highlight how Stone played that rifle round. They end up dropping their utility very slowly. What we saw Leviathan do is they fight very hard for the first 30 seconds of the round so they can get into positions which they can just hold. Whereas what we see from Stone is they slowly trickle their utility down, which means that Leviathan have to either go through smokes or they have to just go for an execute, or they just have to hope to catch them in the kind of blank between both. I really like that sort of playstyle from Stone there. Leviathan, though, they punish it by pushing for a pick. And if you get that pick, then you've taken a set of utility off Stone without them using it. So something to really highlight there. Stone, though, look at their money. Not great, Harry. Not great.
Yeah, it's not the greatest here. Would you anticipate like a half buy, a couple of deagles here, maybe, then look for a full next? Can you afford to do that when
They
Leviathan
won the
are 11?
rounds. They won the rounds. They've got to force up. Bear in mind, there's a saved AK on Fusco. Once the server resets, we'll see that. So we'll have to see. What they can do.
On the side of Leviathan, nothing to worry about when it comes to the money. Plenty in the bank. You can even see a re-up into the AWP. Dillian has been having themselves a little bit of a better game compared to Hez. Admittedly, though, Hez in that last round did do plenty of damage before they fell on down. That might embolden them in the coming rounds.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Stone can do with I assume it would be MP9s. I think it's got to be MP9s, just so he can try and get up close and personal. We saw Leviathan try it once or twice, which was ramp control over on A, and it does work. Yeah, ramp control has been effective for them in the past, but I want to see if it can be effective enough to kill Leviathan, who will be outgunning them going into this round.
Dude, that USP skin is sick.
Which one is it? Oh, kill confirmed. Did you know that when CS released in China, they had to change that skin because in China you're not allowed to have skulls on your guns.
Really?
Yeah, and it's one of the only guns that have had that change.
Can you put like other bones on guns, like femurs?
I think so. I think you just can't show skulls.
Yeah. Instead of a skull and crossed bones, now we simply have crossed bones.
Little femur in the middle. Just like a scattered collection of ear bones. Close start. Here's those MP9s. A lot of FAMASs here, and I'm not big on FAMASs, but they're better than whatever the alternative is. Stone don't have utility going into this round. There's about enough for a retake. They're trying to use it fairly conservatively. Let's hope they can get a man advantage here.
Easy start for Fuzco, and they fade away before they can get wallbanged. Andrew's caught too as well. Doubt me and my FAMAS, will you? The FAMAS does plenty. Let's swap over to the AK, and that's a flawless round right there for Stone.
It's just what they needed. Just what they needed to build that economy. A clean round, you upgrade almost all your rifles. You then now go up against the full buy of Leviathan, but you know they're on the precipice of being reset because Yoko's only down to a deagle. And considering how effective Yoko's been in this game, having him down on a deagle, it's a pretty good position to be in. As Naz on that MP9 is going to be the only weak spot in the buy, but Naz himself is definitely doing well with it.
Tom prepares to lead the way. Finally, we're having these battles for the A ramp control that we anticipated. It's an interesting foray up here from Fuzco. They've got themselves quite close to this. 1962. Tempts fate from Naz, who sees the feats and sees all they need to with the help of Andrew. ABM takes damage, but they forced away a couple of their friends. Looted AK. Means that Yoko is once more going to be a dangerous party compared to what they could have achieved with fatigue against multiple people.
Low push ready on ramp here. Stone a man up, but low HP on ABM means they still have to be fairly reserved with this. Well played Smolly, just to buy a bit of time from Fusco.
Don't know if they can afford. Don't know if they can afford to use any smokes to remove these mollies. Naz gives a quick love tap, and that's all that I need. I've seen the approach. And now they've heard it too. Fuzco has heard multiple people coming on in. They just hold down the trigger. They get themselves a third. Anything more for Fuzco? The answer's going to be no at this case. Yoko up against the world. Unfortunately, an ace isn't on the cards. Both of the kills will come from them. But still, Stone Monster. Stone Movie Star. God damn it. I'm doing it too now, Kramer. You've infected me with your bad reading.
I've infected you with dyslexia. It's contagious. Yeah, Stone, they...
Ace has gone for the AWP.
Once they find something that clicks, they look very strong. The question is, how soon can they find that thing that clicks? And, well, if that rounds other things go by, I think Leviathan may be in trouble. They need an adaptation, they need it fast. A couple of pistols here. Damage would be great. For Stone, they need to make sure they don't get overconfident here.
No room for renting. Yoko. Oh, looking for a boost. Cheeky boy. No one's going to be there to meet that. Naz, I believe, may have caught either a grenade or a body shot. Is caught reloading as people move in onto the site. They need some help here. Will only be forthcoming. It's going to be Andrew who does that. Catches two with their pants down. Naz has got one and gets traded out here already. This is a great round for the pistols. They got themselves 2 kills, and Andrew's feeling quite isolated. The second one won't be able to win out. Hez up top with the AWP. The USP is what finishes all of this. But wow, that's quite a lot to have achieved with just fatigues.
That it is. Now, Leviathan move into a full investment, at least the best investment they can muster. The only hole in this investment is that Dillian only has an AWP. There's no utility to back it up. That being said, though, the AWP is going to be, the AWP duel will be against Andrew rather than Hez. And I imagine it's because Andrew has the spawn to try and fight Tom on this angle. Yeah, Andrew, he's going straight for the peak over the top of this smoker.
Andrew wants it. Won't find it. Instead, they'll lose out on a friend. Fuzco, he's gone at the hands of Tom. Tom, who has been a hero for Leviathan, a stabilizing force in a storm generated of stones. The AWP. The inheritance of Hez. What will you do with the heirlooms of your team? Reverse wants to check it again. A fresh flurry of utility. A fresh chance for Andrew. The second you take a peek here, you are in danger. At the time isn't quite there. All of that time, all of that peeking, it was only to distract Andrew while the distance was covered. That's got the bomb down in place. And the post-plant positions are strong. ABM's fallen down. Same for Naz. Andrew's got one with the AWP. Can we get anything more than this? They've got themselves two. Hez has taken down the USP on deck. The M4 is picked up, but before they can identify a target, Numbers has laid them low.
A great round from Leviathan there, and they just sneak up on Stone. A 5-on-4 retake, you never win that. 9 times out of 10, Stone get destroyed. They take a few players with them, more so than I was expecting in that retake, but it's just not enough. Leviathan make it 12. Reinvestment from Stone is going to come in, but Stone, in these rounds, they've been winning. They've been sustaining casualties. They're in the Butcher's Bill. It's expensive. ABM with only an MP9 going into this round with limited aggressive util.
This round could be a break point. Neither team has any money here, Kremer. Both brought down basically to the bottom of the barrel. Sure, there's a little bit of cushion here on Leviathan. Fusco is looking to remove that cushion. Oh, they can't quite hit the shot. There's the second attempt. ABM's there with...
His teammate saves him
with the
there.
SMG. And yeah, Hez there as well. Like, hold up, son. Don't worry. Daddy's home. A Glyn and an AK. There is a lootable rifle here for ABM if they want to try and use it. Yoko's made themselves a deep little lurk here. Look at all this territory they've gained. Does Andrew have any idea? Not enough to try and get the frag. And now Yoko, they've been found out. They take another duel. They keep offering Yoko 1v1s, and Yoko's more than happy to take them. But where's the bomb? The bomb is in the underground. Close to the A ramp.
He's got to get a jog on if he wants to get this bomb, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got to have a bit of an hurry. And who's moving on the other side? If not Hez. Hez has managed to match some form here. Moving away from... Oh. Yep, speed is not your ally, Sonic.
No, in this case. Gotta go fast. Isn't going to be fast enough.
Yeah.
Look at the Leviathan money, Harry. There just isn't much. They're at this sort of shaky position where they can buy, just.
but should you?
But should you? You know, and there's no wrong answer. You can buy it, and in doing so, you'll have an AK on Tom. You'll be able to get Galil's out on 1962 and reversive, but you're gonna have your limited utility. You don't buy. You give Stone a 13th. You give them the lead. And when there's only a good 6 rounds left of regulation, can you risk giving up the lead that close?
A lot of questions here, Kramer, that need to be answered. But in the end, the only story is guaranteed to be true. It's the reality in front of us. Leviathan. So difficult to give up those rounds when you don't have that additional buffer of having yourself a map in the pocket. Stone Movistar, sure, it can hurt to give up a couple of these rounds here and there, but they still have their trump card. They still have that map. If they give this up, they just go over to a best of 1 on a map where they're pretty good.
You're absolutely right. For Stone, let's see what can be done with the... It's not an anti-eco, but Leviatan still have some stopping power. Tech 9s have 1 Stone rounds on Inferno. Leviatan are aware of this. It's a fast play on him.
Oh my god!
That's the problem, Harry. That's the problem.
That's the Tech 9 mojo right there, and ABM doesn't have that much stopping power with the SMG. Sure, the spray is good. Hez is here to rescue them. Daddy's home once more. The Tech 9, they are just built different, but they don't expect Naz to just dive down behind them. Ooh! That became very worrying at that opening kill. Yoko is different with the Tech 9, baby. Sheesh!
He is good, isn't he? He is really good. Oh,
makes me feel things, Kramer.
It absolutely does. And Leviathan, they don't get the all-pat on Dillian. They've realized how important utility is in this crescendo of a match, really. And with AKs around the board, Stone, they're once again going for this aggressive mid-default on their CT side, rather than fighting for round.
So much damage done here. Yoko taken away. ABM has confiscated one of your top players and done it by force. Are they looking for the cheeky boost here again? Hez and Fuzco as a duo on A. They've done it a couple times in a row. Maybe they fear it'll be too heavily expected. A bounced Molotov clears out this area for Tom. But they're unsure if someone lurks at the back of Ivy. Checking for the boost. Return of fire. 1962 has fallen. And Leviathan, remember, they were buying down so low. They need to make something out of this 3 versus 5 or go for a save. But it's so difficult when you're already down a map. When you're both at double digits. Entering the final rounds of regulation, Kremer. Fuzco stands ready. Fuzco stands prepared, but Fuzco will be laid down low. ABM's the next to go. The 3 versus 2 could work out in favor of those who were down before. Hez will fall. 2 versus 1. Leviathan have managed to capture the mojo to make this work. The bomb isn't planted yet, but Naz is planted on the ground. Leviathan convert the round.
That's a big fumble from Stone there. They go into that, taking every 1v1 as it comes. Look at the money on Stone as well. They've got to give up that lead again. It's going to go 14-13 to Leviathan unless we see something ungodly happen to them. Stone, this is now very, very worrisome as they go for the force spike. Oh, Harry, I don't know how I feel about this.
Make or break, Kremer. They do have that map to play with. Try and bring up. Ooh, bloody hell. That's a little bit different. A friendly flash from Dillian helps Hez to make something work. Interesting that the AWP is so misaligned with the rest of the buy here. 1962 easily takes out ABM, and the thing is, Hez might already be considering this save.
They've got to. They've got to, Harry. If they don't save these weapons, Leviathan win the game. That's how bad their economy is right now. And even if they save these weapons, they need to go huge with them next round because Naz, ABM, and Andrew, they're not going to help. They don't have anything. They don't have any weapons.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing for them. Maybe a tech... Well, not even a Tech 9. P250, maybe? A Deagle? Oh, 1962. Are you going to fall victim to this AWP? Oh, they've seen Hez. Hez got 1, but no more than that. Fuzco might have to make a mad dash to the AWP, but they know that it might be watched. Coming up behind them now on the ramp. They hear the approach. Fuzco's going to make the run for it. The AWP is returned to safety. And Fuzco survives for now. They can take a breath of relief. I wouldn't mind seeing Stone Movistar maybe use a tactical timeout at some point in this series.
Let's see what they
not
can
that
do.
kind of team, Kremer.
Stone, I really don't like that force buy decision at round 27. That may have lost them the game, actually, to choose to fight like that. We see Stone move into this AWP. It's got to have such a good performance here from Hez. He needs to have a life round.
Hez already flashed, though. 1962 could be overwhelmed. We don't expect the Horde here. They're only able to get 1. But on the mad dash to try and claim the AK, that's where the bodies hit the floor. Fuzco with a Deagle in hand. Hez has to defend A all by themselves. And do they know the lurk that Reversive has managed to get going here? Yoko. Oh, the silhouette was so small. They might have no idea. It's a freebie. It should be a freebie for Stairs.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. ABM. Broken down by Stairs. Oh, Stanner's going to be hearing about this.
Has pulled. It's all off Yusko. He's caught out. 15-13, Harry. Stone. Sure, they have money now. Finally. But I'm still a bit unhappy with that choice to force on 27, because it means now that just the fact that you've got to win 2 rounds against Leviathan, who are feeling it. And for Stone, this is going to be a tough position. There's utility to work with. A Famous and ABM. Let's see if Stone can do it.
Trader for Seal. It's got to be overtime. Or it's going to be map 3. Tom might be spotted out early here. Fusco seems to have an idea, but Tom just sprays into the smoke and finds himself ahead. Unlucky for Fusco, but it's beautiful if you're a Leviathan fan who didn't want to see them humiliated in Group B. Losing out to Stone Movistar, especially 2-0, would have been untenable for the expectations. Hez needs to win out this gunfight, but it doesn't seem to be going their way. 12 bullets demands maybe a reload in a second.
Pressure now from ABM. He's got to make something work here, Harry. They've got to make something work here on Stone.
Hez is going to lead the way. Tom might call in some reinforcements. The Molotov will clear. Out goes the flash. Reversive mostly gets himself with that one. ABM stands prepared. That's good work with the Famous. Takes out Reversive. 1962 is creeping elsewhere. There's still going to be these fights going on A. Hez has found their man. And remember, these could be some upgraded rifles later on in the round. Once this space is claimed. 3 versus 4. 1962 sees the first, kills the first, sees the second, kills the second, sees the third, and kills the third. What a round from numbers.
All odds were Andrew 1v3. Harry, I think this is it. What a game by Leviathan. And for Andrew, he's the lifeline.
And the lifeline is dead. Kremer, Leviathan, pick up Vertigo. Unexpected, but all the more welcome. We're going to a map number 3.
That we are. An incredible game from both Leviathan and Stone, but for Stone, they just let it slip in the final few moments, final fleeting moments of Vertigo there. Credit where credit's due to Leviathan, though, for having an incredible performance. For me, the man who really just rocks it there was Numbers. 1962, he played out of his mind in that second half of Vertigo, and he helps deliver that victory, especially that 3K at the end, when it just showed you how well he was feeling. But, Harry, that's not a victory. That's just
that ain't the full dub. That's the lifeline given.
Yeah,
and now the lifeline must be claimed by 1. Our final map will be Overpass. 2 map 3s in 1 day. Group B is as hot as they get. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need to ask for them show love. Don't need to ask for them show love. Show love. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo, hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, take it, and I'll throw it right back. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need to ask for them show love. Don't need to ask for them show love. Show love. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo, hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, take it, and I'll throw it right back.
What a gift we've all been presented with, Kremer. Here we are, map number 6 of the day. 2 best of 3s. Two best of 3s, both going to 3 maps. I'm really bad with numbers, but there's only one number I need, and that is 1, because it all comes down to 1 map.
You saved it, Harry. Oh man.
No, I didn't. You don't have to lie.
It's getting late. It's getting late in the UK, but it's getting late. Oh boy, we're moving to overpass. For me, Stone, they really fumbled the ball in the last couple of rounds of Vertigo there. We saw on their cameras at the end, they looked pretty tilted. I imagine they would be. I would be as well. Purely because that one out to win Leviathan, they kind of snatched it from them in those last few rounds. And credit where credit's due. You know, Leviathan, they played well in order to do it. But for Stone, they now need to try and find a way to untilt themselves and then move to overpass a map that they last time they played against Leviathan lost 16-10.
Yeah, it's, it ain't ideal. 16-10 last time around. Leviathan certainly have a lot of momentum coming into this as well. Like, they have definitely destabilized Stone. At points it can be worse to lose a game because you were playing so well and then you collectively brain farted compared to just getting dominated on a map, because that's the kind of like we had it. We were so close. We were 3 rounds from being able to humiliate Leviathan and go to the playoffs, and it slipped away off the course of 1 force buy.
Yeah, and that's something that, bear in mind, if a player tilts, it's not too bad. You can recover it. If your IGL tilts, then you're in trouble. The whole team is in trouble when they move to the 3rd map. Luckily, IGLs are the hardest ones to tilt, but a call like that, for me, would have been a tilt. In the teams I've played in the past, that would have been where the IGL tilts. They need to try and find it. We only had a 10-minute break. For a lot of players, that's not long enough. We need to see if they're able to just push it over the line for this final game. Harry, having seen Stone end Vertigo and seen Leviathan dominate Vertigo, at least in the final few rounds, who do you see taking this?
I'm conscientious that the further we get into the night, the more and more tired that Stone are going to be. I think Leviathan have found enough of their groove now. Yeah. That this is very much their map to win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think for Leviathan, that game has convinced them that actually this is their game to win. With a lot of decoys on Leviathan, we can see something something groovy, maybe a hybrid strat. ABL with only a smoking kit means a retake setup is entirely likely on A from Stone. Leviathan with just a smoke and flash means it's going to be aim that really gets them to these sites here. Let's see what they can do.
Not gonna lie, I haven't used too many fake flashes in my day. Can you pick up a fake flash once it's been thrown?
Yes, you can. Like, wait, no, not after it's been thrown. Sorry, not after it's been thrown.
Oh, I'm just thinking, like, if it's just a shell, then why not? That'd just be OP, wouldn't it?
I guess. Oh, that's an open.
Bloody hell, that's OP. The USP at that range, 1 through the head. The reload will be heard. Fusco can't quite find the head, and Leviathan will stream freely onto this site. Naz making their move to try and back up ABM here. The bomb plant cannot be denied as ABM exits. They have been noted. Dillian's going to finish what Reversive started. And Naz moves in to try and make something happen. But once again, Daddy Dillian making sure that all these kids are safe.
Strong round from Leviathan, and Harry, that is not good if you're Stone. Here's the thing, Leviathan, they didn't do anything fancy there. They just moved and killed. Dillian, great rounds. When your AWPers feeling it, remember, overpass, just like Vertigo, can be dictated by your AWPers. If Dillian's feeling it, then Stone need Hez to match it. Hez was good on Vertigo. Let's see if he can have that success again. Now, force buy from Stone, a couple of MP9s. That scout on Fusco is what he needs to watch out for, though, as he looks to try and claim ahead as they push to A.
So bloody aggressive. Blinded, though. Good map awareness. Instantly able to disengage into the bathrooms. There'll be a smoke placed down there. Very conscientious that, hey, if they were running away from that position, they likely had some kind of plan in place. Ready potentially for a run and gun. Who is it? Hez with the old machine pistol. I forget the name of it. What was it? The CZ?
This is easy. Yeah.
Oh, yes. I know more than I thought, Kramer. What's time to get live?
CCs are great weapons. They're a lot of fun.
And he's dead.
Unfortunately, we won't see it. We won't see the fun here.
It's a looted CZ, maybe. Maybe Tom picked that up, you know? As expected.
Yeah.
This is going to be fairly easy to take of A site here for Leviathan. Although there was a significant investment here from Stone Movistar. They got 2 SMGs and a scout on their rollout. Now still has a little bit of money to work with. This might have been looted off a teammate.
Something I want to highlight is... you ready for a gun fact, Harry? You ready for a gun fact?
Even with a new gun fact, we've got a save to watch.
So, you know how a CZ is quite a compact pistol?
Yes.
Quite a short barrel. When you have short barrels like that,
Oh.
that means your recoil could be very high. And having a fully automatic pistol means your recoil could be really bad. What the CZ does, which is really cool, is the recoil... I don't know how they've made it work, but the recoil, the first few bullets force the gun down rather than up. So your first bullets are on target because the recoil adjusts itself while you hold the trigger. And
is that reflected in CS?
Well, yeah, because you don't end up at the sky after 4 bullets.
Oh, like the Tech9 glitch you told me about?
Yeah, if it wasn't a glitch, it was a feature, Harry.
Yes, a feature of the Omega of the Giga automatic.
Yeah, if recoil was accurate to CS, then AKs just wouldn't be bought. Like they'd be used as sniper rifles. Like they'd be a lot more tapping instead of full auto sprays because those things they have to hit.
Oh, that's a nice little kick on that grenade. Love a little bounce there. ABM a little bit angered by the audacity of that bounce, and elsewhere a foray of multiple CTs to try and crunch into Leviathan's territory. But Tom! Oh, can we get the third? You better they can. Tom is just tearing them apart. Limb from bloody limb. There will be no mercy. I'm the Tom. You're the Jerry.
Oh, and it's going to be cat and mouse. You don't go. He's these players hiding on A.
In this game of cat and mouse, the cat always wins.
ABM, I don't think he feels like a winner, even though he got that kill on just 2 HP.
It's the same save now, ABM. Oh, never mind.
You're
okay.
saying?
Yeah, about that. And the plant at the same time. So, nice. That's a good bit of money to play with now. Should be able to close in on an AWP soon.
That is a great position to be in. And for Leviathan, this is where they start really waking up. And here's the thing, they're riding the high from Vertigo. Stone, they need to find a way to stop Leviathan and quickly. The AWP on Hez could be their way to do that. Leviathan with a max 10 are probably going for a faster play here. And looking at this massive push to B, it's entirely likely. However, the bomb's still left, kind of hovering around spawn. Maybe we won't see anything too ambitious yet.
Triple nade stack. Andrew was just shy of that, so no damage taken. But certainly feeling maybe a touch more shaken. Question is, can Fuzco stir up some danger? They've seen the crossing here of numbers. It's going to be an interesting pinch here into the door. Nas has fallen low. Fuzco's been removed. They see where ABM is spamming from, worrying that the magazine might be low.
Ooh.
There's going to be no chance to reload now. Leviathan have taken over Overpass so thoroughly. And Hez, with the AWP in hand, oh, this would be a prize for Dillian, wouldn't it? To not even have to spend any money to get that AWP out. That'd be nasty.
Hez really needs to keep this up. Look at the money of Stone. This isn't it. I'm surprised he's still around CT. I really want to see him just run. Like, just get out of there.
Just hard yeet.
Yeah, I think he's hunting for an exit, but what that may just do is embolden Leviathan to hunt him. Look at this, Yoko now covering the distance. Hez may be in trouble.
Yoko gonna start covering it. That's a miss. Hez is in trouble. Oh, thanks for the AWP, mate. Dillian's gonna be so happy. Hey, Merry Christmas. Merry Chrysler.
In this case, Dillian, it's just what I wanted. How did you know?
You're such an intuitive gift giver.
I know. it's a strong start for Leviathan. I don't like how Hez actually stayed around there. I'd much rather see him save. Now, it's only a couple of MP9s, the deal. The MP9s on Naz particularly, I think is a bit of an overinvestment. We have to see him drop down to a FAMAS next round.
Ooh.
And, well, the usage of the MP9 sure gets a kill, but look how low they both are on HP now.
Very fragile SMGs. Yoko senses someone's here, and they're not entirely incorrect, but it's Fuzco with the Deagle. Elsewhere, there's going to be a foray down long. Just an explorer, a skirmish, an expedition, Kremer.
For now. Leviathan, they've really slowed down, actually. I quite like this. They know that Stone, with a man advantage, may just dig in, so they're going to see if they can punish just the odd angle here or there. With a forwarded position over in toilets, this could be just what Leviathan need.
They're still guarding that rifle as well, but reverse have dropped.
Yeah.
No access. Let's go here. Could be caught by surprise. Tom's so close. They might have seen a bit of movement. They've seen enough. Fuzco now surrounded on all sides and needs to make the 1D work, but it will not. The second line of defense, Hez. Can they do anything to avenge their fallen comrade? You killed Fuzco, and for that, shall you pay? Hez seems to think so. But it's only death that awaits him. 1962 picking up even more here. 3 kills already for numbers. Tom's going to deny the ace here, but I don't think there's too much to worry about. That's a beautiful view of the smoke. There's Naz. Oh, they're quite near where that weapon was dropped. It might have been thrown out, actually.
It's entirely like it's been thrown out. An MP9, you're on a shaky buy next round anyway. For Naz, saving the MP9 isn't too bad a shout. You need to remember that for Leviathan, this round, sure, there's a loss bonus for Stone. It's not a max loss bonus yet, though. So Naz keeps the MP9. It gives him a bit of bank. It means as well that he doesn't have to drop to a FAMAS next round. Leviathan doing a 5-0 up, though, Harry. I think this is going to turn into a very one-sided game, actually.
Leviathan seem to have found their stride. And their T side is looking luxurious. Look at Dillian. Money for days. Nasir tries to maybe deny a little bit. The noise on that door. That's some nerve location. And they don't want to risk going into any pre-aiming AKs.
A full buy is due from Stone. Hez doesn't have utility. Luckily, utility hasn't mattered too much, Harry, because Leviathan aren't really running down the clock. They're just pushing and killing. So for Leviathan, this duel from Dillian and Hez may come a bit sooner than expected, but Stone have gone for a very, very big stack on B here, and it leaves Fusco very in a position where he could be absolutely punished by Leviathan, who are just going for their standard defaults.
Making their explorations, dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Set smoke, I believe, is probably going to land near the mouth of Monster. And Yoko just checks in to make sure that everything's okay over here. Hez is so close. That's a very unconventional angle for an AWP from the looks of it. Would you ever expect that there? It's so close, Kremer. Backing off into the safe arms of ABM, but so much space has been lost towards A now.
Aggression now is due on A. Fusco, what can he do? Just push into him.
The counter flash is good. Can they grab themselves a second? You bet that they can. Flash that time, but it didn't even matter. The bomb now in the hands of a CTs, and it needs to be recovered by force from Dillian. That's a lovely adjustment given, and Reversive finds the second. A queried peek here means that Dillian takes your head off. That's all I needed to see, baby. A bomb plant given, and the post-plant positions for the 2 versus 2 need to be established. Naz gets the first, but they're taken down by Dillian. A 1 versus 1 with the AWP, and Dillian is on a tear! 4 kills in the round. That's a fat clutch.
Harry, we said when your AWPers are feeling it on overpass, that is where they shine. Dillian, some lightning fast kills from him there. Tearing through the A defense and then tearing through the A retake. What a clutch from Dillian, and what a way for Leviathan to show Stone. Playtime's over, boys.
Some big deal plays. Reversive now. Following their journey with the Molotov. Trying to make sure no one's getting overly cheeky over here. Speaking of cheek, That's exactly what Andrew wants to bring to the table, but they will be surrounded and executed the second that they are identified. Reverse has made their move. Fusco here also going to be losing out on their duel. The element of surprise, not enough, but Naz can do whatever they want. It seems like ABM and Naz are consistently buying these SMGs as a duo and going around as a death squad, hoping that if they can't win to begin with, they'll at least be able to trade each other out.
Just pushing up along here. Trying to sell a bit of a fake. And Hez, this could be a clean kill. This could be a perfect opportunity. Oh, but it's a whiff, Harry. Oh, no.
Pair of body shots lay them low, and Yoko's here for the punish. You revealed yourself, my friend. You've shown your hand. And you can never do that in poker. Look how deep Tom is. A site belongs to Tom, but the question is, do Stone know it? The second you peek out of there, removed with extreme prejudice. ABM knows that it might be time to try and save this AK.
Oh, Harry. Show your hand, don't show your hand, it doesn't matter. Leviathan, they've got a pair of aces, and that's Dillian and Tom. Dillian hasn't died yet. He's going for a New Game Plus Iron Man game.
Dude, he is on Iron Man mode. No quick saves allowed. And Dillian, 14k in the bank. ABM stands waiting and can't even beat the first. Oh, it's pain. It's so much pain, Kremer. How many reverberations, how many ripple effects, how much butterfly effect can we feel from one force fight at the end of Vertigo?
It's no longer the force fight at the end of Vertigo, Harry. This is now Leviathan just walking all over Stone, who they've collapsed completely. We finally see a timeout from them. But since the damage already been done, frankly, even if they lose every round for the rest of the half, they go 8-7 down. They've done enough. 7 rounds to the seaside of Overpass is great. That's a good half.
That'll do. That'll do just fine. Double AWP is what is decided upon in that tactical timeout. This is where the buck stops. This is where we find our round. This is where we put the Leviathan in the ground once and for all, and one of these teams will end up in the graveyard. This is the last chance. Leviathan, when they forfeit that map, they knew they'd have to fight hard to get into playoffs, and they'd only be getting in with second seed. They believed that they'd be able to win it, and after that Inferno, maybe they felt that they'd been hoisted by their own petard somewhat. They finally found themselves here, Grammar.
See if they can do just that now. Aggression wants to get in toilets. They know one AWP's in circulation. They've heard Hez go for a few pot shots. Do they know of that second AWP in the hands of Andrew? Does it matter? They might not even pivot back to B. They might just brute force this, Harry.
Fusco gets one. Can we grab themselves a second? That's almost direct there with a nade, but Fusco holds their ground and holds it well. 1962. The next to test the Argentinian mad lad. Fusco, do they expect any more with Foray out here? Fusco's looking for their third. They can't quite hit the shots that they need to, but eventually they're able to mix up the difference. Hez here with the AWP. What about second AWP?
The second AWP's been revealed, but Hez, unfortunately, he's what we call an agent. 007. Call me Hex. AWPing Hez.
Oh, 007.
Yeah, this is a tough start for Hez. Bear in mind, the AWPer is your main point of action on Overpass. Yoko, this will try and do the damage you can. Andrew, I want just here to shut him down and follow it up. Stone, they put themselves on the board with their first.
I don't know why 007 tickles me so much.
Oh, 1-0 isn't enough, is it? He's brought his friends.
007, license to not kill.
Leviathan. I mean, they can afford to reinvest. Surprisingly, their money isn't too great for a 7-0 lead. For Stone, let's see if they can make this a string of rounds rather than a shot in the dark.
It's got to be more than just the hopium. Fusco with the cheeky boost can find reversive. These are the kind of plays that make people go, what in the world? Just start ebbing at their mental. Yoko checks for left, and Tom will check the right, but Andrew's there to meet them. A lootable AWP here. The Dillian's already reinvested. Grabbed their own. No, thanks, mate. I bought this one from home.
Mike's going off. Dillian trying to buy a bit of space for his team. Hoping if he comes from heaven instead. Good for the one.
Oh, not again, not again, not again,
Oh,
not again,
Harry.
Dillian. Surely not the 1 versus 3. Could it be? ABM keeps their cool. That'll do just fine. Picks up a kit along the way. And that'll be a defuse. Ooh, yeah. I'm glad that Dillian couldn't do that again, because otherwise Stone might just break in two.
Honestly, they shatter, wouldn't they? They shatter at the seams. Leviathan, a great position to be in, and it's so I think there is holes being shown, but the fact that they're able to take 2v4s and then leave it into a 1v1, Dillian there, he gets a bit overconfident. I think the fact he goes for that second then third peak from the same angle means ABM, he just holds the angle. He knows it's coming. He knows it's coming. Well, Leviathan, to apologise, Harry. It's getting late in the UK. Leviathan.
Oh, my mouth has fallen asleep.
Yeah, yes. Oh, come on. Wake up. Let's go, Craig. Come on, we're still here. Leviathan, they show that they call it tactical timeout. I like the thought process behind it because they are trying to at least stagnate and control the tempo here. For Stone, because they are doing so well in these opening few duels, that sort of change the pace of the rounds. Leviathan, if they go for either a faster play or a complete polarization of what they're doing now and just stop completely. Don't show themselves, don't even drop utility, and just wait to see what Stone do would be the way to start. Instead, it's the first option. Through door one, it's over. It's all polar regression, except they molly themselves in connector.
Oh, reversive. Down to 4 HP. They took their time to extinguish that molly, Kremmer, maybe thinking that it would be Yoko who'd do it instead. I was like, nah, man, that's on you.
Question comes for now. And that's a clean opening. Hez 0 and 9, Harry.
Been a slow round for Hez. It was a slow round on Vertigo too. Found his man multiple times in Inferno, but everything else has been a different story. But Fuzco, on the other hand, they have been leading their team from the front. They have been the one to catch contact. Will they be the one to catch reversive? You bet that that's the case. 46 HP still remaining.
Fusco's been an absolute talent for Stone recently, and Dillian, talent of his own regard, to try and open up the safe site against ABM, the man who eluded him in a 1v1 earlier.
Oh, it's easy for Yoko when Fuzco's looking in the wrong direction, and ABM is so worried about where Yoko might have been coming from. Oh, Dillian, the lineup is good. And so too is the shot.
Great reading. Great reading on his part. Stone there an open book, and Dillian, he's got some bedtime reading to do because he knows exactly what Stone are doing there. Catches out that final player, and Stone, this is going to hurt them in the wallet. This is really going to hurt them in the wallet.
Constantly re-upping on that AWP. But Hez hasn't got a huge amount of value out of it thus far. Admittedly, Andrew's got a little bit more, but this time it's going to have to be the pistols, Kramer.
Connector control has been a kind of a bag of mixed fruits for Leviathan. It's either gone really well or they've really struggled here. Scope. Oh, he wants to make it a struggle.
And a struggle it has been now. Taking out reversive is maybe a touch more than they could ask for. 3-3 isn't too bad. AK in hand. The other one irrecoverable for now, as that body was way too deep. Hez, they might hear this passing and try something cheeky to go and grab that rifle, but they'd prefer to take advantage of the element of surprise. Andrew's waiting at the end of this with the Deagle. We'll back off to try and find a more subtle place to lay low from. Oh, Hez is so close. Hez, was that right quick scope there from Dillian, I imagine? The range that we saw on the minimap. Naz, can they do this?
Ooh.
Oh, it seems like they might be. It's an appropriated rifle. They're doing plenty with it. No! Oh, Dillian with the P250.
The movement.
The movement.
It's just so strong. Dillian, he is on fire. right now, Harry, and he is ruined this side. Absolutely ruined, Stone. Credit where credit's due to Stone. For the Eagles, that was a lot closer than it should have been.
Yes. Yes, it was. But we're still just looking for that first kill on Hez. Just something to get the motor running, you know?
He's still yet to get a kill, Harry.
And Hez wants it. Look at how aggressively he's positioned. Wants to catch someone off guard. Just get something in the tank. Some manner of mojo. The AWP is back again. That's going to be probably the third AWP investment from Hez. And none of them have got kills so far. But we know that he can. We've seen him do it on Inferno. We've seen him do it as well on Vertigo, although it came in a little bit late. It can't be another late bloom. This needs to be Stone stopping the buck here and now. Let's go. Or do you want to come play in my park? I don't think that 1962 anticipated that this was going to be a play date. Mum said it's my turn on the Xbox. You can sit over there while I play. ABM grabs reversive. Never saw it coming. And Stone have got them. Well, they had themselves an advantage until Yoko took out Fuzco.
That's a really effective peek there. However,
he's dead!
He's done it. He's found a kill 11 rounds into the game. Hopefully it's the start of many, but Palm's being very aggressive.
Well, it's 1 versus 2 now on the site. Hez has got themselves a second. This is the mojo we needed. The juju, the bravado, the core tenets of LATAM. CS lives within Hez.
He's finally woken up, Harry, and what a way to do so. 3 quick kills, and Stone, they now move into this shaky bye with a bit of a shutdown onto Leviathan. Sure, they had no money going into this, but the damage to Leviathan is noted. As Leviathan sit on just 9 rounds, it's going to be one of many. Or if we're going to see Hez just stagnate from here.
Hez finds the fuego, man. Finds the fuego. Now all they need to do is keep the fuego lit. Fuzco can't decide on a target. Eventually settles upon Dillian. They can't grab themselves a second. The Deagles do too much. That's a lootable weapon right now. Here it is. El Fuego has returned. That's 1. Any more than this do you have for me, Hez? Might need their extrication to be covered by a teammate or 2. As they attempt to close the gap, Yoko just runs straight on up with the Deagle. It wasn't expected. I thought Andrew might have the cover. It's going to be a recovery of the AWP. And Stone Movistar. You know what? If they could finish this out 6-9, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, it gives them the foundation. It gives them the foundation of the second half. But Leviathan have really been keeping the pressure on. What's interesting is we don't really see
That's
strats.
so messy.
Yeah, we're not seeing strats, Harry. This is just
Deathmatch.
This is like watching a deathmatch. Both teams are really with so much emphasis on their engagements. Because of that, though, it's so surprising to see Leviathan be the ones leading. Because Stone would always have the defender's advantage.
It's interesting, Kramer. And the defender's advantage soon is going to be shifting the way of Leviathan. Round 14 of 30 we now settle upon. Stone are desperate to get a couple on the board, and Az is going to be good to start it here with the Famous. Doesn't move forward to try and loot that AK. Which I believe was in the hands of Yoko, but I might be mistaken.
Tom's loud about this push into long here, Harry.
Oh my god! Fuzco had definitely been scouted out there by numbers. And ABM now, they have to be the one to stop this. They can put themselves in the corner. Try and get themselves a cheeky angle to work with. Counter flash would work okay. Bomb is going to be left in the bathroom. It's okay, leave it under the seat. No one checks under there.
Do you check under there?
No, man, it might be spiders.
Kind of consider that.
Oh, ABM takes out Tom. Now Dillian. Away from the AWP. Well, they confiscate Hez's. As ABM starts running, Dillian's quick to take him down. Excuse me, sir. I would like that weapon. Do you mind if I take it? Oh, I think Hez minds. It's going to be a battle for it, but Hez is all alone at the moment. Waiting for some reinforcements. They come in the form of Andrew. The flash goes out. but it ain't good enough. Numbers finds their man. Hez, for the moment, is alone, waiting on Naz to come on in. No one's readily revealing themselves to a big green monster. So Hez might have to force the issue themselves. They take the swing, they miss. A little bit of damage taken. From 2 angles, they are claimed. And their body will be cut up for the meat.
Yep. Butchered, organs harvested. Those that can't be harvested, Harry, we eat them. As Leviathan.
Those that can't be sold will be eaten. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Way, no more magazine bread. Leviathan, they move into a very strong half. 10 rounds on your T side, even if it goes 10-5, they're comfortable. There's something to highlight as well as Hez. Sure, he's off 0 kills. It's an improvement, right? He's still only on 4 in 15 rounds. That's not a great position to be in at all.
I can try and sell the Fuego, but... Oh, nice juggle here. Bring one over to your mate. A little bit more dangerous now. This buy from Stone. I wonder if Numbers' descent was heard here. Fusco seems to not have much of a clue. And Numbers quickly takes advantage of that. There's some mad dash to be here, but do they never 3 people lie in wait? A reposition to potentially move through Monster instead. That's already been smoked, Chroma. They've got time there, so all in all, non-committal.
Aggression, though, from Hez, punished by Tom. There's that man advantage they found. Low HP of Tom means he's a one-shot to most of the guns here, but that bomb is very alone on B.
Oh, Dillian. Oh, Dillian. You are having a great round for yourself, sir. When Leviathan asked, can we avoid being humiliated? Can we stop here? Can we stop embarrassing ourselves against Stone? It was Dillian they looked to, and Tom. And Dillian has definitely said, don't worry, lads. We're done with this.
Let's see what they can do. Let's see what they can do, because honestly, I think Stone, they have run out of steam. Leviathan, here's the thing. It's just a death match we're seeing. There's no reason, rhyme, or strategy behind it. It's try and coalesce to A, get a kill if you can. Awesome. If not, alternative B. If it works, awesome. In this case, Leviathan, mimicking that on your CT side may be a bit more difficult because you are going to have to allow Stone to try and run into you a little bit. You do have to be a bit more passive. But for Stone, that then falls to them to have to win Angels to get to a site. With 2 flashes dropped to a full scope from Andrew, who's got a smoke in his arsenal. Let's see how this execution to B is going to work out for Stone as they run into with a stack of Leviathan.
This is where it's got to go Stone's way. Hez starts off well. Get down, Mr. President! Oh, no. Tom!
Oh, no!
Tom, not the 4K! No, this was going to be Stone's turnaround, and it may well still be, admittedly. ABM certainly seems to think so. They need to look up towards heaven now. It's currently occupied by Reversive and now disoccupied by the force of Andrew, down to a 1 versus 1. The USP versus for Glock. Yoko with more health as well, and armor to play with is definitely their advantage. But you can never count out Andrew, the Uruguayan. The soul is dead.
12-4, Harry. Just when we thought Hez was going to lead the comeback of Stone, Tom just delivers. That's soul-crushing, isn't it? That's absolutely soul-crushing.
Oh, I can't believe they got a 3, especially when Hez got a freebie.
He didn't even mean to get that second kill, I don't think.
No, I don't think they meant to get that at all. No. Go back to the Mr. President. There it is.
Oh.
Amazing. Thank you, replay ops.
Throws himself in front. I think it's Swelder doing the replay ops. Big shout out to Swelder. That guy's lovely. And he gave us the chicken cans yesterday as well.
It's
this
true.
guy's great.
We got the Odyssey of Percy.
We actually did. Hopefully we get to see more of Percy. He's a hero. He's the true winner here.
The boy who lived. Or the bird who lived, I suppose. Dillian posted up here, Famus in hand. This might be unexpected. Tech9 can do some job here. Whoa! at that range. The Deagles are a touch more accurate, and Reversive is made to learn that the hard way. Dillian, the second they take a peek, they catch themselves a headshot from the Tech 9. These Tech 9s are doing way too many bits. I hate it. I also love it.
I will admit, Leviathan being a bit too confident there. It's a clean kill.
Oh,
Oh,
El
Hez.
Fuego. There he is. Welcome back, sir.
Yeah, welcome to the game. At a slow start, but he's here, and I mean he's here to play. Yoko 75 HP. Not much you can really do here.
Aye, it's going to be difficult to try and close this gap as well against a Famus and a Deagle. Yoko might be a little bit stealthy here, though. They've noted one. They're going to look for a second. Oh, it's completely unexpected. Thanks to a Famus, mate. Real nice of you. Down goes the smoke. A tap on the... You got to wait for it to bloom, son. You got to wait for it to bloom.
There's a world where he gets that as well if Andrew hadn't just turned around.
Just like, what are you doing, says Andrew.
Yeah, that really could have been scary. For Leviathan. I don't like the peaks there from both Dillian and from Reversive in Connector. He's hit down to 25 HP and still chooses to swing. Not sure what the thought process was behind that. Andrew, quick little clean up there. And with that, we're going to be seeing Stone move against the shaky force spy of Leviathan. This time, though, with a lot of rifles to wield.
There should be Stones around, Kramer. But will that become reality? Fuzco's already laid a little bit low. Likely by a body shot from that scout. Oh, that's a bit of a miss there from Numbers. They're going to have to surrender that angle now. They can't fight it against the double AKs. Tom, though, with the Deagle. The FAMAS is an unwieldy weapon from a less civilized age, and that much is being very much reinforced as Stone Movistar move forward. They've only got Dillian to worry about. It's only a scout in hand. The bomb has been planted. The shot has been missed. The second the same as Hez with the new AK. We've broken into double digits. Let's go, Hez.
He's actually doing very well. Now he's brought himself to the table.
Yeah, like
and...
after the, like all of those kills have come in the last, what, 8 rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. With Leviathan now on a full eco, Stone can start mounting a bit of a comeback carry. I don't know how strong the comeback will be because Leviathan, they are on pistols, but it's 7 rounds. There's 5 rounds of the separation. All it takes is 3 buy rounds, and you've sorted yourselves. So Stone, this is a very attainable situation to be in.
Difficult. Still. Stone. It's winnable. Here comes the horde, baby. AVM. You can't hold down the trigger for that. Actually, never mind.
You can.
You can hold down the trigger. The ace. They don't know.
Andrew.
AVM gets the ace and then does the friendly fire.
Andrew's just making sure he doesn't get too confident, Harry. He's just keeping him back.
Hold me back. Not like that.
Hold me back, brother.
I am Oh no, Kremmer, I wasn't ready for that.
Oh, I love to see that. I love to see it.
Did anyone take bets on friendly fire?
I feel like no one would have predicted this much. Hez, that's a clean open. Hez is really now waking up, Harry. This is a comeback, not from Stone, but from Hez.
The Fuego is a light. He's lit up, just like his enemies. And Dillian now looks to try and counter-rotate around the outside of toilets. A battle between Hez and Tom is going to be coming up soon. Both currently towards the top of where their teams find a huge amount of their efficacy in this phase of the game.
Someone needs to be very, very careful with peeking into long right now. Bear in mind, Leviathan's sure they're in the lead, but they were 9-0 up. The fact that they've struggled this much in kind of most recent rounds is going to be quite concerning. Naz, another opening.
Ez is down.
This rotation from Leviathan
Naz
as well.
needs to be able to convert. I can't believe they've done that. Yoko, without even being able to see, is traded out for 1. And that might be more than you could have asked for. ABM reconsiders their decisions to move over to B. Think of it, that may be stacked. The bomb is by itself on A. Pardon me.
What they can do now. Smoke getting deployed. Like, Garbage is just going to force Leviathan to save. We're going to be seeing...
This is uncomfortable, Kramer.
Harry, this is really, really uncomfortable for Leviathan. Stone may very well make a comeback.
If that's the case, that'd probably be one of the most impressive examples of mental fortitude that I've seen in CS thus far. That'd be such a turnaround.
It would be, and it's genuinely not out of the question. Stone are making Leviathan look very shaky on their CT side. That'll be 8. Look at the money of Stone. They can lose players. They can hunt. They can afford it. Stone, there ain't much money. Tom can drop a teammate, but his armor's in tatters. The others could, I guess, buy FAMASs, but their money just isn't there, Harry.
Yeah, his armor's in tatters. At this point, he might as well just be gluing pennies to his suit. Seeing if that'll help out. That's another thing for us to test at some point, Kramer. Penny armor, will it work? How cheap can you make armor?
Pennies work, but pennies are heavy. Yeah, copper.
Call it cardio.
You can stop a kind of low grain 9mm with a Bitcoin.
Nice.
I guess the USB and CS you can probably stop with a penny.
Oh my god. The double.
You can't stop Fusco though.
The double. Oh, your boost has been punished. The set nades are solid. And 1962, my friends are dead. My dreams are dead. The bomb plant's been given over, and Reversive with the Deagle has to make yet another tough decision.
Okay, just go save. This will be 9, Harry. This will be 9. The comeback, it's on. It's actually on.
I can't believe it is, but it is. Dillian needs to do their best here to avoid attention. Might even catch a timing here onto Fusco.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the timing is. Dillian, he's now lit a beacon to Stone to say, "Come get me. This is where I'm saving." Luckily, the bomb's too far gone. Reversive does get the M4, thankfully.
I was worried for a second.
With 3 rounds separating them now, Harry. That 9-0 lead Leviathan had, it feels like a pipe dream at this point. What has happened to Leviathan?
Maybe they stopped respecting Stone. And they've been made to pay for that. Hez became an afterthought, disregarded. And you know what? He has made it painful for them to do so. 9.7k in the bank. They're rolling in cash, Kramer.
Let's see what can be done from Leviathan. Technical pause is called. Hopefully we can fix that soon. Harry, do you see the comeback? Are you a believer?
I like the long shots, Kramer. What can I say?
You like it?
Hopeless romantic.
I'm starting to be a hopeless romantic as well. I won't lie.
It could be the case. Tell you what, we need Dillian to remember how to play some CS. With the EWP in his hands, never a better time. Hasn't actually opted in for the full head armor here. Only the half.
Oh, that volley. That deters Leviathan from doing anything a bit too ballsy just yet. More aggression is coming now.
Oh, Hez was emboldened up against the regular M4. Bit more loud, bit more traces. What can Yoko do? They'll stop the first. Anything more than this? They know that there's going to be a run happening soon. 1962 on the backside, trying their best to give covering fire. They've lost out on Yoko, but they'll take out Andrew in trade, and it seems like T after T is going to fall. As Reversive empties a mag into the smoke, the obfuscation keeping people alive for now, but all of these shots are going to hit. Reversive finds a pair, and finally Leviathan, they've found themselves a touch of aim.
That feels like accuracy via quantity of fire. You know, there's so many bullets put into that smoke, someone's gonna die. In this case, it does work out for Leviathan, but is there repeatability in that?
you know, Stone, they did run into them through Monster without flashes. How frequently can that happen? Stone, they can afford to reinvest, of course they can. Leviathan, they move into an attempt at their 14th just to try and get the game back under control.
Something to bring it back. Something to punch Stone Movistar in the face, maybe. After tanking so many punches themselves that we're not sure if they're counting numbers or concussions.
Connector.
Oh, hello.
See what you can do.
The AWP here. Cautious about what map control they may have lost while making forays elsewhere. And they need to be cautious of long. Reversive. They're just going to try and control this for now. It's a slow default from Stone.
1962 coming out of Con here. This could be the flank onto the Stone aggression here.
1962 wins the first. Backs off. Got all they need to. They've got their defensive advantage. However, they're falling incredibly low by the skin of their teeth. 1 HP. Oh, 0 HP.
They throw that away pretty quickly there. Oh.
Just shepherded into the arms of ABM.
Not really. They could have just got up short. ABM, I don't think he was expecting anyone to be that bold as this Russian like that.
Might be able to get a flank here onto Andrew. Are they both going to be looking in the wrong direction? That's the first on Reversive. A bomb's on the floor. The second is going to be denied. Hez gets that. Yoko here needs to win against Naz. And in fact, they will do so. The bomb is alone in the hands of Hez. El Fuego returns to the battlefield, but 1 versus 3. Maybe too much to ask. For Stone's most recent big bog. All right. AWP get given over. Time falls away. And Leviathan are back on track.
14-9, the scoreline currently sits. Let's see what Stone can do. Now that they're sweating quite a bit, they desperately need this 10th. Otherwise, Leviathan, they're just going to close out the map. Monumental comeback from a 9-0. They get so close. They get within spitting distance of Leviathan. Leviathan, they do a little burst of speed. It's not taking them over the line yet.
HE does a touch of damage to Hez, but not much more than that. Multi-level Molly. Clears out any cheeky boost, but Hez. Oh, baby. He's on fire. Andrew, close with the AWP. No one expects that kind of angle. Yoko. Made a fool of in this case. 3 versus 5 now. And Stone. They have a chance to reclaim initiative here, Kremer. Recontrol the flow of the game. Oh, that's a wallbang. Plays them no. But now, Andrew, they're suspected as they make the move. Actually just pathing forward for the quick scope. And while they will be traded out, maybe the damage is already done. Tom trying to hold it down all by themselves. Going up against Hez next, but Hez suspects exactly that position behind that pole. Dillian can't quite connect just yet. We need another taste of that Dillian magic that got us so far before. Dillian can only deliver the one.
There's only so much that can be done here, right? There's only so much that can be done from this side. And, well, for Leviathan, they're just trying to escape at this point now, aren't they? Really, really strong position from Stone, as it feels like Leviathan, while they're in the lead, they're not winning.
Indeed, they're not. Numerically, Kremer, they're in the lead. On all levels.
Yeah.
But realistic, they are not. Buzzco finds himself Tom. Tom's a big frag. Tom's been lights out in this. Oh, they had no idea. Naz has been made a fool of by Reversive. 3 versus 4 now. Leviathan still have their numbers advantage, but they can't afford to squander it.
Absolutely right. Aggression planned for now. Works out for them. Leviathan. This next kill is so important, and Numbers is being so aggressive as well. He's hunting for this info. ABM, that flash, he needs to go huge as well. If he was going so low on HP, ABM has to deliver.
Gonna be Yoko who meets them first. 17 and 17. Generally good for one. Will it be the same here? Fusco clearing out around the other side, so Bomb has been left behind for now. No one wanting to hand it over in the case of an accidental slip-up. And Andrew once again begins the same pathing that they made during the last adventure forward. Tech 9 on the other side. It's actually the SMG. And the SMG is put to good use. 1962 anticipates that they're not the only one here. But maybe they've been made a fool of. Fusco actually gets that one done. ABM sees the legs but can't connect. Reversive finds their enemy by following the sound. Leviathan here. They are surely going to grab match point. And they will.
15 to 10 now. And look at the money of Stone. ABM and Naz, they need a drop. Hez can't bring out the AWP either. So this is as shaky as it gets if you are Stone, while still having a bit of a bite against Leviathan here. It was MP9s that did this to you, Harry. MP9s did this to you.
The things MP9s have done. Dirty, dirty things, Grammar.
They are.
Naz brought down to only a deagle. When their tournament life is on the line here at Blast Rising LATAM, brought to you by Fantasy Expo. Leviathan could be securing that second seed out of Group B. Naz needs to find the 1 deags, but they won't be forthcoming.
Hoping for this man advantage.
Reversive might be able to grab
it.
Hez. The fire is back. It's in his belly. It's swelling, swarming, emboldening, empowering. But still, so many on A that have to be dealt with, or rather on B. Maybe a foray over to A here might be the better part of a valorous attempt. Dillian puts one in the grave. Dillian looking to return themselves to the kill feed. Absent for too long, Dillian would scream. But Tom is going to make sure that it's going to be filled with the blood of their enemies. Leviathan, they win the round. They win the series 2-1. They had to make it a reverse sweep, Kramer, but they've done just that.
An incredible performance from both sides. Stone, that comeback, it looked likely. It looked like we could finally see it. But no, Leviathan, they're able to clinch it out at the last moment, making sure that Stone don't get too comfortable. Here's the thing, Harry. For Leviathan, that doesn't feel like a win. Like, they just had to sweat in a game. They had won 10 rounds in. They end up taking it regardless, though. But nonetheless, that's something that is going to have to weigh on their minds as they join River Plate, progressing out of Group B to move to playoffs, to shape one up, straighten out, and prepare for what is going to be an even tougher opponent.
The hour is late. The maps have been many, and each of them more exciting than the last. But finally, Group B has been concluded here at Blast Rising LATAM. Oh, Crema, River Plate and Leviathan will move on forward, but that's only half of our eventual playoff bracket being populated. We still have 2 more groups to get through. Group C and Group D. And Group C will start tomorrow on this very channel. It's going to be an absolute doozy. And I believe we've got a couple of very interesting teams over there. We've got Imperial, who I would say probably are the favorites in that group alongside Supremacy.
Yeah, Imperial and Supremacy are the favorites in that. But I actually see that being a group of a few dark horses. I am expecting some upsets. We'll be able to go into that in a bit more detail tomorrow, though, when we kickstart Group C. Thank you guys all so much for watching. We'll be back at, I think, an hour earlier than we started today, tomorrow. So until then, catch you later. Have a nice night.
the bass. My DJ is live in the place. I'm on the mic with my lyrical flow. I like when the bass line's low.